Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see. What if Harry Potter combined the light 7 dark elemental magic? Join Patreon for early access exclusive content of Super Op stories. Also contents that's too far for YouTube. You will get 400 content there, please do check that too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Nightmares, changes, and freedom. It was a hot, humid night on Privet Drive. A boy sat alone in a corner of his room, rocking himself back and forth with his knees drawn up against his chest. He was shaking in uncontrollable sobs and muttering the same phrase over and over again. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. Please forgive me, I am sorry. He had been like this since his first night back when he was woken by screams, his screams. He had relived the worst night of his life in the terrifying nightmare of his godfather's death. He was laughing at her. Come on, you can do better than that, he yelled, his voice echoing around the cavernous room. The second jet of light hit him squarely on the chest. The laughter had not quite died from his face, but his eyes widened in shock. Sirius, Harry yelled. Sirius, he hadn't been to sleep since. He had been rocking in that corner and crying for 5 days, since his return home from his school. A special school for witches and wizards, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry was a famous wizard in this world for defeating an evil wizard, Lord Voldemort, when he was only 1. It was the same night he had lost both his parents and was sent to live with his aunt and uncle on Privet Drive. There he grew up alone, hated, mistreated, and unloved until he had received his letter from Hogwarts and learned of his heritage. It was the best moment of his life. Until he discovered he had a godfather, he got to spend time with him last summer and over the holidays at Christmas. He was so happy to have someone who loved him. Then he had gone and gotten him killed. He had been tricked by Lord Voldemort and his Death Eaters into thinking Sirius was in trouble and being held captive at the Ministry of Magic. He couldn't reach help and tried to save Sirius himself. He fell into the trap, taking his 5 friends with him, nearly getting them killed until help arrived. Sirius died trying to save him, just like his parents had. As the new day approached, Harry still continued to rock, repeating his chant of apologies. He had had nothing to eat or drink and had not moved. Despite the hatred for the boy, his Aunt Petunia did begin to wonder about his health. He must have something horrible going on in that head of his for him to be in this bad of shape, and she did not want those people to come around asking questions. Despite being his mother's sister, they showed no family resemblance. Petunia had a long skinny neck and was tall and thin with light-colored hair. Harry had jet black hair that would never lay down like it should, deep emerald green eyes, glasses, and his most unique feature, a lightning bolt scar from surviving Lord Voldemort's attempt to kill him using the Avada Kedavra spell the night his parents were killed. Harry, I think you should come eat. Vernon has already headed to work and Dudley went to the library with his little friends. Harry, are you listening to me at all? You come out here right now. I don't want any of those people to come here thinking we aren't taking care of you. She was finally silenced when the doorbell rang. Never mind, you ungrateful child. It may be the new neighbor from across the street, and I would hate to have to explain you. Hello, Petunia. The door slammed as she threw her hands on her face and screamed in total horror at the man standing outside her door. He had deep brown eyes that were soft and kind with long light brown hair that showed a touch of early gray. He was a little over 6 feet tall and very good looking. He had on relaxed-fitting jeans and an untucked V-neck t-shirt that fit snugly across his broad shoulders with a pair of old but comfortable-looking trainers. He was standing there with his hands in his front pockets, looking around suspiciously. A knock came from the door as it was opened by the visitor. Petunia, I do think we can handle this in a much more mature way. After all, it's not like we have never met before. Petunia shook her head, repeating, You have to go. The neighbors will see. Get out. Get out. Now listen, Dudley. We warned you at King Cross Station that we would be paying a visit if we thought Harry was not being looked after properly. No one has seen or heard from him since his return, and we also know that he has not had anything to eat or drink since then either. After a pause, the words struck the visitor with a sheer force of reality. How the bloody hell can you not give a damn about your own sister's son? Where is he, Petunia? Harry had not heard any of this as he continued to rock, lost within himself. He was vaguely aware of someone sitting next to him calling his name. Harry. Harry, what is it? Harry, please stop crying. Harry. Harry. Harry looked up with his swollen, bloodshot eyes only to lock them into the eyes of the last person on earth he wanted to see. Remus Lupin. Harry, how long have you been like this? Harry shrugged his shoulders, still not able to answer from the leftover sobs. Do you know what day it is? Have you eaten or anything, Harry? Harry shook his head, no, drawing his knees up tighter towards his chest. He felt a comforting hand on his back, and had reality hit him so hard he thought he would throw up. How can you look at me? He asked in a weak voice that began to grow louder as he was hit with a new wave of emotion. How can you be here acting like you care after everything I did? How can you stand the sight of me? Why are you here? How can you stand the sight of me after I took everyone you loved away from you? As a look of realization hit Harry's face, he began to find another emotion, anger. Did he send you here? Did he use you to find out what is going on in my life? Well, tell him he can take his bloody concern and go screw himself. Harry was not going to sit here in his house and take this anymore. He stood up rather suddenly and felt the world start to spin out of control. He felt arms go around him as a sudden pain went shooting through his knees. Harry! He was in complete darkness. There was a hint of light in the dark room as the moon began rose high in the sky. Harry knew he was in his room at Privet Drive, but could not remember how long he had been there or how long he had been asleep. He tried to pull up onto his elbows and found himself rather weak and shaky. He had just enough time to see an outline of a dark figure sitting in the corner of the room before his strength failed and his head hit the pillow. He rubbed his temples trying to figure out what had happened. He was just so groggy. Hello? Hello? His voice croaked in a whisper. His hand rubbed his throat in an absent kind of manner, as if it would instantly heal the dry. Harry? The figure answered as he got up from the corner and approached the bed. Harry was shocked and confused at who his eyes were seeing. Remus, nice to see you finally up. I was beginning to wonder if I shouldn't call Poppy or Molly here to look at you. What are you doing here? We hadn't heard from you in 5 days, Harry, and none of the Watchers have seen you in or out of the house, so I came to see if anything was wrong. So Dumbledore has the Order watching me again? What's the bloody point? It didn't stop me from being attacked by Dementors last summer, now did it? So are you going to report everything about me to the almighty bloody old git Dumbledore? Harry, is there something you need to talk about? I thought you looked up to Dumbledore? What? You mean you don't know about me? No, what about you, Harry? Harry began laughing. What bothered Lupin most was the evil sound it made. Harry began to try and move as he continued in his hysterics and soon found himself in darkness. What the bloody hell do you mean I can't? Who are you to tell me no? Remus, please calm down and lower your voice. I am sure you are a bit surprised and emotional. You're damn right I am surprised and I am not emotional. I am outraged right now with you. How could you keep this quiet and not tell us this? This has to do with Harry and was not my place to tell it to anyone else besides or before him. It was your place to tell him as soon as possible. How could you not? Remus paused, trying to control the anger that was raging inside of him. Did James, Lily, or Sirius know? That was the reason James decided to use the Fidelius charm. Sirius knew some but not all of it. Remus continued in his brisk pacing and occasionally looking at the bed where Harry laid. How could you keep this from him, Albus? That is what I want to know most. I will tell you like I did Harry. I thought I was doing what was best. Giving him a childhood without worries. The man was showing every bit his age and sat down sighing. Did you really think right after he watched his godfather, the only parent he has known, die was such a good time? No, but that was as good as any to drop that kind of news. That much I have learned. He pulled a lemon drop out of his pocket and offered one to Lupin. Lupin just shook his head no and walked over to the bed. Harry thought he heard voices but was not sure. It just sounded so mumbled. Why was he so drowsy? He didn't seem to have the strength to open his eyes. He tried to recall the events that had taken place. He remembered Remus coming to see him and yelling at him. Harry felt horrible about this. Remus had known Sirius almost his entire life and was his last marauder friend left. All Harry could think about was how bad he would feel if he lost Hermione and Ron. He needed to find Lupin. He needed to apologize. Harry felt the urgency and the guilt rising in him. He tried again to open his eyes but shut them instantly when he was greeted by a bright light. Harry! Remus sat up straight, wondering if he had really just seen Harry's eyes open. Harry turned his head in the direction of the voice and tried again to open his eyes. Harry saw a room full of people. He kept his eyes squinted and tried to raise his hand to shield them when he realized he couldn't pull it up very far without something stinging his forearm. He tried to speak but realized his voice was rather dry and croaked. "WW, where am I?" Remus was the first to reply. "Harry, you really scared me there, passing out twice on me. I brought you to the hospital." Harry tried to shoot up out of bed only to be grabbed by many hands and pushed back down. "Harry, please don't try to get up." Remus was worried, and so was I when he called to tell me he brought you here. Harry smiled and said weakly, "Hi, Myone."
Harry.
Remus, after a few seconds, cleared his throat. "The Weasleys were here a little while ago, but we decided it was best that they left since this was a Muggle hospital and it was too exciting for them. We had to stop Arthur twice from trying to pull out your four to examine how it worked." Everyone laughed a bit, including Harry. "Can I have some water?" "Sure, honey." Harry looked around for the voice and recognized Hermione's mother standing next to her. "I had to hope to meet you again under better circumstances later this summer, Harry, but we knew Hermione would want to be here for you. We have been trying to get Albus to let you stay with us all week. Now I wish we had tried a little harder." Harry knew right then who Hermione got her big heart from. She looked exactly like Hermione did when she felt guilty. Hermione chimed in, "Hagrid really wanted to be here too, but he thought it best not to draw so much attention to us." "Why aren't I at St. Mungo's?" "I think I can answer that, Harry." Professor McGonagall, his Transfiguration teacher, stepped forward. "You see, we figured that it was safer here. You know, who doesn't care for anything Muggle, so we figured he would not be looking here for you. Plus, you are not quite as well known among Muggles, so word could not be leaked out about you being in the hospital." Harry just nodded his head, realizing that it made perfect sense. After a short while of visiting, most of the guests decided to go grab lunch. Hermione asked, "Remus, would you like to come? Or I could bring you back something." Remus smiled slightly. "I'd love for you to bring me something back. Thanks." He gave her hand a reassuring squeeze, then turned back to Harry. "Sure thing, Remus." Hermione joined the others waiting outside in the hallway. "So, want to tell me what happened to you? You gave me quite a scare, Harry. I have been worried sick." "Sorry, Remus. I don't really know myself. I had a nightmare about—" "It's okay, Harry, you can say it." "Sirius." Sadness presented itself for the first time on Remus's face since he had been with Harry. Harry suddenly remembered why he needed to open his eyes so bad. "Remus, I am so sorry for Sirius." He tried not to choke up and tried to hold back the tears forming again in his eyes. "I didn't want to. I didn't mean. It's all my fault, and now because of me all your best friends are gone. And it's all my fault. Don't you dare blame yourself for this, Harry." He knew not to go. He knew not to toy with Bellatrix. "You want to blame someone? Fine. Blame her or Creature. Blame Voldemort. Hell, you can even bloody well blame Snape or even Sirius, but don't you dare blame yourself. I won't let you." Remus had stood up by now and was just inches from Harry's face. Harry sat on the bed as still as possible with shock written all over his face. "Do you hear me, Harry? Have you blamed yourself enough yet?" Harry just sat there as the door opened and a nurse came in. "Please keep your voices down, this is a hospital after all." She left just as soon as she had arrived. "Remus, yes, I am sorry for his death. I know you missed him a lot, then he came back and, well, now he's gone again. How do you not blame me? Everyone is dead because of me?" "Oh, Harry." Lupin looked so tired. "You have to stop blaming yourself for your parents' death. Parents do that, they give themselves for their children. They loved you. They wanted you to live, to find happiness and love. They already had in their minds. Your parents thought they could do nothing greater than you. They fought against Voldemort to give you a better life. They already had everything they could ever want." Remus stared at Harry. "You are so much like them, Harry. always trying to do everything for everyone. They would be so proud. Sirius and I would sit and talk about how they would react to who you have become. James would have loved hearing about your adventures, although the parent side of him would probably ground you until you were 30. His eyes lit up as he remembered his best friends. Sirius thought you were the greatest thing to ever happen to him. He used to tease me that he was the one who got the official title of Godfather. But he knew it was only luck. Luck? How is that? Harry questioned with one eyebrow raised. Lupin threw his head back in laughter. I knew it. I knew he hadn't told you yet. That git. You see, James couldn't decide who to choose to be your godfather and didn't want to hurt either of our feelings. So your mother came up with a solution we all agreed to. I'm sorry, Harry. You got stuck with old Padfoot as your godfather instead of me because he called tails instead of heads. Remus's eyes held a spark that Harry had never noticed before. Remus, are you telling me that my father chose who to leave me with by a coin toss? He was fully aware that his mouth was hanging open from shock, but couldn't help it. No. I am saying your mother did. He roared with laughter when he saw that Harry's mouth had somehow managed to drop even lower. Remus, yeah, thanks. For you know all this. I wouldn't be anywhere else, Harry. Wouldn't want to either. I promised both your parents and Sirius that I would always be here for you. I am sorry I wasn't here sooner. There are some things we need to talk about, but they can wait a bit longer. You realize, you said some things to me that I need to ask you about. But first I need you to tell me what happened to you after you left the station. Can you do that? Yeah, I think so. You may not like some of it. Some of it's hard. I miss him. It's okay, just tell me. I guess it started on the way home. I had plenty of time to think about everything that happened that night. I could have killed my best friends. Hermione tried to warn me. She tried to tell me it was a trap. Then Sirius came to my thoughts. Did you know the first night, walking back from the Shrieking Shack, he asked me if I wanted to come and live with him? That is the thought I use for my Patronus. Remus smiled as he remembered that night, the night his best friend returned to his life after escaping Azkaban, the wizarding prison where he was wrongly incarcerated in. I thought I was finally going to get to leave the Dursleys and have a real home, but Dumbledore made me go back to Privet Drive. Do they know where I am? The Dursleys, I mean? He couldn't believe he had not asked about that sooner. Yes, Harry, Petunia was the one who called an ambulance for me. Not that I gave her much choice. He grinned at the memory of getting to hold that wretch of a woman at one point. Oh, I'm surprised. Anyhow, that night I fell asleep and as usual the nightmares returned. I keep seeing him smile and my friends getting hurt, and then… Remus, what did Dumbledore tell you about that night at the Ministry? I think that is for another time. I just want to hear about what caused you to end up here. Remus, I sort of… Well, you see, when he fell… Oh, bloody hell. I said an unforgivable curse on Bellatrix. I'm sorry, Harry. I thought you just said that you used an unforgivable curse on Bellatrix. Tell me I heard that wrong. Please? Harry hung his head in guilt and shame. No, Remus. I tried to use Crucio on her, but it didn't work. The nightmare keeps playing it over in my mind. She laughed at me. Said I didn't mean it enough. I saw Sirius's face as he fell through the veil. That's when I woke up, screaming. I want to tell him I'm sorry. I was just trying to help him. I thought he needed me. Harry looked down, trying to fight off the tears. Harry, I need you to listen to me. You have been through so much. This is normal to have these kinds of dreams. It's how we learn to process all that has happened. You have to realize that Sirius died exactly how he wanted to. We talked a lot about things like this. He died protecting you. Just hear me out. He was fulfilling his promise to James to keep you safe no matter what. He died fighting against Voldemort. That was the way we always said we would go. He wasn't getting to lead a full life, Harry. He hated Grimmauld Place without you there. Dumbledore basically locked him in with memories he couldn't handle anymore. Well, I shouldn't have to explain his delightful mother to you. He rolled his eyes and smiled. The point I am trying to make, Harry, is the worst thing you could do to Sirius, and you parents, would be to stop living the life they fought and died to protect. I have had a chat with Albus. He seems to think that he knows best for you, but I think I may have a few better ideas if you're interested in them. He looked at Harry with an anxious look in his eye. Did he tell you? Did you know about the prophecy? Did my parents or Sirius? Oh, let's just say, Dumbledore and I agree to not agree on this matter. I thought I heard yelling earlier. Was it you and Professor Dumbledore? Yes. I am sorry if we bothered you. It's okay. But why am I here? In the hospital. Remus smiled. I wondered when you would get around to that question. Did you know you had not had any food or drink for 5 days? Harry looked down, feeling bad for being so out of it that he had not realized it had been that long. You were extremely distraught and dehydrated. You kept passing out on me. You were too weak to stand or anything else, so I decided it was time for someone to start looking after your best interest. Well, isn't that what good old Dumbledore has been doing? Harry said, rolling his eyes. Harry, are you angry about the prophecy, or that Dumbledore didn't tell you sooner? Harry snapped back. All of it. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to yell at you. You have every right to be mad. This is something that has affected your whole life. I am sorry too, Harry, when Sirius was taken away to Azkaban. I should have stepped forward and stopped being a coward. He took a deep breath and continued, hopefully, you'll let me fix it now. What do you mean? Not realizing he was holding his breath. If it's okay with you, if you want to, well, what I am trying to say is, I thought maybe you would want Meadow Bjorgardian like James Sans Sirius would have wanted? He was so nervous he bit his bottom lip waiting for an answer. Harry sat there with his mouth hanging open. I see. I should have known you would probably not. Are you kidding? I would love that. You're the last of my parents' best friends. Does that mean I can leave the Dursleys? Where will we live? Do you have a house? Can we go now? Harry's mind was racing. He hadn't been this excited since he had dreamed of going to live with Sirius. Remus laughed at the enthusiasm radiating from Harry's whole face. After the state in which he had found Harry, he thought it would be a long time before he smiled again. It was better than he could have imagined. Slow down there, Harry, that nurse will come back in if you set off that machine over there, and then we would both be in trouble. He placed a hand on his shoulder. You would really want to live with me, even with, well, everything? Remus had plenty of reasons to worry since he was a werewolf. Yes, it never bothered me before, Remus. Besides, if my dad and Sirius didn't mind, why would I? Well, for starters, someone else would have to look after you once a month. I could stay at the Burrow, and, well, to be honest, Harry, some people may talk and you being, well, who you are, it could be hard on you. I don't care. Besides, at least now the stories would be true, he finished by shrugging his shoulders and rolling his eyes. He couldn't believe it. The last of the Marauders wanted him to come live with him. Goodbye, Dursleys. Hope Duddykins doesn't blow up after his next bite of Twinkie. His mind was spinning with excitement. After Sirius died, he thought he would be stuck on Privet Drive forever. But Remus was here, saving him just like he had in the 3rd year when he taught Harry how to produce a Patronus. Right now, he could produce one to scare off 1,000 Dementors. Before he realized what he was doing, he had thrown his arms around Remus's neck in a tight embrace. Suddenly embarrassed by this act, Harry let go and gave him a pat on the back as he let go. Remus was smiling when he was suddenly crushed by Harry's arms around his neck. He was startled by such an open display from Harry. He reached up his arms, returning the brief hug while patting Harry on the back. Am I interrupting something? Both of the guys turned their head to the door to see Hermione looking very shy and holding a plate of food in her hands. Harry and Remus both smiled. No, come on in. I was just, asking Harry if he would like for me to be his new guardian. Hermione squealed with excitement as she ran over, set down the plate, and threw her arms around Remus. Harry couldn't recall if he had ever seen Hermione act so much like, well, a girl. Remus was beginning to try and wiggle out of the surprisingly strong grip of Hermione. I can't breathe. Oh, I am sorry, I am just so excited. Oh, Harry, isn't this exciting? I was so worried about you having to go back to those horribly wretched people, but now you can go with Lupin and you'll be safe and better taken care of. Hey, maybe this means we can see you more this summer. Does Ron know? Oh, I bet he is going to be so excited. When do you get to move in? Where are you going to live? Is it a big place? Remus and Harry were almost dizzy from how fast she was pacing around the bed talking. Harry interrupted her before she could really get on a roll. Hermione, slow down, breathe a little there. I haven't even been told when I could leave this place yet. Oh, Harry, I am just so happy for you. This time it was Harry who received the bone-crushing hug. Harry's face was covered in brown wavy hair. He suddenly noticed it was smooth instead of bushy, soft, like silk. And that scent, what was that? It smelled like vanilla and honey. Why had he never noticed it before? Hermione? Yes, Harry? I think you can let go of me now, Harry said as he blushed, hearing finally what must have been Remus laughing. Hermione pulled back with a very red face. Sorry, she said with a timid voice. It's okay, Hermione. Not the first time you have tried to kill me by hugging me to death. He teased, giving her shoulder a slight nudge. So did everyone else get lost? No, I had just finished and wanted to get the food to you before it was cold, Remus. Remus, being brought out of his silent chuckles by this, answered while taking the plate from her. Thanks. That was very sweet of you. Harry suddenly had a thought. Can someone tell me what day it is? Remus and Hermione howled with laughter. Hermione finally calmed enough to reply, little slow on the uptake there, aren't you? She took a moment to catch her breath. You have been out of school for 2 weeks now. You were really tired and sick. She looked down and played with her hands as she said timidly, You really scared me. When Lupin called, I thought Voldemort had finally found you. I was so scared until he told me what happened. Then I begged my mum and dad to bring me here. I hope that was okay? She barely raised her eyes to look at Harry and began chewing her lower lip like she always did when she was nervous or anxious. Oh, Harry, if I had only known. My parents have been pleading with Dumbledore to let you come to our place, but he just kept saying no, wouldn't even tell us why. I am just so mad. He kept saying it was for your own good, but I knew it. I knew that those horrible people wouldn't take care of you like you needed. Bloody hell, you just lost your godfather. Both of their eyebrows shot up in shock at the anger radiating off of Hermione. Harry had only seen her a few times like this, like the time she punched Draco Malfoy, his worst enemy at school, with everything in her. He couldn't help but smile at the memory. Hermione, it's okay. Really. I just don't want to talk about him right now. Okay? Harry spent a few more days in the hospital. Remus stayed by his side the majority of the time, only to leave for showers and fresh clothes when Hermione came to visit with her parents. He had only met them on a few occasions, but he was really getting to know them now. Hermione's mum had an incredible heart and treated Harry like she had known him his whole life. Her dad was nice enough too, but every time he tried to talk to Harry, he ended up mad all over again at the Dursleys for getting away with what Dr. Granger called abuse. Harry enjoyed his visits nonetheless. It was nice to see an adult as angry as he felt. He had also seen the Weasleys, but just briefly. Mad-Eye Moody, Professor McGonagall, Mundungus Fletcher, Tonks, Neville Longbottom and his grandmother, and even Dumbledore tried to stop by. Harry lost it when he came in, so Tonks asked Dumbledore to leave. Kingsley Shacklebolt stopped by at one time along with a few other Order members. The Order was a secret organization to fight against Lord Voldemort. It was founded in his first reign of terror and established as the Order of the Phoenix by Albus Dumbledore. His parents and Sirius had all been members, even the Longbottoms, who were Neville's parents. It was this group that rescued and saved Harry, Hermione, Ron, Ginny, Luna Lovegood, and Neville last semester from the Death Eaters at the Ministry of Magic. Harry was going to get to leave today. Remus explained that he would have to go back to the Dursleys long enough for him to get guardianship papers arranged. Neither was happy about this, but they didn't have much choice. Dumbledore had told Remus that he would help any way that he could as some sort of a peace offering. Remus was not happy about accepting his help, but knew he needed all the support he could get, and Dumbledore's word held a lot of weight with the Ministry of Magic and the magical world in general. He would do whatever he needed to do to get Harry away from those people. He also talked to Harry about where they would live and prepared him for his return to Grimmauld Place. Harry wasn't sure if this was good or bad. He had great memories of Sirius there, but it was these memories that would be hard to face. Remus had also been to see Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia. Harry was quite confident they would be no trouble, but the Order would also be checking in on him to make sure he was eating properly. When he was ready to go, the nurse gave Remus a list of instructions for him to follow carefully and stressed the importance of Harry getting some exercise to recover his strength. Remus thanked the nurse and walked Harry out to the front of the hospital, where they were greeted by Mad-Eye and Tonks. Tonks took his bag and loaded them into the trunk of the car. Watch her, Harry.
Y Tonks.
Feeling better now? No more drama for a while? she said, giving him a playful wink. Nymphadora Tonks was an Auror for the Ministry and one of the youngest members of the Order of Phoenix. But whatever you did, you never called her by her first name. She had long blonde hair with silver streaks and vibrant lavender-colored eyes. Alastair, Mad-Eye Moody, had long gray hair and a large chunk missing out of his nose. He had one magical eye that was electric blue and made of glass. It could see through anything and spin to watch everything around him. He was an ex-Auror, retired from the Ministry and one of the original Order members. Harry climbed in the back seat along with Remus, and they were off to his aunt and uncle's house where he would stay until Lupin could settle all the paperwork. He didn't care this time since he had the hope of leaving soon for the rest of his life. Harry was sitting in his room at the Dursleys watching the minutes tick past until midnight. At midnight he would finally be 16. For the first time in years, Harry finally had something to look forward to on his birthday. He watched as a figure flew towards his window. He knew this figure well. Hedwig, his owl. She had beautiful snow-white feathers and blue eyes. She was the best pet he could have ever imagined. She was also the very first birthday gift he had ever received. Rubeus Hagrid had bought her for him when he was 11 and first starting at Hogwarts. Hagrid was a half-giant and the first friend Harry had ever had. Keeper of the keys and gates at Hogwarts and the care of magical creatures professor. Thanks to Harry, Hermione, and Ron. He had come and taken Harry from the Dursleys 6 years ago today, to be exact. It was one of the moments he held closest to his heart. It was then that he had discovered he was a wizard and had begun a new life with friends, best friends, and people that really did care about what happened to him. He also had met his parents' best friends and was beginning to learn about them. He would never be able to fully express to Hagrid how much that meant to him. It changed his life forever, and that was hard to say thank you for. As Hedwig flew over and landed on Harry's shoulder, he removed the letter from her claw and handed her an owl treat. "Hey there, girl, where have you been? I missed you while I was away. Did you have a good time at Ron's? I see you didn't go unfed." At this she nipped at his ear affectionately. Okay, I was just teasing, girl. Shall we see who it is from?" Harry opened the note and read, "Happy birthday, Harry. I am glad to hear you are doing well. I have the most exciting news to tell you. A guard is coming just after midnight to bring you back to where we stayed last summer. But the best part is, or at least I hope you think so, is that I will be there too. Isn't that exciting? They are moving my whole family there. They think we are too big of a target with you-know-who and want to keep a better eye on us. I just can't wait to see you again. They told me Ron would probably be coming with his family soon also. Well, I better go and let you pack. I can't wait for you to get here. Have you heard about the OWL results yet? See you soon. With love, from Hermione." Harry smiled. Leave it to Hermione Granger to be thinking of nothing but test results during the summer holidays. She was one of his best friends. She was extremely smart, loyal, trustworthy, and had stood by him through all his adventures. She was a little over 5 feet tall. Long honey-brown hair with cinnamon-colored eyes. Her hair, naturally curly, was normally very bushy because she never took the time to fix it, but he had noticed that was not the case at the hospital. Harry smiled as he remembered that wonderful smell when she hugged him. She had also gotten a nice tan and a few new curves. She was growing out of her awkward stage and into a beautiful lady. He and Ron had not cared for the bossy little know-it-all when school first started, but hey, when you save someone from a mountain troll, an unbreakable bond is formed. She had been there for him even when Ron had not been and the rest of the school had turned against him. He couldn't wait to see her and was happy that they could spend the rest of summer together. In truth, he had been worried about her and her family. Hermione was what the wizarding world called a Muggleborn, a person without magical parents. Some of the people in the wizarding world, like Voldemort's Death Eaters, would call her a mudblood. This is a foul name for someone who was Muggleborn, and Harry hated the word. Harry realized he had been sitting there too long and jumped up to begin packing his trunk. He checked to make sure he had all his school books, quills, scrolls, and clothes. Most importantly, his invisibility cloak, the Marauder's map, and his photo album. Harry double-checked under his bed and in the hidden floorboard of his room to make sure he had everything. After everything was packed, Harry sat and waited. It was just a few minutes before Harry heard a popping sound and looked up to find several Order members had apparat right into his room. "Watch her, Harry. Watcher Tonks. So are you ready to go? Remus asked as he closed the lid to Harry's trunk. Yeah, I just have to grab Hedwig's cage. How are we getting there? Moody answered, just like last year, boy. But I don't have my broom, Harry stated, remembering how his broom was confiscated from him at the beginning of last year. He frowned, remembering that his firebolt would be the last present he would receive from Sirius ever again. Remus had a twinkle in his eyes as he let out a small chuckle. Kingsley Shacklebolt stepped forward from behind several members of the group with a smile on his face and presented a shiny broom to Harry. Harry stared at it in complete shock. My firebolt? But how? Umbridge locked it in the dungeon at school. He was looking over every inch of his pride and joy, checking for any sign of damage. When he found none, he looked back up at the many faces. Well, how else would you fly? Dung answered as if it was the most simple thing in the world. Remus placed a hand on his shoulder. Are you ready to leave now, Harry? The signal will be coming at any moment. What about my aunt and uncle? Not that they would care, but shouldn't we let them know or something? We have left them a note, and your Aunt Petunia is waiting downstairs to say goodbye. Harry's mouth dropped open in complete shock. Did you just say my aunt was waiting to say bye? She has never said bye to me in my life. Why now? Because I had a talk with your aunt about a few things. I made her see she had made too many mistakes and that you would not ever be returning here if I had anything to say about it. Oh, well, I guess we should get this over with then. Harry turned and began to take the stairs 2 at a time. Aunt Petunia was waiting in the living room with a blank expression on her face. She stood when Harry entered. Remus tells me you will no longer be living here, and I just thought you may like to have the rest of your mother's things. Glancing at some boxes in the corner. Thanks, why are you giving me these now? I have been in this house for 15 years and you never once mentioned them. Matter of fact, you refused to let me speak of them at all. What are you up to? I am not up to anything, Harry. I just thought I would do what is right for once in my life. I know I have treated you horribly. I realized just how bad when they took you away from here in an ambulance. Are you serious with this bloody crap? I lived in a
Kapor Tilly was 11
years old. Your son tried to kick my arse every day and made sure I had no friends at all. Your husband put bars on my windows and only allowed me to have 1 can of soup a day. How dare you stand there and say this bloody shite to me? You can take your newfound concern, your precious Dudleykins, and that prat of a husband of yours and shove it up your arse. Harry had never been so mad in his life. He then realized that everyone in the room was standing with shocked expressions and not moving a muscle. Tonks was the first to break the silence. Did you just say a cupboard? Yeah. Harry replied, but never taking his eyes off his aunt. Bam! Everyone turned to see Remus pulling his fist out of the wall. What the hell do you mean, Harry? Is all of that true? He whirled around to Petunia with a fire in his eyes. You better pray to God that I let you live. Tonks placed a hand on his arm and tried to pull him towards the door. Come on, Remus, it doesn't matter now. He's leaving this terrible place and won't come back because you have custody now. Don't mess it up, Remus. Come on, let's go, the signal has been given. Remus began to gradually move towards the back door, but never stopped glaring at the shaking and frightened Petunia until he saw the door under the staircase. Harry could not believe his eyes. No one had ever shown that much concern for his well-being before. He was surprised by the reaction he had received. He thought for sure the whole order knew about the way he was treated. Did Dumbledore know? He had always believed he knew how the Dursleys treated him. After all, his Hogwarts letters were addressed to Harry Potter, cupboard under the stairs. Harry turned one last time to look at the house and his aunt. He would never have to be here again. He felt calm for the first time in a long time. He decided to let go of one last thing on his mind as he walked out into the backyard and into the night air. Oh, by the way, Aunt Petunia, I am rich, really, really rich. I have more gold than Uncle Vernon will ever make in his life. He grinned a mischievous smile. I just thought you would want to know. He winked at her, threw his leg over his broom and kicked off into the nighttime sky with a huge smile on his face. He had never felt so free in his entire life. It was the most incredible feeling he had ever felt. Life for Harry was finally perfect. Chapter 2. Coming home, Harry had forgotten just how much he loved to fly. He enjoyed the ride to Grimmauld Place despite the cold wind. Moody once again took them completely out of the way in case of someone following them. When they finally landed in the field across the street, Lupin told Harry just to remember the piece of paper Moody showed him last year. Harry closed his eyes and thought, the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix may be found at number 12 Grimmauld Place, London. Harry opened his eyes expecting to see a shabby old door and dirty windows, but was surprised to see a beautiful cherry wood door and shiny white gold knocker instead. Remus saw his curious look. We have done a lot of cleaning. I wanted to finish what Sirius had started. Wait until you see the difference on the inside. The group entered the house trying to be quiet since it was late and people were sleeping. A soft glow from the candle chandelier lit the entryway. Harry could see the floors had been stripped, stained, and polished to a beautiful dark cherry wood like the door. The hallways and entry were painted a soft café au lait, a pinkish-brown sort of color. The walls had woodwork coming about a fourth of the way up in a checkered pattern with the wall color showing through. Crown molding added to the ceiling, which had been painted a shade or two lighter than the walls and had the same woodwork effect that the walls had, creating an incredible effect on the ceiling. Instead of being painted the dark wood color, it was the same shade as the walls with the lighter ceiling color coming through the squares created. Harry noticed this style of woodwork had been created in each of the rooms leading off of the entry and hallway. The room off to the left of the entry leading into the parlor was painted a soft cocoa color with cream curtains and accents all around the room. Beautiful suede off-white couch sat in the center of the room with two oversized stuffed chairs and matching ottomans facing it. The throw pillows carried the cocoa, cream, and off-white color. A large square coffee table sat in the center of the couch and chairs in a deep cherry color that matched the floors and the rest of the furniture in the house. Candles sat on either side of the couch and a glass and white gold chess table sat in the far corner of the room, while a rocking chair was placed in the opposite corner near the fireplace with a cream-colored Dupioni silk throw draped over the back. Harry thought it was an amazing room. On the opposite side of the hall was an entry leading to an office. This room was done in a soft sage green and cream. It had a huge desk with a glass top. The chair was in cream and sage striped velvet that matched the curtains and the three chairs on the opposite side of the desk. The back wall held a marble green fireplace with a glass mantel that had a phoenix with spread wings carved into the design. Next to the fireplace was a gold phoenix perch. Next to the window sat a matching gold owl perch. Harry noticed the stairs had been finished in the same dark cherry color. He was finding throughout the house and had been covered partially by a rug that had cream, sage, navy, deep purple, and a deep blood red woven into an embroidered border along the edge. He also noticed the painting had been taken down of Mrs. Black and the house elf heads were gone as well. I see you got the painting down after all. Remus nodded. Actually, it was Dumbledore who finally managed it. When the painting came down, so did the house elf heads. Come on, there is a lot more to see, he said, beaming with pride at all their hard work. The door to the right, after the office, lead to a bedroom where approximately 10 beds lined each side of the walls. This room was painted in the same sage green as the office but had darker moss green curtains to keep light from coming in. The beds were covered in a soft cream comforter, and all had plenty of green pillows with cream drapes around each bed for privacy. Most of the Order members entered this room and began to get ready for bed as Tonks and Remus showed Harry the rest of the house. The door at the end of the hall matched the front door. It was then Harry noticed the snake door handles had been replaced with round glass knobs with a white gold phoenix embedded on them. When Harry opened the door to the kitchen, he was amazed at the difference. The fireplace on the far wall had been redone to accommodate 3 adults at a time, and up above hung the picture of Phineas Nigellus, a former headmaster of Hogwarts and a member of the Black family. It had a large, oversized mantel in the cherry finish with a stag, lily, dog, and wolf carved into the wood. Harry walked over and ran his hand along the mantel. It's beautiful. I have never seen work like this before. Explicit part is removed for guideline compliance. Visit Patreon for full version. Sirius carved this? That's right, Harry. He wanted something extra special to place in here where we all gathered for meetings and ate. This mantel was his way of making the house his and not the Black family's. He poured his heart and soul into it. What's this blank area over here for Tonks? Did he not get to finish? Remus placed a hand on his shoulder and smug grin appeared on his face. That space, young lad, was to be carved with your animagus form. What? Did you really think he wouldn't have wanted to put you up where you belong with the marauders? We had plenty of nights sitting around the table wondering what yours would be. He chuckled at the puzzled look still sitting on Harry's face. Tonks seemed to find this amusing as well. Harry turned to continue his survey of the kitchen. The table had been expanded in the width so it appeared as more square. The cushions on top of the benches running the lengths of 2 walls had been replaced with a deep purple and taupe lightweight cotton fabric that had a soft sheen finish. He also noticed this fabric on the chair cushions. The remaining walls had new cabinets in cherry, new appliances fit for a commercial kitchen, and an island had been placed between the sink and the table. Bar stools covered in the matching fabric had been placed along the outer ledge so that you could eat at the bar of the island or sit there and visit. The island included a grill surface, an additional sink, and built-in cutting board. Over the island hung all the new copper pots and pans. The cabinets lined the walls from the floor to just a few inches from the ceiling in order to leave a shelf space for storage. The sink sat in the center and the refrigerator was to the right of it. It was the largest thing Harry had ever seen in his life. The refrigerator had 3 doors, each about 4 feet wide with a little door on the outside for easy-to-grab items. To the left of the sink was the largest stove he had ever seen too. It had 12 burners, a large oven space underneath for cooking, and on the wall was 2 separate ovens for baking. He imagined it would be every chef's dream kitchen. He noticed for the first time a door leading out of the kitchen on the far wall by the fireplace. Where does that lead to? That leads to the back garden and Quidditch pitch. You're kidding, right? Where was this last summer? How come no one told me this? Harry, it was something else that Sirius worked on to get you. And us, he said with a mischievous glance at Tonks. Sirius decided to purchase all the neighbors' backyards from them to be able to create it. Then we magically expanded the area and put up the necessary wards to hide it. It has been a fabulous stress reducer, wouldn't you say, Remus? Yes, definitely good for the built-up energy and tension around here, and sometimes when we just need a bit of fun. Tonks, this is just incredible. It doesn't even feel like the same old house. Have the rooms upstairs been done? Yes, the whole house was done. Finished it up last week. Remus said, nudging his shoulder into Harry's. Would you like to continue the tour or go and unpack? Maybe get some sleep? I would love to see the rest of the house. They reminded Harry that the Grangers were here and sleeping, so to be quiet. Harry was fascinated by the pictures of the old and new Order members lining the stairway. He was really interested in one that was at the top around the corner by the first door. It was a picture of his mum and dad, Sirius, Lupin, and the Longbottoms. They all looked so happy. Harry turned the knob to the door on the left and was amazed by the room's decor. It held an oversized 4-poster bed placed in the corner of the room at an angle. Huge windows that also opened out onto the balcony that Harry had never seen before. The walls were a medium blue with a lighter blue ceiling. The bed was covered in deep blue silk covers and bluish-gray accent pillows and drapes. Matching curtains hung on the windows and a telescope was set up near the one closest to the bed. The room contained a sitting area that included a couch and 2 chairs in the bluish-gray colored fabric, a desk opposite the fireplace. Bookshelves lined the walls and a beautiful armoire stood next to a door that led to the adjoining bathroom. The bathroom was just as beautiful. It was done in the bluish-gray marble with white gold fixtures and accents. The shower ran half the length of the far wall and allowed the water to flow down 3 steps in front into the large in-ground bathtub. Both the shower and bathtub were outlined by blocked glass in a stair-step pattern along the top that came about waist-high, eliminating the need for a shower curtain or door. The shower had 3 heads for maximum comfort. The wall to the right held 2 separate sinks made of blocked glass with a pale blue light shining through from underneath. It was the most beautiful thing Harry had ever seen. Whose room is this? Mine. Do you like it? Remus asked. It is amazing. Good, because your room is almost exactly like it. Want to see it? Yes. Harry replied as Tonks led him out of Remus's room and across the hall. She had a huge grin on her face as she opened the door for Harry to enter. It was just the response she was wanting. His mouth was hung open, his eyes the size of a dinner plate, and completely speechless. This is mine. Yes, do you like it? No, I love it. I have never had anything like this before. Are you sure it is for me? Remus was behind him with a sad expression when he realized how little Harry really had. How could such a great kid come from a past like his? He gave so much and yet never had anything given to him. Remus should have known this might be too much after just finding out he spent 10 years living under the stairs in a cupboard. Harry, it is yours, and yes, you deserve it. If there is anything you want changed or taken out, or even added to the room, just tell us and we will get it. I'm your guardian now, and I want to make sure you have everything you have ever wanted for a room. Okay? Yeah, sure. It's just different for me. I am still surprised when I get gifts for my birthday and Christmas. Tonks and Remus gave each other a concerned look as Harry stepped in a bit further to take in his new room, and that it was all done for him. It was all his. The walls were painted a deep plum color about 3/4 of the way down, where it was met with a beautiful chair rail in dark cherry that ran the entire length of the room. The last quarter of the wall had stripes about 1.5 feet wide in alternating colors of deep plum and an extremely light-colored copper. The ceiling was done to the same as Hogwarts' Great Hall. It reflected the sky outside. Right now the stars were out and Harry could see the constellation Sirius. The wall directly across from the door was almost solid windows reaching from the ceiling to the floor in a grand fashion. On the wall to his right he found his overstuffed king-sized bed. The headboard was done in the same cherry finish with a block pattern but remained solid and was almost the full height of the wall. The silk and rayon brocade bedspread was in horizontal strips of the same copper and plum shades, but also included forest green and indigo blue. Drapes hung from a centered circle of crown molding in the ceiling, enclosing his entire bed with light copper fabric lined with the deep plum-colored silk. It had pillows in the 4 colors and all trimmed in an inch-wide border of copper fabric. It also had little round pillows and square pillows that matched the bedspread. On the wall with the doorway to his right was a huge fireplace to match the mantel downstairs in the kitchen and held a plum-colored glass vase of fresh lilies centered between 2 10 by 13 pictures. One was of Lily, Remus, James, and Sirius with their arms around each other laughing. The other was of Harry, Remus, and Sirius with their arms around one another by the tree on Christmas morning holding up gifts they had been given. Up above the mantel hung an oversized circular mirror framed in carved wood. The fireplace grate had a spectacular design of a phoenix in the center of the black iron. In the center of the room facing the fireplace was an overstuffed 6-foot couch made of plum suede and held the same accent pillows from his bed. At each end of the couch was an oversized chair and ottoman covered in the same fabric as Harry's bedspread turned in to face a long cherry-finished coffee table with baskets to store belongings up underneath. Harry noticed there was a trunk at the end of his bed with a cushion spread across the top to sit on. Shelves from ceiling to floor lined the wall to the left of the door. Nestled in the center was a cherry-finished desk with beautiful carvings and a smooth top finish. Harry was amazed that the shelves were full of pictures and books already. One picture that sat on the desk caught his eye. It was a picture of Harry, Hermione, and Ron from their first-year closing feast. He remembered this moment. It was right after they had received the winning house points for the cup. Harry set the photo back on the desk and glanced at the rug that covered the center of the room. It was a beautiful soft tapestry of light copper, cinnamon, indigo blue, plum, and forest green and had a black fringe around the edge. This room simply took his breath away. He had an oversized armoire in cherry for his clothes that was magically enlarged, of course. It stood next to a door on the other side of the fireplace. This door led to his very own bathroom. It was almost exactly like the one Lupin had but in colors that matched his room. The difference was that Lupin's shower had 3 shower heads and his water would flow like rain from the ceiling over the entire shower area. Remus finally asked Harry, "Do you like the room? Like it? I have never seen anything more incredible. This makes my dorm room in the tower look bland. Did you do all this?" Remus shook his head no. Sirius did. He had just finished the day we went to the ministry. I remember he was bouncing off the walls with excitement waiting to show you this. He thought you deserved the best room a kid your age could have. I really think it was the room he had always dreamed of having. Remus gave a small laugh and had a twinkle in his eye as he remembered that day. So, are you ready to go to bed and we can finish the tour tomorrow? No, I am too excited to sleep. I'd love to see the other rooms now if it's okay. Tonks grinned. Sure, Harry. Just follow me. Welcome to your tour of headquarters. Please keep all arms and legs in the cart at all times. They all gave a small laugh at her impression of a carnival worker. Harry was led to the door at the end of the hall, which held the largest library he had ever seen. Well, I know where to find Hermione. Tomorrow. On the opposite side of the hall, there were 3 more doors. The 2 on the sides led to bedrooms occupied by the Grangers, and the door at the end led to their bathroom. Harry decided to see those tomorrow, afraid they might disturb them. The remaining stairways all matched the first. The 3rd floor had a matching rug down the center of the hallway like the one on the stairs. The first door to the left led to another sitting area. This room was done in gold and blood red, had a collection of brooms mounted on the wall for display, had a deep red leather couch and matching chairs with a square, oversized, gold-trimmed coffee table. The bookshelves were lined with photo albums and albums that held a collection of chocolate frog cards. Harry was amazed by how many there were. Tonks explained that her family had each contributed to the collection over many generations of witches and wizards. Some of the cards held in this collection were no longer even made and very valuable. Another chess table sat off to one side and an additional table for playing cards sat on the other. Tonks further explained that this was just a lounge or hobby room, mostly different people's collection of things, like the antique brooms. Harry noticed this was the only room to this side of the hall. On the other side of the stairs were 3 more bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. Harry found a training room with mats and magical dummies, a room filled with Muggle gym equipment, locker rooms complete with showers, and a potions lab on the 4th floor. Tonks told him how the members and the Aurors all chipped in to help set up the training center so that they could be here more than at the ministry. The attic on the 5th floor had been converted to look like a beautiful field for Buckbeak. He was a hippogriff, half bird, half horse, that Hermione and Harry had rescued from execution in their 3rd year while helping Sirius escape the ministry as well. A crystal-clear brook ran over the rocks, making a peaceful sound. A watering hole large enough for the hippogriff to swim and bathe in was in the far corner of the room. Remus explained how Dumbledore had helped expand the attic, so there was enough room for Buckbeak to spread his wings and fly some. The trees were beautiful and green. There was just a hint of a cool breeze. The perfect day. Most people would agree on that. As the trio walked back down to the 2nd floor, Harry just couldn't get over how the place looked. Nothing resembled the old dusty evil house that was here last year. He felt Remus place a hand on his shoulder so he could turn Harry around to face him. "There's one more thing I'd like to talk to you about if you are up for it." Harry, after giving it consideration and trying to contain a huge yawn, asked, "Can it wait till first thing in the morning? I am really tired and a little overwhelmed at all this." "Sure, no problem. You have a good night's rest and we will talk in the morning before starting anything else." Harry grabbed Remus in a manly hug. "Thanks, Moony, for everything. Good night." "Good night to you," to Tonks. Harry then surprised himself by leaning over and kissing her cheek in a brotherly fashion. Tonks beamed. "Night, Harry." Sunlight was filtering in through huge windows that were covered in plum and sand copper silk rayon drapes with sheer curtains peeking through. It was a beautiful morning, and somewhere in a mass of overstuffed pillows was Harry. He had the best night's sleep in his life. He woke up and stretched but refused to make himself get up from the most comfortable bed he had ever laid on. He reached his arm to get the glasses off the shelf that hung on the wall next to his bed and put them on in time to see Lupin stick his head in the door. "Happy birthday. Is it okay if I come in?" "Sure, after all it's your house," Harry replied, laughing. "Well, I said we needed to talk first thing this morning before the day started. Are you awake enough for that?" Harry nodded his head. "Yes." "Okay, then let's start here." Remus was holding out a thick stack of papers for Harry to take. "What are all these papers?" Remus took a deep breath and rubbed his knees with his hands, getting the courage to continue. "These, Harry, are your copies of my getting guardianship of you, and the others, well, they are copies of Sirius's will." Harry dropped the papers and met Remus with a confused and sad look. "You see, Harry, well, for starters, Harry, this house is yours." Harry's mouth had officially dropped to the floor. He began to protest when Remus cut him off. "Now just listen before you go saying that you do not deserve all this, or whatever way you are going to choose to phrase it this time." "Okay." Harry closed his mouth and agreed by nodding his head. Sirius had Well, let us just say the old dog was filthy rich. Remus turned a bit red but laughed at himself for not putting it with a little more dignity. See, Padfoot was the last of the Black family and therefore inherited all the family's assets, including all the money in the vault, stocks, and any properties the family held. He left all of it to the three of us. You, Tonks, and myself. I know you are mad at Dumbledore, but I would like to officially ask your permission to continue using this as headquarters. I also have taken the liberty of handling all the legal arrangements for you, and the deeds are included in those papers you are holding. I can tell you about everything you now own, or you may choose just to let me handle it all. That is part of the job as being your guardian. I also want you to know that the reason I was able to convince the ministry that I was capable was because Sirius had wanted it. He and James had set it up in both of their wills for me to be the third option of guardian in case of their early departures. It was the fact that it was also in James' will that sealed the deal. They really could not go against your parents' wishes. Remus took a deep breath, trying to gauge Harry's reaction to all this information. Harry just sat there nodding his head and staring at the stack of papers he had been handed. Any questions so far, Harry? No, okay then. I will glimpse over the major items you may find interesting. You are part owner in the Choppers Company in America, which makes motorcycles. You are part owner in a broom company. You hold stock in almost everything from Bertie-Bott beans to Madame Malkin's robes. You have a house in Scotland and America on top of owning Grimmauld Place. And you own 1/3 of the Chudley Cannon Quidditch team. It was this that got Harry's attention most. What? I thought I just heard you say I own the cannons. Remus had a twinkle in his eye. Well, you don't own them, you own 1/3 of them, he said, laughing as if it was normal for everyone to own a team. I cannot believe all this. It hurts my head. So who owns the rest of them, and why did Sirius not mention this before? Well, it seems he acquired this status right after Christmas. As for the other owners, well, I am afraid you have to share the team with Tonks and myself. Harry pushed Lupin off the bed in a playful manner at this smart arse comment. Are you serious? The Chudley Cannons are owned by the three of us? Ron is going to bloody well freak out. Does this mean I can get him season tickets? Harry, you are one of the owners. You can give him the keeper position if you really wanted to. He just couldn't believe all he was being told. Remus, can I ask you something that isn't about Sirius? Of course, I want us to be able to talk about anything like we did in your 3rd year. If you ever need or want anything, and I mean anything good or bad, or even if you know I won't like it, I want you to be able to talk to me. I know we have a lot to get used to and we have a lot to figure out, like rules and such, but you are a great kid, Harry, and I am honored to get to be your guardian. So just ask. Well, I get that I have a lot of money in my parents' vault, and now I really have a lot with everything Sirius left me. But what all did my parents leave me? Do you know? Harry lowered his head and mumbled. Did they know about the prophecy? Do you know all about it? Yes, they knew. I know now, and I could not even begin to imagine how you feel about that. As for your parents' vault, we can go today and look into it at Gringotts. We have to go there already for us to sign some papers. Remus gave his shoulder a squeeze. Harry, do you want to talk about the prophecy or why you are so mad at Dumbledore? We never did get to finish that talk in the hospital. If it is all right with you, I would rather not right now. I accept the fact I have to be killed or become a murderer. I am just so mad at Dumbledore for not telling me. He could have stopped all this that happened, but no, he decided to hide everything from me. The worst part is, he wouldn't even look at me last year. He knew Snape could care less about helping me learn occlumency, and look what happened. He could have just been honest with me and I could be training harder or something to end all this. I just want it to end. Remus and Harry talked a bit longer before deciding to head downstairs for breakfast. They also planned everything they wanted to do today. Remus explained that they still had to be more careful than ever, so Tonks and Shacklebolt would be joining them in their shopping trip. Remus also told Harry that Hermione was probably going crazy waiting for him to get downstairs and say hi. This brought on a huge pillow fight because of the sarcastic way he said it, which just delayed them even more getting to breakfast. When they could not stand any longer from being exhausted and laughing, they heard a knock on the door. Harry, can I come in? It was Hermione. Lupin began making kissing noises at Harry like he was 12 years old. This caused Harry to whack Lupin upside the head again as the door to his room opened. Wow, Harry, this room is incredible. Why are you both on the floor? she asked, just realizing they were laid across the floor and breathing hard. Pillow fight. Had to show this old man how things are done, he replied, getting up off the floor. At this comment, Remus tackled Harry full force, throwing him on the bed. Hermione was laughing so hard she had to clutch her sides to make them stop hurting as she wiped the tears from her eyes. When the two boys decided they had had enough, bruised and exhausted again, Remus left the room, giving Harry a mischievous wink. Hermione looked at Harry for a second, and then threw her arms around him, giving him a kiss on the cheek. "Happy birthday! I thought you would never get here last night. This is so exciting. Isn't the house marvelous? I almost did not recognize it." "I know. I just cannot get over all the changes they made to the place. I took the tour last night when I got here, well, all except for the rooms that you all are sleeping in. I am still amazed that this is my room. My very own room. You want to go get some breakfast? I am starving." "Sure, then maybe after that I can show you our rooms and bathroom." "Harry, it is okay that we are here, right? I mean, Moony told us that Sirius left the house to you and all." "Hermione, it is fine. You are my best friend. Why would I not want you here? Besides, I think it is better with Voldemort and all, since he is targeting Muggleborns. I would just worry about you if you were somewhere other than here." Hermione had a smile that lit up her entire face, and Harry realized just how pretty she had become. "Thanks," she said as she hugged him for the second time that morning. Harry enjoyed having breakfast in such a friendly atmosphere. It gave him the chance to catch up with some of the Order members and visit with the Grangers. Afterwards, Hermione took Harry up to show him the remaining 3 rooms. Mr. and Mrs. Granger had a bedroom done in 3 different shades of yellow with the cherry furniture and a chaise lounger for reading. Hermione's room across the hall was incredible, and Harry felt it fit Hermione somehow. He had always wondered what her room would be like at home, but he knew it probably could not look like this without a little magic. Immediately his eyes darted to the ceiling upon entering, where his breath was taken away by yards and yards of gathered sheer fabric alternating in kiwi green and a slightly darker green, covering every inch of the ceiling, starting at a center point from where the chandelier hung. The walls were painted to represent a forest clearing with rare wildflowers in bloom and charmed so the trees swayed. You could feel the breeze, smell the flowers, and hear the running of a small brook. The king-sized bed was covered by a dark green canopy, netting that hung across the entire bed and enclosed the sides. The bedding was a sheer overlay kiwi green satin down comforter with shimmering dragonflies embroidered in matching threads and reversed to a solid crinkled satin. The crinkled satin sheets matched the bedding, and the pillows matched the comforter design with a 1-inch border in crinkled satin. The room had a small reading area with floor-to-ceiling shelves plus 2 chairs with matching ottomans in the dark green fabric. Harry had a smirk spread across his face when he realized only she would have charmed dragonflies and butterflies to fly around her room near the ceiling and on the upper walls. "What are you bloody well smirking about? Only you would have charmed things flying around your room." "Oh, that's not all I did," she added very proudly about her next surprise. "I also charmed fairies to light the ceiling up at night." "You what?" Hermione smiled that know-it-all smile of hers and added, "Well, you had a ceiling that looked like stars already, and the fairies were so beautiful 4th year at the ball. So I chose them. You don't mind, do you, Harry? I promise they are charmed only to fly in above the sheer fabric of the room." "Why would I mind? Because it is your house. Lupin thought since we had to live here I could decorate my own room. Is that all right?" Harry placed a reassuring hand on her back. "It's fine, Hermione. I am just amazed by how great it is. But what I really want to know is how. You said that you charmed them, but we are not allowed to do magic out of school." He raised one eyebrow while crossing his arms over his chest to look down at her suspiciously. Hermione, biting her lip and blushing while looking everywhere in the room but at him, finally asked, "You caught that, huh?" "Well, Moony told me that it wasn't so much the student they monitored as per se the wand. So Tonks let me borrow her wand to use." She gave him a questioning look without ever lifting her face. She squealed in surprise as Harry picked her up and began to spin her around the room. "That's bloody brilliant, Hermione. You are amazing, you know that?" Harry, put me down. Put me down. "Harry, I'm getting dizzy, please put me down." She was getting dizzy, but she was still giggling at whatever had made him so happy. Harry stopped spinning around and began to let her slide to where her feet touched the ground, but something had come over him. As Harry sat her down, he decided he was not ready to let her out of his arms yet. Time seemed to stop as they stood there giggling, breathlessly staring into each other's eyes with his arms still wrapped around her waist and her arms around his neck. His name was spoken in a breathless whisper. Harry. He never found out what it was she was going to say since he suddenly found his lips on hers. It was an unbelievable feeling. Her lips were so tender and warm. He noted they had to be the softest thing in the world, and she tasted so much like vanilla. His mind was spinning and it was beginning to get very warm. Harry saw fireworks when he realized that she was actually kissing him back. Mine too, like it is going to burst at any second. So how do we stop it? I don't know, maybe we aren't supposed to. She smiled and rose up on her toes to meet his lips halfway. Remus was ready to leave and was beginning to wonder what was taking Harry so long when he decided to go look for him. He looked in the parlor and Harry's room without any luck. When he eased open the door to Hermione's room. Bloody hell! Lupin's mouth dropped open and his eyes widened as he closed the door quickly, trying hard not to make a sound. He eased down the stairs quietly and into the kitchen where he stood in the doorway completely shocked. "Did you find them, Remus?" Tonks asked. Remus suddenly had a mischievous smile and a new twinkle in his eye. You could say that, trying hard not to laugh at his new discovery. "What are you up to, Moony? I would know that smile anywhere. You always got it right before you," and Padfoot pulled a fast one. By now both of the Grangers had turned to listen to them talking. "Tonks, do you remember the story of how James and Lily always were? Of course. You and Sirius were always talking about how you would constantly walk in somewhere and catch them." She laughed, catching on. The Grangers had a questioning look on their faces. "Well, it appears Harry is more like his father than I thought," he added while trying not to laugh. He turned to the Grangers, still trying not to laugh. "I just found out. Well, I think, let's just say they may like each other." Silence. "Well, it is about time," Mrs. Granger replied. "Why exactly do you think this, Remus?" "Let's just say that I walked in on a moment of realization." The group was laughing when Harry and Hermione walked into the kitchen holding hands. "What's so funny?" Mr. Granger was the only one who could stop laughing long enough to answer. "Oh, nothing much. But maybe we should ask you too if there is something you want to tell us?" Glancing towards their hands that were still clasped together, Harry and Hermione turned a few shades of red. "Well, sir, I with them." Bloody hell! This just sent the room into hysterical laughter all over again as the two left the room rapidly. Remus finally said, "How I am ever going to top that birthday present." Moody and Tonks apparat to the leaky cauldron first just to be safe, while Remus, Harry, and Hermione used flue powder. Heads turned to stare as Harry stepped out of the fireplace and into the pub. Silence seemed to fall throughout, that is until all the whispering began. Remus put an arm around Harry's shoulder and led him quickly out into Muggle London, with Tonks and Hermione linking arms and Moody bringing up the rear. The group was having fun carrying on while walking down the street to a department store that Hermione and Tonks had recommended for buying Harry his new wardrobe. Store clerks looked up quickly from their positions at the group coming in the door. "May I help you?" a good-looking salesman asked, coming around the counter. "Yes, sir. We will need an entire new wardrobe, summer and winter, for him." Shifting his eyes towards Harry, the young clerk surveyed Harry, trying to keep a blank face as he noticed the drabby old clothes that had to be at least 6 sizes too big and hanging off the boy. "My name is Damien. I am happy to help in any way I can. If you will follow me, please, to the men's department, we can start right away." As they walked along the aisle, Damien asked 2 other employees for their assistance. The group each took a seat in front of the dressing rooms as the 3 employees went off to search for everything they would possibly need. About 15 minutes later, Damien returned with a rack full of clothes. "Let us start with these so we can have a better idea of the lads' preferences." He led Harry to a dressing room and returned to the group. Left alone in the dressing room, Harry was a little confused by all the attention and the amount of clothes the clerk had brought him. He had never been in a department store or shopped for clothes, which left him a bit confused and overwhelmed. How would he know what to prefer? He had never had a choice. Finally, he decided to grab the first pair of denim pants and work his way from there. Several hours later, Harry had a new wardrobe. Hermione and Tonks had enjoyed the fashion show whistling and catcalling. Remus had put in a few wise cracks himself when he was not telling Mad Eye to relax a bit. He felt strange having new clothes. They didn't itch from all the washings either. It took all of them plus a few shrinking charms, when no one was watching, to be able to carry all the purchases. They returned to the leaky cauldron so Remus, Harry, and Hermione could use the flue while the others operate. When they arrived back home, Harry and Hermione took all his new things to his room. He was still surprised by everything he had gotten. It was more clothes than he had ever had in his entire life. He made a mental note of it all as they began to put it away. His new wardrobe contained 5 new pairs of straight-leg blue jeans, 2 black pair of jeans, black, khaki, and gray slacks, and 5 pairs of denim shorts, V-neck t-shirts in every color possible, along with several round neck ones too. His favorites were the button-down dress shirts that fit perfect on his shoulders and then tailored in at the waist. Harry found that as a plus because he wouldn't have to tuck them in. Hermione and Tonks had really liked them too. They chose all kinds of different ones for him: silk, brushed cotton, greens, blues, white, black, gray, short sleeve, long sleeve. If they found it, he now owned it. He also found he liked a style of t-shirt made of synthetic material and fit. Harry looked down at his feet, trying very hard to make himself disappear. Remus suddenly stopped laughing. "Harry, haven't you ever selected some before when your aunt took you shopping?" Timidly his voice whispered out, "I have never been in a store, Lupin. My aunt was too afraid that I would do accidental magic in public. Usually I got the packages that she had bought for Dudley but were the wrong size for him. Just once he wished a hole would appear and suck him in." He had never felt more ashamed in his life. He knew the others were wondering what was taking so long and prayed that they would stay there. "Did you ever tell anyone about this? Are you kidding me? I want to die right now of humiliation, and I am just telling you. Please, don't let anyone else know. Just tell me what to get, okay? Before they come over here." Remus felt horrible about laughing. That was so stupid of him. He could have used all 3 unforgivable curses right then on the Dursleys. How could you do that to a child, your own nephew, to Harry of all people? In the softest voice possible, Remus reassured Harry that there was nothing to be embarrassed about and that no one would ever know or blame him if they did. "How about we take one of each? Then you can decide which you feel more comfortable in, okay?" Harry just nodded, thankful that Remus had been so understanding. He knew there would probably be more times like those while trying to learn how to handle his new life. He knew Remus had more questions than he had answers for, but they had made a pact that morning to talk to each other no matter what. He had promised himself not to screw this up by not doing that. He would not make the same mistake he had with Sirius. He couldn't. Remus was his only chance to make things right. As if this had not been enough, the group then proceeded to the shoe department where he bought 2 pairs of trainers and some really cool lace-up boots that he could also wear with his slacks. After shoes, they were on to the coat department where he fell in love with a low-waisted black leather jacket with silk lining. Even Remus insisted on how good it looked. Tonks also convinced him he needed a light windbreaker. Just when he thought there was nothing left to buy, the girls turned to Damien and asked for accessories and miscellaneous items. What else could there possibly be? Hermione had chosen Obsession cologne for him to wear. Tonks and Remus chose a thick rope chain and matching bracelet made of white gold. And to everyone's surprise, Mad Eye walked over and gave him a pair of sunglasses he had chosen, which were actually very cool. By the time they had unpacked all of his new clothes, Mrs. Granger called out that dinner was ready. It was an amazing meal with lots of laughter. Harry could not have wished for a better 16th birthday. When everyone had finished their meal and Remus used magic to clear away the dishes, the lights went out. Harry froze in his seat, unsure of what to do, and reached for his wand. A dim glow was heading towards him, as if it were floating, when he began to hear singing. "Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday dear Harry, happy birthday to you." A cake sat in front of him with 16 candles and everyone presented him with presents. If he wasn't shocked by all these events, he was when Hermione leaned over and kissed his cheek in front of everyone, who began whooping and whistling. The laughter began when he turned several shades of red from it. Harry could see out of the corner of his eyes that she had too. The lights came back on. Everyone began to eat cake that was being passed around while urging him to open his gifts. He was touched that so many Order members had taken the time to buy him a little something. Most were books or small magical objects like a faux glass mirror that fit in his pocket. As he was grabbing for another present, the fireplace roared and turned green. Everyone looked up to see Professor Dumbledore standing there. "Happy birthday, Harry. I am sorry to be so late. Where shall I put this box down at?" Dung took the gift and placed it on the table, keeping a careful watch on Remus, who was now standing looking very tense. The fireplace roared again and Arthur, Molly, and Ginny all stepped out. "Harry, happy birthday. Oh, it is so great that you get to live here with Remus instead of those bloody muggles." Ginny flung her arms around Harry. "Now Ginny." "Hi Harry. So good to see you," Mrs. Weasley said, gathering Harry up into a hug. He hugged her back. "Nobody told me you were coming. Would you like some cake?" The fire turned green again and out stepped Fred, George, and Ron. "Watch her mate." "Happy birthday," the twins said together. Ron had walked over and throwing one arm over his neck and roughing his hair even more. "Good to see you, mate. Nice clothes. Thanks. We did some shopping today." With this all the talking began to start again and several people greeted the Weasleys. Ron, Ginny, and the twins grabbed some cake and slipped in next to and across from Harry and Hermione to catch up on everything that had been happening that summer. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Hermione give him a worried look. He reached below the table and gently rubbed his pinky finger on the side of her hand, assuring her his silence. Not sure whether or not he wanted to share that just yet. He first needed to figure out what it was. The late night hour was approaching and people began to slowly leave. Mrs. Weasley assured Harry that they would be back soon to visit. Harry noticed a few Aurors leaving to get to their patrol duties and a few Order members headed out on assignment. As the crowd cleared, Harry saw Dumbledore talking to Remus. He tensed suddenly, wondering what it was all about. "I cannot believe you came here of all nights, Albus. I specifically asked you not to. Remus, I am here only to wish him a happy birthday and to give him a present that I promised he would receive before his 16th birthday was over. Despite how angry the both of you are with me, I still care for him a great deal." "Fine, you give him his present, but if I see him get the least bit upset or angry, I will personally throw you out. That is all that I ask." Remus walked across the room and asked Harry if he would join them in the parlor. As they sat down, Dumbledore presented Harry with a small box wrapped in red paper with gold ribbon. He sat staring at the box, very confused about what he had unwrapped. "I don't understand, Professor. What is this for?" "You see, Harry, before the Fidelius charm was preformed on your parents, Lily asked me to do her a favor in case anything were to go wrong. I was to take a few things that she had carefully chosen and place them in a safe place for keeping. That is the key to the vault I had them placed in. When I tried to give the key to Sirius, he asked me to continue holding on to it for you, afraid that he might not get a chance to see you today and give it to you." He hung his head and sighed. "I am deeply sorry that I am the one to give it to you instead of him, Harry. He was one of the best. I miss him every day. I know it made you happy to have him in your life." For what seemed like the 1,000th time, his thoughts were overwhelming him. "Thank you, Professor. If you'll excuse me, I need to go." Harry left the parlor and headed up the stairs to his room, still clutching the box with the key. Not knowing how long he had been sitting, staring at the pictures on his mantel, there was a knock on the door. He gave a weak smile as Hermione walked towards him and sat down. "Are you all right? I saw you talking to Dumbledore." Remus was really unfocused when I asked if everything was all right. "Is it all right that I am here, or would you like to be alone?" Taking her hand in his, he began to play with her fingertips. "No, actually I would like it if you would stay." Hermione smiled. Knowing Harry as well as she did, she knew to wait. He would talk when he was ready. She was just happy to be there with him. Replays of the kiss they shared that morning had been playing over and over in her mind. She remembered how he felt and tasted like honey, how he had held her face, silently telling her he didn't want her to go anywhere, as if she would have. She had always felt a connection. He was after all her hero. She always laughed silently at the cliché, but it was true. He and Ron had come running after her just in time to save her from a mountain troll. They had been through so much together. They were best friends. How long she had felt this way about Harry she was not sure, but feelings were there and stronger than anything she had ever felt before. So much had already happened this summer. This was just one more. Let's just hope that it turns out to be a good thing. Her stomach was in tight knots and she needed to know what he was thinking, but she would have to wait. Needing to break the silence, she decided on a safe topic. You know, with all the excitement, I forgot to give you my present. With a mischievous grin, I thought we had already settled that this morning? He got a throw pillow right to his face. Well, you are not just any girl now, are you? Giving a wink and placing a finger under her chin. You tell me I have no idea. Tilting her head, slightly biting her lip. Resisting temptation was out of the question. He gave her a sweet, short, lingering kiss. I sure hope you are not planning to make this a standard gift for all your friends. No, just you. Well, that is a relief then. I never had the chance to figure out if I was the jealous type or not, he added playfully. Do you think you would be? If someone else was experiencing what I felt this morning, then yes, very much so. Would you? I think I would be too. So what does this mean, Harry? We are best friends, and it is not just us that would be affected by this. Ron will be hurt. Lavender kept telling me he had a crush on me. Is that true? I thought he might, but I really cannot answer that. All I know is, when you said hi to me at the hospital, nothing else mattered. Not why or how I was there. The loneliness that surrounded me lifted. I am so sorry, Hermione, that I didn't listen to you that night we went to the ministry. It was terrifying when you got hit by that spell. I just kept praying that you were okay. I want your forgiveness. If you can give. Did you really think I wouldn't? You and Ron are the first real friends I ever had. There's nothing you could do that would make me not forgive you. The times we went without speaking were horrible for me. I spent a lot of time down at Hagrid's crying my eyes out. I went with you that night, Harry, because you did take the time to listen to me. You took time to try and reach Sirius. How would any of us know that creature was lying? I just wanted you not to rush in. I would never try to stop you from helping others if they really need help. It is who you are. It is who Ron and I are. After all, we are Gryffindors. So here is the present I got you. He tore off the paper excitedly. Oh wow, Hermione, thanks. He held up a sword made of white gold. On the handle were 2 small rubies sparkling beautifully in the light. You are welcome. I hope it fits on the chain you got today. Tonks took it to a magical jewelry shop to be charmed. It has a tracking device in case we can't find you, like in 4th year when you were taken by Portkey. It will also grant a wish if you are in trouble and need help. It transforms into a key when placed inside of a lock. And if you ever lose your wand, the sword can be turned into actual size by saying Munimen. The rubies once placed around your neck will show you lifeline. When they are showing this deep red and sparkling vibrantly, your health is fine, but if you were to die they would turn a foggy white. She found her lips taken captive by a passionate yet tender kiss. Heartbeats soared and pounded in their chests as they pulled each other closer. She smiled as Harry released her. His hand still cupping the side of her face and the other in the hollow of her back. She could not remember how her upper body wound up across his lap, but she loved the feeling of closeness. She loved this new smile of Harry's. Knowing it was something she caused made her feel invincible with a power running through her she had never felt. His eyes sparkled so green. Staring at them until the day she died would never be a problem. She had always found the emerald green eyes intriguing, captivating, and a mirror of everything he felt. Bold. This was a word that Harry never thought would describe him when it came to girls, but it was so easy with her. Cho just made his stomach twist up in knots, but with Hermione he just did what he felt without worry. It was a powerful feeling, yet very peaceful. He wondered if this was how it was supposed to be, natural. I just wanted to properly thank you for my gift, he stated in a husky whisper. You may thank me anytime if that is how you plan on doing it. She had a soft laughter in her voice as she bit her lower lip. Ever since this morning, I find it incredibly hard to resist your lips when you do that. Do what? Bite on your lower lip like you are doing now. You do that a lot, you know.
Ido.
You always have when you are nervous or trying to figure out a particularly complex problem. When you're deep in thought, he began to trace her lips with his finger, sending chills down her spine. Or when you are concentrating really hard, like right now. This is interesting to hear. I never realized I bit my lip so much. Or that you noticed, she replied, lifting an eyebrow in his direction. What are we doing, Harry? What is this feeling? Where does it leave us? Hoping you could kind of tell me that you are the smart one. Honestly, I know this feeling is something I want. It fills me with a peace I didn't have before. Maybe it was always there and I was too stupid to know it. My guess would be that if you feel the same, then I have some questions to ask of you. Questions? I do know that when you look at me with that smile and you are anywhere near me, I feel a power that courses through me. Joy, like when I get the spell or charm just right, but so much more powerful. Like I could fly without a broom. Discovering he loved her eyes lighting up like this and being the reason for it. He had a newfound confidence. Assuming I have this right, I think this is where I am supposed to ask you to go with me to Hogsmeade for a stroll around the lake or something. So, he tried to look serious but felt silly. Hermione, would you go on a date with me? Yes, I would like that very much, Harry. They began to laugh, feeling silly from all the formalities. So what happens now? We have no idea what we are doing, do we? She said, laughing loudly. Guess we'll figure it out. This has to be the best birthday ever. A knock sounded on the door and they sprang apart quickly. Come in. Remus stuck his head in the door. Bad time? I could always come back after the Snogfest. 2 pillows hit their target. Holding his hands in the air for surrender and dodging the next wave of pillows, I just wanted to say I am sorry we didn't make it to Gringotts. I know you wanted to find out some things. Not sure if Harry wanted Hermione to know. If you don't have plans, we can do it tomorrow. I cleared everything up until the next full moon to spend some time with you. Is there anything you want to do? We should be getting your OWL results soon. Then we can go shopping for your school supplies, but I would like you to stay out of Diagon Alley as much as possible. It's just not safe for you. Sure, Remus, we can figure it all out tomorrow. Night, Harry. Night, Hermione, he said, laughing all the way out the door. Good night, Remus. Replying at the same time. Chapter 3. Deadly Decisions. Harry awoke the next morning in great spirits. 16, new home and a girlfriend. Sort of. Life was good. This was the life he was supposed to have had with Sirius. I miss him. He decided to change into a tank top and cotton shorts and head to the 3rd floor to work out. This is where he found Remus, Tonks, and Kingsley Shacklebolt, who was an Auror and member of the Order. Mornin', he said with a final yawn.
Vad har?
Decide to add to those cute biceps of yours? First of all, Nymphadora.
Har.
Really original there. And Lupin invited me. Harry, why don't you come over here and I'll show you a few techniques? Kingsley suggested, rolling his eyes at Tonks. Harry found he had a lot to learn. He never knew there was so much to working out. He had a nice time getting to know Kingsley a bit and discovered more about being an Auror. When Kingsley offered to help prepare him for his big shining moment with Voldemort, Harry jumped at the chance. Really? You would be willing to help me? Yes, Harry, I would love to help you. It is, after all, one of the things I swore to do when I joined the Order. You did? Why? What has Dumbledore told you? Remus, suddenly realizing what the conversation was about, decided to step in. Now, Harry, stay calm. He only knows that you are powerful and Voldemort's main target. Nothing to get worked up about. Is that what you think, Lupin? More secrets. Why the bloody hell hasn't somebody told me that before? What else does Dumbledore's precious toys swear by? I trusted you, Remus. He was out the door before Remus could catch him. What was he going to do with a hot-headed teenager who happened to have the power of grown wizards? Why did he ever think he could be a good guardian? Harry, slow down. After running to catch up to him and nearly getting a door slammed in his face, he tried again. Listen to me before you go running off all mad. We made a deal that if you had questions we would talk, and I know you want to know about the Order, but you have to remember that there is a lot more at stake than just you and how you think things should be. Understand this, Harry. I loved your parents as if they were my own family. Losing Sirius again was the hardest loss yet for me. He and I agreed you should be allowed in the Order, but the Order did not agree, and Molly, of course, was one of the strongest bloody objections. When we were sworn in, Harry, we pledged loyalty to everyone in the Order. Harry, I know you have a huge role to play in this war, but you have to realize that you are not the only one. We are all putting ourselves and the people we love in danger every day. Did you even know that Kingsley lost his wife and 2 sons because of Voldemort? Diggle and Fletcher both lost family members. Amelia Bones lost her sister-in-law. I think you know her niece Susan. The point I am trying to make, Harry, is you are not the only one who has lost loved ones or sacrificed just about everything. Maybe before you start these little fits of anger you should think about what others have put up to keep you safe and realize they gave you 11 years to be you, without worries of Voldemort or his flunkies. I'm not saying you had an easy life because you didn't, but think of how much worse it could have been. Next time you want to go off on someone, go off on Voldemort or the Dursleys or even me if it makes you feel better. But you better sure as hell not yell at any other order member in this house unless you have a damn good reason. This might be your house, but you accepted me as your guardian, and I will not have you disrespect the people that are out there trying to keep your arse safe and sacrificing everything to do it. Are we clear on this, Harry? I will not lose you like I lost every other person important to me, and this group helps keep you safe. I owe them for that. Both of us have issues with Dumbledore, but that has nothing to do with the other members. Now, when you think you can be mature enough to discuss what is going on with you, we will, but until then you better get changed, we have things to do. With this, Remus turned and left Harry alone in his room. He could not remember ever being this angry with someone. He entered his room and slouched against the door. How could he lose control like that? Harry was going to hate him. Still standing in the center of his room, he was lost at what to think or say. He had never seen Lupin this mad. He had never had anyone speak to him like that, unless you count Snape, his potions professor who hated him. He leaned against the arm of the couch and ran his fingers through his hair. How could he have been so stupid? Why hadn't he thought of all that before? I am a bloody git. I never thought about any of that. So selfish. I can never do anything right. They should all hate me. Harry went to Hermione's room. He knew it was early, but she was the only one that understood. Knocking on the door while opening it, he whispered, "Hermione?" Seeing her asleep made his heart pound. She was breathtaking. All these years and he never paid attention unless you count 4th year at the ball. He had noticed her then too. She was sleeping on her side with her hands cupped under her face and looked so peaceful. Harry wondered if he would ever find that kind of peace. Hermione? He knelt down beside the bed and brushed hair out of her face softly. Hermione, I really need to talk to you. Harry? She responded but never opened her eyes. Yeah, I hate to wake you, but I really need to talk. What time is it? Early. Okay, she stretched, and Harry found this very exciting for some reason. She sat up and looked at him, noticing for the first time panic written all over him. She knew this look. It was the look he had when he was blaming himself for all of the world's problems. What is wrong? Has there been an attack? Is everyone okay? Hermione, everything is fine. Well, you see. Harry began to tell her everything that happened. He told her the way he yelled at Kingsley after he had been so nice, and then the way Remus had yelled at him, and everything he thought about after that. Hermione, how come I never thought about what anyone else has lost? I mean, Neville basically lost both his parents too. Why didn't it occur to me that any of the Order probably lost people too? Am I at that selfish and horrible? Hermione pulled him into a hug. Oh, Harry, did you really never think that everyone here had a reason to be? Even Dung lost his cousin to the last war. Everyone here has a reason. I thought you would have gotten to know some of them by now. I can't say that I blame Lupin at all. No offense, Harry, but it was probably what you needed to hear. So you think I am that self-centered? That is not what I said, and you know it. You came to me, Harry. You asked for my help, and if you don't want to hear the truth, then go find Ron. I'm sorry, Hermione. I don't know. Harry, whatever is bothering you, you have to deal with. I can't help you if you won't tell me everything. What? I just told you everything that happened. Giving her know-it-all look. I can tell when you aren't telling me something. You can tell yourself whatever you want, but I can tell there is something you aren't telling me. Oh, really? How? I just can, Harry. You have been my best friend for 6 years. I just know. But if it helps, I will tell you why I think this morning has bothered you so much. She paused, waiting for his reaction. The reason I think it bothered you was you are growing up, Harry. He rolled his eyes in disbelief. You are starting to see the world in a new light, one that has bigger problems than how to get past Filch to the kitchens. See, you are starting to see the whole picture. Not just that you were a target. I know you have to deal with the fame and reporters every day, and that reminds you why you lost your parents. Now though, you are seeing how Voldemort affected everyone. He smiled. You know you just said his name, right? Yes, but it is easier for me. I didn't grow up fearing it. That is just one of the ways he changed people's lives. So, are you saying I am just now growing up even though I have faced deadly situations since I was 11? He had an amused smile on his face. Actually, that is exactly what I am saying. Don't look so hurt. I think you are more hurt that Remus got mad at you. Letting out a deep breath and shrugging, I guess. Other than my uncle, no one has talked to me that way, but it was different. I can't describe it, Hermione. I feel like I let him down. She beamed as he gave her a confused look. Congratulations, Harry. What? She was laughing. She was actually laughing at him. Oh, Harry, don't you see? You just got your first parental lecture. You feel guilty for disappointing him. Like most of us do when we disappoint our parents. You see Remus as a parent figure. She hugged him. I'm so happy for you. He held her there for a while. Well, I am not sure why you were so happy, but I like the fact you were hugging me. Giving him a slight punch to his shoulder. I am happy that you finally found a family, Harry. Well, what do I do now, little Miss Noel? Apologize. Go talk to him if I am right. Remus is feeling just as confused as you are. Thanks. What would I do without you? Leaning over and kissing her cheek. Harry, just want you to know that whenever you are ready to tell me whatever it is I don't know, I am here. But can you do me a favor? Giving her a questioning look, she replied, kiss me. Neither of them really heard it, completely caught up in this kiss until Mr. Granger tapped Hermione on the shoulder. Am I interrupting? They both turned beet red. Mr. Granger, sorry we didn't hear you come in. Harry replied with a shaking voice. I can see that, Harry. I am just wondering why you are in my daughter's bed with her still in her nightgown? Oh, well, you see, sir. Daddy, stop. Hermione pleaded. Can you imagine how this looks, Hermione? It looked very inappropriate. I think we need to have a talk. Harry, if you will excuse us. Harry left with his face red and his palms sweaty. He hoped Hermione wasn't in trouble. Not knowing where his feet were taking him, he found himself knocking on Remus's door. Come in, said a grumpy voice. As the door opened, he saw a confused-looking young boy running his fingers through his already messy hair. What is wrong? Has there been an attack?
No.
Well, see, I need your help, Lupin, please. You still want to talk to me after? I thought you would be mad at me. Thought about what you said, you were right. I have been selfish. I never took the time to get to know any of them. Guess I should have. Hermione said we were talking and she said that was my first parental lecture. His voice hardly heard as he looked down at the floor. Is she right? Is that why I feel so guilty? I hate that you are mad at me. You won't stop being my guardian now, will you? Horrified that Harry thought he would abandon him. You listen to me, Harry. Placing his hand on his shoulder and making Harry look up at him. Never think that. Just because we are upset with one another does not mean that I would leave. Harry, you are one of my best friends, son. You are like my own. I was there when you were born and watched you take your first steps. Nothing you could ever do would make me leave. Hermione was right, I guess. That means it was my first parental lecture too. Are you mad at me? No, I just felt really bad and, well, I have never had anyone care what I did as long as I was quiet and out of the way. Harry, everyone here cares. You just have to let us. You have been on your own for so long. You have to learn to let us be here for you. Remus, there's sort of something I need your help with? He was looking at his feet again and rubbing his hair like James had always done. I will try. See, I felt really bad about you getting upset with me, so I went to talk to Hermione. She said I was finally growing up. Is that true? It seems to be. Does that bother you? No, but then, well, I kissed her. Laughing, Remus asked, and that is a problem? She is rather pretty, Harry. Why would that bother you? Feeling very embarrassed, actually that was the nice part. Hanging his head, Mr. Granger walked in on us. Not too happy. I see. Sitting down and gesturing for Harry to take a seat. Has anyone ever talked to you about dating?
No.
Well, get comfortable, it seems to be a good time. Oh boy. After a couple of hours, he left Mooney's room more confused. It had been horrible. He now knew more about girls than he had ever wanted to. No. Remus had told him some very useful tips too, laughing at some of the stories he was told. Sirius, king of broken hearts. He laughed to himself. He never imagined his dad and godfather to be so charming. Lupin told him how they could just look at a girl and they would want to go snog with them. Those two had more girlfriends than Peter could count. A haunted look had appeared in his eyes at the memory of Peter. Remus still didn't know how he could have betrayed them all. There was nothing that Remus left out, some of which made Harry want to crawl under the bed with embarrassment. Then he had given him 2 books to help with anything he might have left out. One was a book on contraceptive charms. The other made Harry drop the book when he saw some of the pictures. Bloody hell! The guys in the dorm were going to go nuts when he showed them this. He grinned. Ron will probably turn a few new shades of red. He couldn't help but grin. Turning to another page, did people really do that? Dr. Granger stepped to the door and called for his wife. Dear, can you come to Hermione's room for a moment? Stepping in, she asked, What is going on? I thought I heard raised voices. Hermione, tell your mother what just happened. Mom, I didn't do anything wrong. Harry needed to talk, so he came to me and, well, he kissed me before he left. Mom, I really like him. We weren't do anything wrong. Please, Mom, don't make me stop seeing him. Who said anything about you not seeing him? Daddy would if he had his way. Shooting her father a meaningful glare. Mom, stop laughing. I was really embarrassed. Pulling her into a hug. Honey, I am not laughing at you. Your father is just having a hard time accepting that you have a boyfriend. Harry is not my boyfriend. He is just... Oh, Mom, I am so confused. Besides, it's not like I didn't go out with Victor in 4th year. Still laughing, honey, it is okay to be confused. With Victor it was easier. You only had 1 date with him and you have not seen him since. With Harry, it is harder for your father and I. You see him every day and you are very close. If that was not enough, we are living not just in the same house but his house. That makes our role more difficult. It is harder to lay down rules for you and Harry without being ungracious to the host. Do you understand? She turned towards Mr. Granger, who was still sulking about his daughter having a boyfriend. Love, would you excuse us a moment? I think it is time Hermione and I had a talk. Hesitantly, he left. So, was it a good kiss? Raising her eyebrow at her daughter. Yes. Mum, it was amazing. I just don't know if I should call him my boyfriend, though. I mean, he's Harry, one of my best friends. But to the magical world, he's Harry Potter, the boy who lived. Why would he want me as a girlfriend? Maybe because you don't see him as the famous boy you first wrote home about. Now, there are some things we need to talk about. Settle in, we will be here a while. Hermione sat staring across the room after her mum left, feeling so uncomfortable at what all her mum had told her. She also knew more about boys now than she ever wanted to know. Her mom first told her the birds and bees and then went on about protection. She had even given her pamphlets. She was so embarrassed. She couldn't believe that girls did some of those things. Some of it just sounded gross. Shower and dressed, Harry finally emerged out of his room, still feeling a bit awkward, to run straight into Hermione, who blushed instantly and looked down. Barely audible, she said, Sorry about my dad. I hope you aren't too upset? And no, I'm fine. Biting his lower lip. Did you get in trouble? Shaking her head, no, I did get a talk from my mum though. It was humiliating. His head shot up. You did? Do not even ask what it was about Harry Potter. She replied with her best glare and crossing her arms. He had to smile. She just looked so cute. Come here, he said as he pulled her into a hug, resting his chin on the top of her head. When had he gotten so tall? He kissed the top of her head. Come on, let's go see what everyone is doing. They heard raised voices in the kitchen and people running all about. What's happened? There's been an attack on a village near the burrow. We are sending people to help now. I want to go. Hermione said I could do magic if I use someone's wand. Remus's head shot up from the table. Harry, you are not to leave this house or go anywhere near Death Eaters and Voldemort. Half the room flinched. What do you mean I can't go? I have to Lupin and you know it. This only ends with me. Everyone stopped and looked at Harry with suspicious looks. This is not the time. Remember our talk this morning. Besides, you need to stay with the Grangers. Promise me, Harry? We will talk about this later. Now is not the time. Fine. But we will talk about this later when everyone else leaves. Harry, I am going with them. He never looked up from the plans in front of him. What? Why you can't? What if something happens to you? What if something goes wrong? He was fighting back a fear that had settled in his stomach, trying to fight off the urge to grab Remus and never let go. "Excuse us. Harry, come with me." After stepping out into the hallway, Remus placed a hand on his shoulder, giving an encouraging squeeze. "You have to let me go, it's what I do. I promise to come back." "You can't promise that, Remus." "Harry, I need to do this for you and everyone else." "Then let me come. I am the only one who can end this." "Why won't you let me?" "You're not ready." Pausing to calm down, "You have much more to learn. Please understand. I need you to do that for me." "Fine, but I don't like it at all." Leaning his back against the wall and running his hands through his hair. Hours had passed and no one had returned or sent word to them. The Grangers tried to distract both of them from worrying about Ron and the rest of the Weasleys. After a while, Mrs. Granger sat next to her daughter. "Hermione, I think it is time you tell us more about this war." Harry's head shot in Hermione's direction to see fear fill her eyes. "Really, Mum, hasn't Professor Dumbledore told you enough? I get the feeling there is a lot more than your father and I have been told." Her eyebrow rose as she looked at her daughter intently. Looking at Harry for reassurance, she finally gave in. "Okay, I'll tell you everything." Sighing, "This is the longest day ever." She rolled her eyes, took a deep breath and began. "Nearly every year we thought you were safe at school, you have nearly been killed?" "Not every year, Dad. Second year I was just stone." Shrugging her shoulders and sinking deeper into the couch. Mrs. Granger sat completely still in shock, shaking her head, trying to get a handle on all the things she just learned. Hermione was now sitting next to Harry on the floor. He was sitting with his arms wrapped around his legs that were pulled towards his chest, trying hard to disappear for the 100th time today. "Mr. Granger, I just want—" "Do not even start, Harry. You are as much to blame for all of this as she is." "Do Arthur and Molly know?" "Daddy, stop. You are blowing this all out of proportion and Harry has tried to stop me every time. Unfortunately for him, I am smarter and he doesn't know enough spells to stop me," she said with a very smug look on her face. "Mr. and Mrs. Weasley both know about all this. I was just trying not to worry you and Mum." Finally, Mrs. Granger found her voice. "Trolls, giant snakes. My daughter was a statue." Hermione rolled her eyes. "Daddy, I can handle myself just fine. I am the smartest witch in my class." "That is not an acceptable excuse, Hermione Jane Granger. You have not been truthful with us and you know it." He took a few breaths while pacing around the couch. "When we sent you off into a world we knew nothing about, you promised you would always tell us everything. You haven't, obviously. Right now it would be very wise if you left us alone for a moment to talk about this. Why don't you and Harry go get something to eat?" Hermione and Harry walked out of the room and headed towards the kitchen. "Why didn't you tell us your parents never knew?" "Oh, honestly, Harry, did you think they would have let me stay after hearing a giant mountain troll tried to kill me in the girls' bathroom on Halloween?" Rolling her eyes. "Well, when you put it that way." He rolled his eyes and smiled. Taking her hand, he pulled her to him in a hug. Suddenly he threw Hermione back and grabbed his scar. "Ark!" He was in blackness. "Well, Potter, how lovely you could join us. What do you want, Tom?" "Tom, is it now?" "I think I prefer Lord Voldemort, thanks. I guess next time I will have to teach you better respect. I think next time we meet I may have to kill you." An evil laughter filled the air. "Ah, how cute. Potter thinks he can kill the most powerful wizard in history." His eyes turned an evil red. "Let me show you what I can do." A bright light filled the air as Harry suddenly figured out where they were. The burrow. Smoke filled his senses. He heard screams and laughter coming from the hooded figures and a green light in the sky. The dark mark. He saw flashes as Aurors appeared, throwing curses in every direction. Screams and figures running around. Then he saw him. Ron was on the ground as Aurors tried to extinguish the flames starting to engulf his body. Ron's screams were filling his ears and bringing a feeling of nausea to his stomach. Voldemort was laughing. A shrill, evil sound. "Tom, what are you doing?" "Fidge. Dumbledore has come to play, has he? What does it look like I am doing?" "I am killing your precious followers. Look around you." Argentatus Caleb's, a purple light shot out from Dumbledore's wand straight at Voldemort. Harry saw a purple light shoot straight for him and felt Voldemort reflect it. Beams of light began to pass to and from one another. Harry struggled to get out of his mind, but Voldemort was keeping a strong hold on him. He wanted Harry to be there. He wanted Harry to see what was happening to the people he cared for. Harry could see the curses, spells, and charms that Dumbledore and Voldemort were throwing, unsure of what most of them were. He could still hear Ron screaming and Mrs. Weasley begging him to be all right while trying to deflect curses being thrown at them. The smoke from the house was still filling his nostrils. He felt a burning in his skin. Dumbledore had hit Voldemort with a weak curse, but still it gave Harry enough time to escape his mind. Harry was shaking while Hermione was holding him as still as she could to keep from letting him get injured. Help! The Grangers plus Professor McGonagall, who had stayed behind to report to other Order members, came running. Professor McGonagall dropped to her knee while the Grangers looked on in horror. How long has he been this way, Miss Granger? I don't know. About 5 minutes, maybe. Go to the fireplace and get Poppy here now. Hurry! Hermione grabbed a handful of Floo powder and tossed it into the fire. Madame Pomfrey. Madame Pomfrey. Seeing her approach the fire, Hermione continued. It's Harry, he's having another attack. Please hurry. Please. Hermione stepped back to allow her to enter. She took her to Harry immediately. Minerva, how long has he been under attack? As they continued to try and help Harry, the Grangers pulled Hermione aside. Hermione, what is happening? Does this happen a lot? Not now. Harry needs me. She glared at her parents and returned to his side, taking his hand and soothing his scar, which was now glowing a bright purple light. Harry, please, if you can hear me, wake up. Please wake up, she pleaded as tears fell down her face. Can't we help him? My dear, there is nothing we can do for him until he wakes up. I'm afraid this is one fight he must do alone. Hermione glared at the nurse, wanting her to tell her something else. Something that would help. And oh, no, it's not. I can help Harry. What are you talking about, Miss Granger? The charm Professor Flitwick told me about. The one where I can share my mind and thoughts with Harry's feelings. Miss Granger, that is out of the question. That is a highly advanced spell and simply too dangerous. Besides, you would have to be in love with Harry for it to work. I am in love with Harry. There was no hesitation or doubt in her voice or look. Everyone could see the determination in Hermione. You can either make sure I get it right or I will do it without you. Your choice. She ran to Harry's room to get his broom. She needed an anchor to Harry, something he loved. She found it in his trunk and ran back downstairs. Got it, she sat beside him on the floor and took hold of his broom. Wait, if you are going to do this and not kill yourself in the process, you better let me help. McGonagall said in a stern voice. Under her breath she added, Albus will have my head for this one. She pointed her wand and made a flicking motion towards Harry. Cupido, a pink light shot to Hermione. Well, you won't be needing that broom, Miss Granger, but it says I have to have something that he loves as anchor. What am I supposed to use? We are running out of time. Miss Granger, I simply meant that all you need to do is take hold of his hand. She replied with a meaningful look towards Hermione. Hermione looked at her with confusion and frustration. My dear, for the smartest witch of Hogwarts in years, you have not realized that you are his anchor? You are the item that is glowing pink. Simply take his hand, I will cast the spell. Hermione did as she was told. Adiunctio adfectio animus, a swirl of pink and green lights surrounded Hermione and Harry as her thought went into his feelings. Harry, you're strong, you can break this. You are powerful and better than Voldemort. You are needed back here. Wake up and tell us what is happening. Harry James Potter, wake up. Harry, sensing the need to wake up, fought with everything in him. He was stronger than Voldemort. He needed to let them know so they would be ready for the injured. Have to wake up. Harry, if you care for me, then wake up. I love you. You are my best friend. Please wake up. Fight with everything you have. Beat that son of a bitch. Hermione slammed to the floor as the spell was broken and Harry shot up off the floor clutching his scar. The BB Burrow afire. Massacre, members injured. Ron, he's Mr. Potter, calm down and drink this. Harry looked in surprise at Madame Pomfrey. It won't make me sleep, will it? I need to tell you. No, it will only help with the pain. Harry saw Hermione on the floor with her mum holding her looking frightened to death. What happened to Hermione? He scooted over to her taking her hand. Mrs. Granger gave him a questioning look. Simply put, Mr. Potter, she saved your bloody arse. Again. Hermione and Harry both whirled around in shock at Professor McGonagall's out-of-character response. Can you tell us what you saw, Harry? As Harry finished telling them what he had seen, the fireplace roared and members of the Order began stepping out helping the injured Weasley family. Popping sounds filled the house as others operated in. Madame Pomfrey rushed to Ron, who was the most injured, as Mrs. Weasley sobbed over the injuries of her children and the loss of her home. The Grangers tried to get Hermione to go rest in her room, but she refused to leave, saying that she was needed and that she could help. And oh, Mum, I can do this. It's what I have been doing since I was 11. Help us or move out of my way. Hermione's parents looked completely stunned as Hermione pushed past them to get to Ron. Harry scanned the room searching for signs of Remus. He still hadn't come back. He felt a bad sense of foreboding. Where is he? Please let him be all right. He saw Ginny come through the fire, badly cut and limping. Ginny! Oh my gosh! I am fine, Harry. Go check on Ron, please, Harry. I'm terrified for him. Harry nodded and went to be with his two best friends, still keeping an eye out for Remus. Nearly everyone had returned. Everyone except Remus and Dumbledore. It had been hours when the fireplace ignited in green flames and Remus fell out carrying an injured Dumbledore. Harry stood still, afraid of what to find. Remus was shouting something. He couldn't hear over the noise and all the confusion. Harry! Harry, where are you? Someone was holding Remus down and keeping him from moving. I don't need to calm down, damn it. Where the bloody hell is Harry? Harry heard finally and rushed over to him, trying to get through the crowd surrounding Dumbledore. Remus! Remus's head shot in his direction, and with strength Harry had never seen before threw the three men off of him. He ran to Harry and pulled him in a tight embrace. Harry hugged him back, overjoyed that he was safe. Harry, are you all right? He was looking over Harry for any signs of injury, as if Harry had gone to the battle. What is wrong with your scar? What happened? Voldemort got into my head again. I tired to fight him, Remus. You saw what, Harry? He asked in an urgent voice. I saw it all happen. The burrow, and Ron. I saw. Oh shite. Harry, are you okay? Your scar is glowing. Purple? Giving him a worried yet curious look. It was Dumbledore's spell. Remus had run off to Madame Pomfrey and pulled her aside to talk to her. After a few minutes later, he returned with the school's nurse. Mr. Potter, I need you to lie down immediately. But why? I'm fine. Now, Harry, just do what she tells you, please. He did as she asked. What is going on? Why are you so upset, Remus? Will someone answer me? Mr. Potter, I need you to calm down and be quiet for once. She was waving her wand over him as the wand glowed different colors, feeding information to her. I need you to take this immediately and don't move. Harry did as he was told, becoming a little panicked. Remus, please tell me what is going on? Looking at Harry with a very worried, frightened expression. Remus bent down on one knee to be closer to him. Harry, the spell Dumbledore hit Voldemort with. Did you see it? Yes, I was still in his mind. A fear spread across his face. That spell? It was a spell of poisoned arrows that causes the heart to stop. Dumbledore saw a flash of you, Harry, in Voldemort as the spell hit. You could be affected, Harry. Tears were welling up in Remus's eyes. He couldn't lose Harry. None of them could. Until the antidote can work, I need for you to stay calm, so your heart won't fight the potion. His guardian looked scared to death. Munia, thanks for coming back safely. He tried to grin, but he was fighting the lump in his throat. I was worried. He shut his eyes, tired from all the energy he had exerted earlier. Waking up and finding himself on the couch with activity all around him, Harry sat up slowly. His heart seemed okay. Hermione ran over to him as soon as she saw him awake. You're up. Are you all right? Yeah, it is okay that I'm up, isn't it? Should be. Let me go ask. Stay there. As Hermione walked away to find Madame Pomfrey, Hermione's mum and dad sat down on either side of him. Is she always like this? Hermione? Always. He beamed proudly. She tries to do everything all the time. Not much she can't do, well, maybe divination. Wasn't she always like this? Mrs. Granger replied in disbelief, no. She was normally quiet. A little bossy. This is like she can't fail. She seems to know exactly what to do, especially in a crisis. Smiling. She's perfect in a crisis, calm and collected. Exam time is a bit different, but normally, she is usually taking the lead and making sure nothing goes wrong. If there is something to be fixed, she will do it. That you can count on. He felt so much pride. She really knew how to handle you when you were attacked? Does that happen often? Dr. Granger, your daughter is remarkable. Smart, talented, beautiful, a huge bookworm, and confident. I am starting to wonder what side you see of her. But this is the Hermione we know. She tutors Ron and I, along with anyone else. She's loyal to her friends. And if we get caught in some adventure, as everyone likes to call them, she's braver than most of the adults here. There's nothing that she can't do, and she proves that at least 5 times a day at school. Fortunately, this is one of the few times she has had to handle one of the attacks on me. Usually it happens while I sleep, so Ron is there until help arrives or I wake up. Hermione has never left me though. If it helps, Ron and I have never left her either. In second year, we would sneak in and talk to her at night so she wasn't alone. You should be very proud of her. She's the best. He looked away as if he had said too much. Thank you, we never knew that. This is a new side of her. One where we have to realize she may not need us so much. She was amazing. Never stopped once in doubt of herself. Was so sure of every decision she made. She was right too. I couldn't be more proud to call her my daughter. Thanks again for letting us be here and getting to know Hermione in your world. A world she has found her place. Mrs. Granger reached over and hugged him. Madame Pomfrey came over and did one last check on him to make sure his heart was okay. Well, Mr. Potter looks fine. Just take it easy, and make sure you tell someone if anything seems out of the ordinary. Thank you, Madame Pomfrey. Looking touched, you're quite welcome. I just hope that Dumbledore recovers as well. What do you mean? Where is he? He's upstairs. I thought you had heard. The spell was mild, but for some reason as he was casting it, he tried to pull the spell back. He was too weak to even be there, that drained his magic. He will recover, but it will take a long time. Thank you for letting me know. Madame Pomfrey, couldn't Fawkes have healed him? He was too weak to call for him. She turned to leave. I can call Fawkes. She turned quickly around along with a few others that heard what he said. Mr. Potter, this is not a time for foolishness. No one has ever been able to call Fawkes but Dumbledore. It is a bond between a phoenix and his owner. But I have before, down in the chamber in my second year. Dumbledore said it had to do with my loyalty to him. With this statement, the room fell silent, all eyes on Harry. Are you sure about this, Harry? Walking towards him, Hermione said in a soft whisper. Can you do this with the anger you are feeling? Harry turned to pet the phoenix. Hey there. Nice flight? The phoenix sung a few notes that filled the room with hope. Guess you better follow me then, Mr. Potter, leading him up the stairs out of the parlor. It was hours before he was finally able to crawl into his bed. Dumbledore was awake but weak. Madame Pomfrey had been able to add some of Fawkes' tears to the orange paste on Ron's burns, which were healing rapidly. The trio sat in his room catching up. Ron told everything that had happened in a magnificent manner, of course. You saw, didn't you, Harry? Yeah, I saw. You know, Ron doesn't blame you. Do you, Ron? Hermione giving him an or else look. Me? Why would I blame you, mate? It's not like you were controlling Vivi Voldemort. You have to stop always blaming yourself. Why are you both looking at me like that? Scooting back some. Ron. They both grabbed him and pulled him towards the ground, forgetting about the burns. Ow, watch it. Laughing madly, they both stopped. Do you realize you just said his name? Harry was in total denial. I can't believe you said it. Oh, Ron. I am so proud of you for overcoming your fears. Rolling his eyes at her, he answered Harry. Figured anyone whose followers can't even take on 6 kids must be a bloody git. He gave a smirk even Malfoy would be proud of. Howls of laughter filled the room as the best friends sat and visited. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley sat in the kitchen with Lupin and Tonks trying to figure out their living situation. Molly, really, there is plenty of rooms here. It wasn't a problem last year. Why would Harry mind? You are like a mother to him? Patting his hand. That is sweet of you, Remus, but there is more of the order staying here now. Tonks threw in her 2 cents. Oh really, Malls, we are witches. I'm sure that Harry and Hermione would want Ron and Ginny to, Tonks, Remus interrupted. I'm sure that Harry would want them to have their own rooms like he and Hermione have. The 3rd floor would be perfect, 3 extra rooms there. Don't you think the kids would love the chance to decorate them their own way? Giving her a meaningful glance. Sure, you are right, Moony. Getting that with Harry and Hermione developing a new friendship, they may not want the others to know. Why don't we go see? Thank you both for everything, Mr. Weasley said, hugging his wife, trying to soothe her worries. Harry, come on, wake up. Shaking his shoulder lightly, Tonks continued, Harry, we have to chat. When that didn't work, she got another idea. She got up and left the room to go find Moony. The two returned later, trying to suppress their laughter. Bloody hell. Sounds of uncontrollable laughter filled the room as he shot up, dripping wet. When he saw Tonks holding a pitcher of water and Remus a bucket of ice, he decided to fight back. He grabbed Moony's wand, Petrificus Totalis. Their arms and legs slapped to their bodies as they fell backwards with surprised faces. He began to laugh. Serves you right. Now what should I do to you? He tapped his chin with his finger, pretending to be in deep thought. Got it. He left the room with a mischievous smirk. He returned with Hermione, Ron, and Ginny, who began laughing immediately upon entering the room. Good one, Harry, what do you want to do with them? Ginny asked. Moony, I think it is time for you to have a makeover? Girls, you wouldn't happen to have a few makeup charms handy, would you? Why, yes we do, Hermione said, grabbing Remus's wand, looking at the fear that spread through Moony's eyes. 30 minutes later, Remus had Barbie blue eyeshadow all over his eyelids, pink blush, fake eyelashes, and Kiss Me pink lipstick. His hair was a nice pale blonde shade. The girls stepped back to admire their work. Excellent, if I say so myself. Now, since Tonks is a metamorphagus and can change her appearance at will, what shall we do? Ron answered Ginny with a huge grin. I know exactly what to do. 20 minutes later, Moony and Tonks were levitated down to the kitchen. The room looked up in shock and then exploded with howls of laughter as they saw Moony with makeup and Tonks dressed in a polka-dot baggy jumper, pointed hat with a fuzzy orange ball on top, and her face painted white with red circles on her cheeks and a smile painted on the outside of her lips, covering most of her face, like a circus clown. Big shoes included. Professor McGonagall and Professor Dumbledore were wiping tears from their eyes as Ron grabbed the wand and said Finite Incantatem. No one asked any questions once they saw a very wet and cold Harry to know that he had gotten a wake-up call like no other and had one-upped their prank. The room still howled in laughs as Moony and Tonks looked at each other, beginning to laugh themselves. Remus snatched his wand out of Ron's hands and said one word, Run. Running all the way to Harry's room to try and lock the door, they silently agreed to watch each other's backs, catching their breaths and cleaning all traces of the incident away. Tonks and Moony made their way to Harry's room, finding him alone. Looking up cautiously to speak, Harry asked, So what are today's plans? Thought we would finally get you over to Gringotts to look through your parents' vaults and finish up the remaining paperwork. Maybe go shopping, get some lunch, whatever you feel like, Harry. Tonks and I just want to make sure you enjoy this summer for a change. That sounds okay. Who all is going? Kingsley, Mad Eye, the 3 of us, Hermione, and if you want the Weasleys except Arthur, he has to head to work. We understand if you just want to be with Hermione though. Like a date? Tonks added, giving him a wink. Oh, he didn't know how to answer. What would Hermione prefer? What were they going to do about Ron and Ginny? They hadn't told them that they liked each other. Seeing him bite his lip, Lupin decided to offer some advice. Have you decided what to tell them about the 2 of you? We thought you may want to keep your privacy and suggested the Weasleys take the 3 rooms on the 3rd floor unless you want to share with Ginny and Ron. No, we haven't talked any more about what to say to them. Ron will be hurt. I don't want to hurt him. He sounded desperate. Harry, I think Hermione would want to do it sooner than later. Us females prefer things out in the open. Besides, the way you look at each other will give it away sooner than later. Ron will understand if he is a true friend. Ginny seems as if she is over her crush, and I think she is dating a guy named Dean, so she shouldn't be a problem. But let's take this one step at a time, okay? Do you want to share a room with Ron or have somewhere private to be with her? Am I being too selfish if I say I like having a room of my own? I have never had that, well, not a room I like anyway. One without all of Dudley's broken things. It's still new to me. I have the guys at school, so it's not like that is my own room. Does that make sense? After all, he is my other best friend. Ron would probably like to be able to have his own room to decorate the way he wants it. As for you being selfish, do not think that way. You have every right to want some time of your own. Feeling devious, Mooney added. Besides, he probably would enjoy a room where he wasn't always walking in on the two of you snogging all the time. Shut up, Mooney. Okay, so that settles that question. Now, would you like a date with her or time with all your friends? I did ask her to go on one with me, but I figured it would have to be back at school. Why? I don't know, I usually can't go out anywhere during the summers, not being safe and all. Throwing himself backwards on the bed. That is changing right now. If you want to go out with Hermione, we can set it up. I would prefer it to be in Muggle London though. Do you want it now or maybe later tonight? We could probably help y'all sneak out from them and everyone else. I am sure the Grangers would help also. Turning suddenly, you would do that? You would actually help us do that? Yes, we understand being young once to you know. What do you mean remember? I am still young, you old werewolf. Punching his leg playfully. Studying them for a moment, are you sure the two of you don't need a date? They sat instantly still and looked in horror at him. Did I say something wrong? And no, why do you think that? Because of the faces you both have. So, about you and Hermione, Tonks said quickly, changing the subject, is she your girlfriend? Ugh, this is so hard. I have no idea. Giggling, she added, why is it hard? If you like each other, shouldn't you be together? See, that is just it. We like each other a lot, but does that make you, a couple, or do I actually have to ask her? I need help. I have no idea what I am doing. Last year when I went out with Cho Chang, the Ravenclaw Seeker, it was so confusing and I was always so nervous, and she was horrible to be around because she was crying all the time. This whole dating thing is just weird. Both of them, trying to control their giggling, looked at him with such puppy dog faces. What? Wasn't she Cedric's girlfriend? Pretty and smart if I remember correctly from class. Hey, hold on there, stud. Wasn't she older? Turning red, Harry nodded yes. Good one, Prongs would be so proud of his little boy. Remus pretended to wipe tears from his eyes as Tonks gave him a shove off the bed. Don't mind him, love. He will grow up one day. Listen to me. If you like her and she likes you, then ask her if that is what she wants. Problem solved. But my bet is on you having a girlfriend in the next hour. She winked. So go talk to her about all this and then tell us when you are ready to go and who all is going. That way we can arrange things. You can also let us know then about a real date and what you want to do. Want to tell me what you do on a good date? Remus had a twinkle in his eye. He sighed, remembering something. Page 22. Harry almost fell off the bed laughing as Tonks looked at them as if they had three heads. When he could breathe again, he asked if they could help him find Hermione. As they left the room, he smiled at their conversation. So Mooney, going tell me what page 22 is. As he finished tying his trainers, Hermione stuck her head in. Hey there, I just saw Tonks and Mooney on the stairs and they said you wanted to talk to me. He dragged his fingers through his hair and tried to wipe the sweat from his palms on his jeans. You want to sit with me? He patted the spot on the bed next to him. Okay. I need to finish that talk we were having. The one about how we felt. I like you a lot, and I know we said we would go out, but the way I feel when I look at you is something I want all the time. I don't know how you feel, but I know one date is not enough for me. Bloody hell, this is hard. Me, I know you have always been there for me more than anyone, but now, I know that it meant more to me than I thought. You know how when you wonder about your future and who it will be with or if there will be anyone. Looking into your eyes, those beautiful cinnamon eyes. He moved the hair out of her face and put it behind her ear, taking her hand. I know, in my heart, I could never be with anyone but you. Lupin told me that the best love is your best friend for life. That's what I think this is. Hermione's eyes sparkled. Harry, are you trying to say you love me? Choosing his words carefully. Maybe. I'm not really sure what it feels like. For now, I would just be really grateful if you would be willing to find out by being my girlfriend. She threw her arms around him, kissing him soundly. Stopping to take a breath, it would help calm my nerves if you would answer. Softly laughing. Yes, Harry. I would love it more than anything. As long as we agree to go slow, this isn't something I can learn in a book, and I'm scared. But in a good way. She added quickly. My mum told me the same thing about being best friends. She looked down, biting her lip again. But she also told me it won't work if we aren't honest. She looked up at him, trying not to see his eyes. You have to tell me whatever it is you aren't, Harry. Being my best friend, I can wait till you are ready, but to be your girlfriend, I don't want secrets, especially not from the start. Can you do that for me? Harry took a deep breath, dredging once again his fingers through his hair. Turning, emerald green eyes met cinnamon ones and his defenses broke. My destiny, it could cause you pain, maybe even more danger, if that's possible. He stated, trying to lighten the mood. What he was going to tell her might change everything. Locking into her eyes, gathering his strength, he began. The prophecy in the Ministry of Magic last year, I know it. I know what it says. Only the record of it was broke. Dumbledore was the one who heard it all those years ago when he was interviewing Professor Trelawney for her position at Hogwarts. Hermione, if I tell you this is no longer an adventure. If Voldemort found out, it could be your life. You may change your mind about saying yes too. Being with me could cause you more pain than you may want, more worry than you need. Having whatever is left of our childhood innocence disappear forever. Facing reality instantly. Are you sure about this? It is okay if you don't want it. Hell, I wish I didn't know it. He decided to be patient, to give her time to tell me whatever it is, Harry. If I haven't stopped being your friend by now, nothing will. What we know, what we have seen and done, made me grow up a long time ago. Something brought us together on that train 6 years ago. You gave me purpose. Between you and Ron, my life would not matter. You two make it matter. You give me purpose, Harry, in everything you do and say. I want to help. I think I knew a long time ago what your destiny was. I thought I might be a part of it, if only to be your friend. Taking deep breath. You have to kill him, don't you? You have to be the one to kill Voldemort. Harry stared into her eyes with his mouth hanging open. His ears could not have heard her say it. How did she always know? Nodding his head yes, she continued. Tell me the prophecy. With a great sigh he told her. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power that the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. Hands cupped on her face, brushing tears away with his thumbs. They sat silently. She never took her eyes off his, he didn't either. Her worst fears had been confirmed. She sighed quietly, closing her eyes, trying to make the tears and pain go away. Whispering like there was no air for him to breathe in. Hermione, I can't take it back. With everything in my soul, I wish I could. You can stop this now. Change your mind. Find true love and a future. Be happy. I wish I could promise you what you want to hear, but I can't.
No guarantees, no answers.
I just know it is my destiny. Do me a favor though. Do what is best for you. No thinking of what I need or want, just what is right for you. Opening her eyes as tears stained her face. You are the best choice for me. I knew, Harry. I prayed every night I was wrong, but I knew. This can't change anything because I knew, and I still stood beside you all those times. Helped you even. You confirmed it the other day in the kitchen during the attack. I just didn't think hearing it could make it more real, but it did somehow. There's no hope now for me to be wrong. The Order may not let me in, that is fine. I chose to pledge myself to you and defeating him in our first year, in that room with the potions. You have never let me down, Harry, and I won't let you down now. I can handle what is thrown at me. As long as you promise me to stop fooling around with Ron and learn everything you can to beat him. You have to beat him, but I can help. So can everyone who you will let help. So you are the one that needs to make a decision. What is it going to be? Amazed by her strength and courage, he thought hard about his choice. If you are there, I can. Making the people I care about safe is the most important thing to me. He hugged her tightly. Since we have that bit out of the way, she nudged his shoulder with hers. Do you want to go with everyone to Diagon Alley or just a few of us? Catching his meaning, oh, I guess it doesn't matter to me. If we go, Ginny and Ron may wonder if something is wrong or feel left out. But if we all go, then it looks like we are in for another chat today, which seems to be happening a lot this week. We could always go with everyone and then sneak out for a date later. He felt warm, feeling a little nervous. Tonks and Remus thought of that idea. Said they would help us and your parents probably would too. Perfect. Now the only question is, are you taking me today as your best friend or your girlfriend? She said, giving him a smirk and raised eyebrow. I know what I want. Only thing is, can you handle all this? We would have to tell everyone here first. But, nervous about sounding conceited, but knowing the press there will probably be lots of people. You know what may happen, don't you? Me? Rolling her eyes and remembering her fourth-year reporters. Somebody will tell them and it will be across front pages all over the world. Maybe Tonks or my mum will know what to do. I guess this means I get to show the world my girlfriend. We need to find the Weasleys. Let's tell them with everyone else here, Harry. Maybe that way it will keep them from being, well, emotional over it. Plus, we'll have help. As long as you don't mind us telling our parents first, by themselves. Harry, did you just hear yourself? You called Remus your parent. She was beaming with joy for him. He smiled proudly back, giving her a kiss on the cheek. Excitedly, she pulled him up and towards the door. Come on. The Grangers and Hermione sat patiently in their room as he went to get Remus. Finding him in the kitchen having breakfast with everyone else, he whispered in his ears. I need to talk to you. Meet me in Dr. and Mrs. Granger's room. Tonks can come if she wants. He left to go back up. We're here. What is this all about? Moony said as he entered the room followed by Tonks. Seeing Hermione give Tonks a questioning look, he added, Harry told me to bring her. Hermione smiled at Harry as she turned to face her parents. We just wanted our parents, giving Moony a wink, to be the first to know. Harry and I are, Harry cut in, boyfriend and girlfriend, officially. We just wanted you all to be okay with it before we told everyone else. That's fantastic, dear. Mrs. Granger said as she pulled her daughter into a hug. Dr. Granger stood up to shake his hand. Thank you, Harry, for thinking of all of us first. Just take care of my little girl. Understand that we will all have to set some rules down, but I think it won't be too hard. How about you, Remus? Tonks and Remus were grinning mischievously. Oh, I think we can work it out. I do have one concern, though. Hermione looked nearly frantic with worry. Hermione, I am happy for you, but I think we need to discuss something that you and Harry may not have thought of. Your parents may have some concern too. Sitting down to explain to the Grangers, Harry is famous in our world. This may be all over the papers. How do you feel about Hermione being exposed that way? Actually, Remus, Harry, and I did discuss this. Mom and Dad, do you remember when we told you about our fourth year and all those articles were written about Harry and the Triwizard Tournament? One of them implied that I was trying to date both Victor and Harry, with a few tacky insults about me just wanting to be famous. I know what I am getting into. People can be mean. I was sent howlers and one even made me break out in blisters. Please trust me. We decided not to keep this secret. No one else our age would, and we just want to be us, honestly. If it doesn't happen now, it would at school. We were just hoping that one of you may have a solution on how to deal with it. I really don't want to be attacked by some fan of his today. She rolled her eyes, voice dripping with sarcasm, and pretended to swoon. Harry shot her a warning look, but then playfully made a grab at her. Why, you little... Watch it, Harry, father standing in the room. Dr. Granger said playfully. Small chuckles could be heard as they sat down to find a solution. Chapter 4. Extra, read all about it. Hearing Harry's stomach growl for the second time, Tonks suggested that he and Hermione go to breakfast and they would finish the details. Delicious smells filled their senses on their way downstairs. Opening the kitchen door, they said good morning to everyone. Where have you been? I went to your room, mate, but you weren't there. I checked yours, Hermione. No answer there either. Ginny gave Hermione a look that told her she had a strong suspicion that they were together. We were talking with my parents, Remus and Tonks, in my parents' room. Did you both sleep good last night? Sit. Let me get you something to eat, dears. Mrs. Weasley began to fill their plates with heaping piles of pancakes, eggs, and rashers. You must be starving. Good thing Ron didn't get here earlier. They all chuckled at her comment describing Ron's enormous, never-ending desire for food. Thanks a lot, Mum. Taking a bite and using his sleeve to wipe. Mr. Weasley, are you heading to the office today? Yes, I am. Have a lot of paperwork to do. No time to take off. Harry, I just want to thank you for letting us stay here in your home. Mr. Weasley, after all your family has done for me, I wouldn't have you stay anywhere else. You're like family to me, and families should be together. The adults smiled hearing this and at Harry being so open. After everything that had happened to him, no one could see how this young man could give so much. Coming from behind to hug his neck, Mrs. Weasley's eyes filled with tears. Harry, you are like one of our own. Ron and Ginny couldn't ask for a better friend at school. Upon being released, Harry dug into his plate, enjoying light conversation with everyone. Hermione gave him a meaningful glance as Remus, Tonks, and her parents entered the kitchen, taking a seat on the bench along the wall. Taking one last bite, he pushed his plate away and went over to them. Well, did you figure it out? Yes, dear. You just relax and let us handle it. Tonks told me you want to take Hermione out tonight. Maybe you should keep that just between all of us, okay? He gave her a reassuring nod, yes. Turning as they heard a popping sound, they saw Professor McGonagall. Hello, everyone. I just came to see Albus. Is he resting? No, Minerva, I just saw him head to the library. As she left, the post owl arrived. Taking the letters, Mrs. Weasley passed them out. Ron, Hermione, Harry looks like your OWL results. Hermione ran over to her, tearing her results open. Yes. Everyone turned to see Hermione jumping up and down, giggling. She went to show her mother and father. Turning, she saw Ron and Harry open theirs timidly. So, how did you do, guys? I wonder what classes we will have together. Her mother broke in, saying, Hermione, if you would settle down, you would have read the whole letter. She gave it back to her daughter, who began to read. OWL results for Hermione Jane Granger. Unseen Runes, o Arimancy, o Astronomy, e Care of Magical Creatures, o Charms, o Defense Against the Dark Arts, o Divination, na Herbology, o History of Magic, o Muglistades, o Potions, o Transfiguration, o You have received 11 OWLs, indicates highest score in the year. On the second page was a letter from Hogwarts. Dear Miss Granger, congratulations on your OWL results. May we be the first to say how proud we are at all of your top scores. Below you will find a list of your choices for your NEWT classes. Please check the ones you are interested in taking and return to Hogwarts as soon as possible. Professor Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress, Ancient Runes, Arithmancy, Astronomy, Care of Magical Creatures, Charms, Defense Against the Dark Arts, Divination, Herbology, History of Magic, Muggle Studies, Potions, Transfiguration. Thank you, we look forward to seeing you September 1st. Harry stared at his letter in shock. He couldn't believe he had done this. He walked over to Remus and handed him his results, hoping he would help choose his courses for the next 2 years. Remus took the letter and read, OWL results for Harry James Potter. Unseen Runes, na Arimancy, na Astronomy, e Care of Magical Creatures, o Charms, o Defense Against the Dark Arts, o Divination, a Herbology, o History of Magic, p Muggle Studies, na Potions, o Transfiguration, o You have received 8 OWLs, indicates highest score in the year, indicates highest score ever. Hugging him, Remus declared, This is incredible. Highest score ever. Oh, in Potions. Ol Snevellis is going to lose it. He couldn't resist the laughter. Padfoot would have been proud and thrown this in Snape's face as often as he could. Harry, thinking of his godfather, smiled. He would have enjoyed this. Mrs. Weasley asked about Ron's, and he handed her the letter hesitantly. Now, Ron, it can't be that bad. After all, you studied with them too. Her face fell as she read. OWL results for Ronald Bilious Weasley. Ancient Runes, na Arithmancy, na Astronomy, p Care of Magical Creatures, o Charms, p Defense Against the Dark Arts, o Divination, o Herbology, p History of Magic, T. Muggle Studies. Na Potions. P. Transfiguration. P. You have received 3 OWLS, indicates highest score in the year. Ron, I think you have a little explaining to do. 3 OWLS, that's it? I had hoped you would have done better than the twins. Obviously they have had more of an effect on you than I thought. You will have to work harder than ever to become head boy. Harry gave Hermione a curious glance. She bit her lip and shrugged her shoulders to say she had no idea how he had only gotten 3. She tilted her head to the door and he nodded once in agreement. They could hear Mrs. Weasley and Ron the whole way up to Hermione's room. What happened? How did he only get 3? We studied with him the whole time? I don't have a clue, me, but I guess this means we won't be Aurors together. But you, me, that's amazing. 11. You deserve it. He kissed her on the forehead as she put her arms around his neck. Well, you got highest score ever in data. I think that's amazing, but I can't claim to be surprised. He smiled, remembering the examiner's reaction when he produced a Corporal Patronus. Although, this does worry me, Harry. How are we going to break the news now that we are together? Don't know, but we'll think of something. I can't keep this from him much longer. I am scared to death that he will figure it out, and besides, I want to be able to kiss you whenever I want. He gave her a mischievous smirk. I think we may want to stop. He was trying to gather his thoughts and breath. His pants had become increasing tight and he felt a throbbing in his lower region. Wow, I am not sure if I could stop if you kept doing that. She bit her lip, grinning. Did it get really warm in here, or is it me? I have never felt anything like that, Harry. Shivers ran through her and he smiled. We have to tell Ron. What if he had walked in? I have to say I see why people think it is worth risking Filch to sneak out to go snog. This made them both laugh as their foreheads rested against one another's. Pushing her back, suddenly Harry held up a hand for her to be quiet. Do you hear that? Sounds like yelling, let's go. She took his hand but released it, remembering they had to be careful. The noise grew as they got closer to the kitchen. What? It can't be true, he would have told me. Ron, calm down, I don't think they knew either. I am sure that it won't change how they feel about you. Whatever. Look at her. Ginny is in tears and they aren't even brave enough to be here. Cowards. At hearing this, Hermione slammed open the swinging door. How dare you call me a coward, Ronald Weasley? I am guessing that they told you Harry is my boyfriend, but I did not plan on them doing it now. You should be happy. At least this way I can stop hearing you complain about Victor. Harry, placing an arm around her waist from behind, keeping her from tearing Ron apart, finally broke in. Hermione, calm down. Ron, we didn't mean for you to find out this way. How did you find out? He heard me planning some security measures for tonight. I'm sorry. Remus put his hand on Tonk's shoulder to comfort her. I was just trying to make sure Kingsley could go. Not your fault. He is being an immature jerk about all this. Hermione, this doesn't help. Would someone please tell me why Ginny is upset? He was exasperated. Why do you think? Well, Ron, I think I have no idea, especially since she is dating Dean. Mrs. Weasley had had enough. I think we all just need to go to Diagon Alley, and then after everyone has calmed down, we can discuss it after dinner. Ron, Ginny, go gather your things. They left, glaring back at Harry and Hermione. Harry, I am sorry about all this. I have to say I had hoped you would end up with our Ginny, but we love Hermione as one of our own and are happy for the two of you. Give those two time to cool off. Everything will go back to normal. She left to check on her children. Harry turned to see tears in Hermione's eyes and her mum comforting her. Having a private conversation he didn't want to interrupt. He sat at the table, ran his hands through his hair, and then let it fall to the table with a thud. Remus came and sat down beside him. You know that might leave a mark? Harry turned his head to the side and rolled his eyes. It will be fine, Harry. He is just afraid of being left out. I saw Dumbledore follow him. Maybe he can actually get through to him. Come on, let's get to Gringotts. They had all exited the front door and made their way into taxis that had been previously arranged. As they pulled up to the Leaky Cauldron, Moody and Tonks got out first to check the street. Remus pulled Harry and Hermione in quickly. Now, we go straight to Gringotts, Harry, no other stops today. Hermione, you are going to Flourish and Blotts with your parents and Kingsley. Ron, Ginny, I believe you are going to Madame Malkin's with your mother, Bill, and Mad-Eye. We will meet back here to go shopping in London in 2 hours. Remember to be careful. The mess you got into at the ministry last year made you all targets. He grinned wickedly at Bill, who winked with an equally wicked grin. So, to make sure you aren't caught off guard, we have the 4 of you wands. All 4 teenagers plus Mrs. Weasley dropped their jaws. Bill laughed as he produced 4 wands and handed them to each of the teens. Remus and Bill were caught unaware when they suddenly found themselves buried in hugs and laughter from the teens. Moony, this has to be the coolest stunt yet, Harry said proudly with a hand on Lupin's shoulder. Where did you get these, Bill? Well, the Order's pledge to keep Harry safe does have its uses. He spoke mischievously. A few members take it very literal and willingly offered their assistance in today's outing. How are you supposed to be safe if you cannot defend yourself? See, it always helps to know every detail of the rules and such. Giving Bill an inquisitive look, Hermione spoke. Dumbledore doesn't know, does he? Raising her eyebrow and crossing her arms. Now, Hermione, I think it's brilliant. Guess he isn't used to his words coming back to bite his own arse. Are we allowed to know who to thank for the loan? Bill answered first. No, but Madam Bones doesn't have to go to the office to meet with my dad today. She was going to give Fletcher approval for a second wand since he lost his yesterday while patrolling with Diggory. Hermione smiled while the other 3 looked a bit confused. Glaring at them like it was the most obvious thing in the world, she stated, "Can't you guys realize that 4 names were mentioned when Bill told us everyone's plans today?" She rolled her eyes. Clueless. Off to different places, the group split at the archway. Remus, Tonks, and Harry made their way to Gringotts. They thanked the goblin who opened the door for them and quickly found an available goblin to assist them. We would like to speak to the head goblin in charge of Mr. Potter's account. Name, please. Harry Potter, Nymphadora Tonks, and Remus Lupin. Right this way. They followed the goblin down a long hallway until they came to the head goblin's door. The goblin stood and walked over to them as he greeted the trio. Welcome. My name is Grabblegore and I will be assisting you this morning, Mr. Potter, Mr. Lupin, Miss Tonks. Please have a seat. The trio took their seats in front of the desk as he sat down. I understand you have some documents to sign and finalize along with a few questions. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Harry needs to sign papers left over from Sirius Black's account, and he also expressed his wishes to have me take care of the legal matters until he is capable to. We would also like an account balance and inventory left to him by both the Black and Potter's wills. He was given a key to a secure vault a few days ago from Albus Dumbledore that we would like to know about as well. This can all be done easily enough. The door opened and another goblin entered carrying a few folders. Now let us see. If you and Mr. Potter would sign here and here, pointing to lines with marks, this will give you access to all his accounts and any information given. We will need to see a copy of the guardianship papers and make a copy to keep on file at this time. As Harry signed, Lupin handed over the requested documents. Waving his hand over the slip of paper, a copy appeared, and he returned the original to Remus. As for the accounts, would you like these combined or continue to be kept separately? Looking at Remus for guidance, Harry cleared his throat and replied, I believe I would like them transferred to one account. He smiled, less chance of losing my keys. Smiling, the goblin nodded. How very honest, Mr. Potter. We will do as you have asked. Harry was shocked that instantly, instead of several file folders, only one appeared now. They must have some really powerful magic. Balances are as follows. From the Black Estate you received all the properties we gave you the paperwork for plus 675 million galleons. From the Potter Estate you have 925 million galleons plus the ownership to the Gryffindor Estate and Godric's Hollow. We also have here a new investment added in May of this year with interest coming every month starting in September. As of now your account stands at 1.6 billion until deposits are made then. You also have a vault from Professor Dumbledore which contains some antiques, books, jewelry, and personal items worth 6.2 million. Are there any other questions? Silence filled the air as Harry, Remus, and Tonks sat with their eyes wide, mouths open, and a glazed-over appearance. The goblin knew this look well. It always happened when someone just discovered how much was left to them by loved ones, especially from such upstanding and pure-blooded families. I will leave you to discuss your options for a few moments while I attend some other duties. He nodded a brief farewell and exited. Shakily he turned in his seat. Did he just say 1.6 billion galleons? That can't be right, can it? Clearing his throat, trying to find his voice. It seems that your father had more than he let on Harry. I knew he was okay financially, but not to that extent. Taking a deep breath, trying to regain control of his surprise, he continued, I am most interested in hearing about these properties your parents left you, or did I misunderstand? I swear he just said the Gryffindor estate. Did you both hear that? Tonks, finding her voice, answered yes weakly. Then it looks like we have a few questions to ask. Noticing Harry just nodding at anything being said as a tear rolled down his face. Harry, are you okay? I'm not sure. I have never owned anything in my life, and now I am told this can't be all mine, right? Harry, didn't you know your parents left you enough money to live on? I mean, you have gone to your vault before, correct? Yeah, I just never knew it was this much. Just enough for school. It was only a trust fund. I didn't know there was a family vault. It's why I never bothered to buy new clothes or anything to make life a little easier. I was just happy to have enough to go to Hogwarts and not live with the Dursleys during that time. Tonks pulled him into a tight embrace as tears fell. When he regained his strength and pulled away slowly as something dawned on him. What am I supposed to do with a piece of land with an exploded house on it? Did I have to clear the remains away? The end of that question was barely audible to the others as Remus gave a concerned look to Tonks. What do you say to that? Harry, I would imagine that your parents' house has been cleared by now. But we can ask. Are you sure you are okay, Harry? We can always finish another day. And no, I don't think I could. I'm sorry. Concerned Tonks placed a hand on his. What are you sorry for? For having money, or are you blaming yourself again for your parents? None of this is your fault. You have nothing to feel guilty for. I am sorry they're gone. For having so much when the Weasleys barely make it each month. For the tears, I'm just not sure of anything. This has been the strangest time for me. New home, new guardian. Not that I am unhappy, Moony. It's okay, Harry, I know what you meant. I just don't know what to do. I'm only 16, am I supposed to know all this? I guess I feel stupid or incompetent. He sighed and threw his head into his hands. I just feel useless and confused. Sweetie, listen to me. There is nothing you should feel that way about. No one would know what to do with all this information. That is why you have us here, friends and family, to help you with all these changes. I would be going crazy with all this being thrown at me. Just think of how much less you now have to worry about. Knowing you to be the wonderful guy you are. I am positive you will find a way to spend it wisely and usefully. You are a mature kid for your age. More than any of us were. You'll be fine. We'll help you, alright? Alright, thanks, Tonks. Grabblegore returned. Well, have we any more questions? Lupin, noticing Harry still in a right state, took control. Our main one is about the Godric's Hollow estate. Does the rubble remain? He would not be in any condition to handle that if you understand his circumstances. I assure you, Mr. Lupin, that I am very familiar with his history. Let me clarify my fist concern, though. I did not mean that Mr. Potter owned his parents' residence. Seeing their confused glances, he proceeded quickly. I meant he owned all of Godric's Hollow. All the land that the village sits on, all the shops and houses. Everything. This rendered the trio absolutely speechless. Barely responsive. You mean I own a village? Precisely, sir. Everyone in the town was chosen to live there by your great-great-great-grandparents. It was to be a safe place for their family and friends to live without worry of money or needs in a time of economic need. You come from a long line of generous and kind people, Mr. Potter. You should be proud. I see many of your ancestors' traits in you, young man. I await to see what great things you accomplish and would be honored to assist you if any need arises. Are there any other questions? Tonks spoke up. What was the new investment you mentioned? There was no paperwork on that from the Black Estate? Yes, that would be because we are awaiting a few documents to be finalized, but I believe it has to do with Mr. Potter's investment to Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes, if I am not mistaken. Harry's eyes opened in shock and turned quickly to avoid the questioning looks from the other two. Is there anything else? Yes, may we see the vault's contents? Yeah, sure. Is it true you have befriended a house elf named Dobby? Yes, sir. Dobby has been extremely kind to me. saving my life on 2 occasions as well. Good day, Mr. Potter. Nice to see you again. Harry nodded a hello and followed the others into the cart down to his vault. He always enjoyed the rides. To him it was like flying. He was able to clear some of his thoughts. Your key. Please, sir. Lupin handed him the key. Surprise registered on their faces again as the door opened. None of them had ever seen so much gold in their lives. Sweetie, you're loaded. I may just have to marry you, Tonks said, nudging his shoulder, attempting to lighten his mood. She noted her success as a shy smile appeared on his face. Sorry, my dear, but my heart belongs to the most brilliant brunette to ever walk the earth. He nudged her shoulder back. Tonks and Remus gave amused looks to one another, recognizing the fact that Harry might turn out to be quite the charmer. Lucky Hermione. The trio exited the vault with Harry plenty of spending money. Remus thought it was probably more than he would ever need, but after discovering his lack of personal items, he thought it would be good if Harry had enough to buy whatever he wanted no matter what. He knew he had a responsible young man on his hands that would not go out of control for too long. But he wanted to give him whatever happiness he could. After all, no one else deserved it more. Breaking Remus's thoughts, Harry asked, Do you think we could convert some of this here? I would like to do one more thing. If it is okay with you, Moony. Sure, it is your money, you have the right to do anything you want. Except run off to Mexico and come back tattooed, boozed up and married. Harry just rolled his eyes while Tonks laughed. Sounds like a story there, Moony. Care to tell? No, Tonks, I don't. But I do believe that we discovered where the twins' mysterious cash flow came from. He raised an eyebrow towards Harry. Care to explain, my little entrepreneur? Sheepishly, Harry ducked his head and dredged his fingers through his hair. You do know that if Molly finds out, she will be fuming mad. She has accused and threatened everyone in the order about that, especially Dung. Why didn't you mention it? I just thought they could use it. I didn't want any part of that, Knight. Besides, I thought with Voldemort coming back, we may need the laughs. Oh, you are truly amazing. You know that, right? Tonks kissed his cheek and walked ahead. Enough already, I just want... Well, I would like to give some of this away. Give it away? What do you mean? I would like to give some to the Order, for everything they do, and to the Weasleys. I know they probably won't take it, but I would like to try. Moony, they have done so much for me. Will you help me? Placing a hand on his shoulder, Remus faced him. I'd be glad to help. James would be so proud. You have so much of Lily in you. Her heart was very generous as well. How did I get so lucky to be your guardian and friend? Turning several shades of red, Harry shrugged his shoulders, unsure of what to say. Griphook and Grabblegore were extremely helpful with the donation to the Order and the transfer of money to the Weasleys. They had decided on 1 million to the family that was so close to his heart. Now all that was left to do was getting the family to keep it. The rest of the party was waiting for them inside the courtyard of the Leaky Cauldron. Seeing the confused and dazed expressions on the trio's face made them all a bit concerned. Especially Hermione. Mad, I was the first to approach them. It appears as if nothing went as planned? No, everything went fine. No problems of that sort, Moody. We have just had a long day and Remus and Harry have a lot on their minds. Hermione couldn't stand it any longer. She ran to Harry and Remus, who were a few steps behind. What happened? You 3 look awful. Did someone attack you? By this time she had both of Harry's hands facing him with concern written all over her face. He pulled her close, not thinking of their location, his arms around her neck. Everything is fine, me. We'll talk more at home. Let's just go, maybe have some fun. As he released her, he saw Ron glaring at him, but with a hint of concern. This gave him hope that Ron would forgive them. The group had a great time in Muggle London. They went shopping, got ice cream, visited an arcade and go-kart track, and all worries of the morning seemed to gradually fade. The Weasley family were excited and taking everything in with fascination. Ron and Bill got them thrown out of the arcade when they attempted to take apart one of the video games. Lupin informed the owner they were out on a day pass from the mental institution up north. He seemed to buy it and only asked them to leave without much more of a scene, the others taking the mickey out of them the whole time with loads of mental jokes. They were still laughing tears as they arrived back at Grimmauld Place. Mrs. Weasley handed her packages to Ginny and sent them all to put up their things while she started dinner. Not sure of what to do next, Harry and Hermione each went to their own rooms as Ron and Ginny eyed them suspiciously until they continued up the stairs. Hermione threw her packages on the bed, peeked out the door to make sure it was clear, and started down the hall towards Harry's room. "Can I come in?" she asked, walking over to him with a smile. "Only if you're here with a kiss," he said, giving her a wink. "Oh, I can arrange that." She crossed the remaining distance in 4 swift steps to capture his lips to hers. It was a sweet, slow, chaste kiss. "So, wanna show me what all you bought? I didn't realize there was so much." She turned to look at some of the things spread out on his bed. He came up behind her and placed his arms around her waist with her back against him. He narrated as she picked up different items. "I bought that dress for Luna." Tonks said that shade of purple would bring out her eyes. "The 2 black long-waist leather jackets are for Neville and Ron. Yellow dress for Ginny. Leather mini-skirt for Tonks. Silver bracelet for Mrs. Weasley. Knives are for Mad-Eye and Kingsley. Did you buy everyone something, Harry? Is that a problem? I just wanted to thank them for last year. You know, at the ministry." She pulled his arms around her tighter, giving him a hug. "You are amazing. Only you would feel the need to do that. But wasn't this all sort of expensive? Trust me when I say I'll never miss it." She turned to look at him over her shoulder. "Does this have anything to do with the look on your faces when you returned to the Leaky Cauldron?" He grinned. "You could say that, since you aren't going to elaborate. Did I get something?" she teased. Turned immediately back to his purchases, and they continued where they had left off. "The battery charger is for Mr. Weasley. I figured he could use one with all those batteries in the garage. Brooch for Professor McGonagall. But she wasn't there? No, it's for all she did last year to help me with Umbridge. I don't even want to hear that foul woman's name. She was a bloody wretch. Complete lunatic. Calm down, I won't mention it again." He looked at her, smiling. "You look really cute when your lips are swollen and pink like that. Did you know that?" Slapping his arm. "Stop that. You'll be getting us both in trouble if you keep that up." "What if?" Ron and Ginny came into the room, giving them a meaningful glance. "I told you they would be in here together, Ron. I assume we are allowed in here, or are we?" Interrupting, sighing, "I thought we were past this. I thought the 2 of you might have accepted it after having fun this afternoon. Would one of you just talk to us and tell us why this bothers you? With the hostile looks we have gotten today, you may as well become best friends with Snape, Professor Snape, Harry. Besides, Ginny, we don't even know why you are upset. You said you were over your crush on Harry and that you were dating Dean Thomas." Ron and Ginny hung their heads, embarrassed. Quietly, Ron spoke. I thought you liked me, Hermione. I was hoping to ask you out this year." Covering her mouth with her hands. "Oh, Ron, I am sorry. I didn't know. Truthfully, though, I wouldn't have said yes. I don't mean to hurt you. You are my best friend." She walked over to him, placing her hands on his arm as they leaned against the back of the couch. "I didn't even know I liked Harry until a few days ago. Maybe I always did, but I never realized it. We didn't set out to hurt either one of you. You mean the world to me." She met Ginny's eyes. "That goes for you too. You are the best girlfriend I could ever ask for. Will you please just try to understand? She's right, it just kinda happened. Yes, some things will change, but we still want y'all around as much as possible. We are best friends, nothing will change that. Okay, well, maybe the fact that I would like to include Neville and Luna in this group, but nothing else." The other 3 heads snapped up quickly in Harry's direction. "What?
Luna. Luna Lovego?
I thought you 3 didn't like her much. Ginny, you should have seen her at the ministry. Never lost her head. I'll admit she is a bit strange, but very nice. I felt really bad for her when I found out what all her housemates do to her." "What do you mean? She hasn't mentioned it to you?" "Obviously not, boy, wonder if I am asking." He noticed Ron and Hermione giving him inquisitive looks also. Sadness appeared on their faces as Harry retold the conversation he had with Luna at the end of last year. She had been placing bulletins all over the school asking for her possessions to be returned. She said they do it every year, but she always gets her things back. She just didn't want to wait until tomorrow morning to pack before the train left. That's awful. How could her housemates do that to her? I bet Cho and Marietta had something to do with it. I didn't care for her much, mate. But I wouldn't even have done that. I know I felt bad for her. offered to help but she declined. Maybe if she was part of our group we could help her out. How Harry? I'm not sure. The group sat in silence as they thought of how bad Luna was treated. Now on a cheerful note, I got you guys something today. Harry went and got the jacket for Ron and Ginny's dress. Thanks, mate. This is incredible. Must have cost you a big chunk of change. Ron, you don't say things like that. Harry, the dress is really nice. You didn't have to do this. A thought came to her almost instantly as she held the beautiful dress up to herself. You didn't do this to make us stop being mad about the two of you. Did you? No, Jin, I bought it to say, well, as thanks for last year. You know, the ministry and all. I'm just sorry I put you in danger. Are you kidding me? It was the most fun I have ever had. All I could ever think about before I started Hogwarts was getting to go on one of the famous adventures Ron and the twins were always talking about. I wanted to help too, but I wasn't about to be left out of another one. Thank you for the dress, Harry, but you didn't have to. I can't take this, it's too expensive. Ginny. Harry really wanted to do this for everyone. Besides, he bought something for everyone there, including Snape. So you can take it. It will be perfect on you. I bet Dean will love it. Hermione and the others saw Ron glare at her. Get over it, Ron, she's all grown up. Trying to distract Ron. Will you all help me take the stuff down to everyone? There is a meeting tonight and I thought I could pass them out before. Timing could not have been better as Mad I called them down to eat for Molly. Dinner was delicious as always as the entire order ate together. Molly kept piling food onto people's plates. There was laughter and stories of what everyone had been doing. Tonks was entertaining everyone by changing her face into silly things. Tears were shed from laughing when she changed herself into Mrs. Weasley when she had her back turned. The twins fell out of their chairs. Hermione sprayed her butterbeer out her nose and Mr. Weasley had to leave the room to keep from laughing too hard. What is so funny? George, Fred, did you use another one of those inventions? How many times have I told you not at the table? This just caused more laughter. As dinner ended, Remus asked Harry to step out a moment. I just thought you might want to stick around for the start of the meeting. I told Dumbledore that it was only right you be there for the announcement. After all, it was your contribution. Maybe he will see that you have a right to be a member. Thanks, I thought I might be able to give everyone their gifts. Is that okay? Sure. He patted his back as they returned to the others. Okay kids, out. Go upstairs and I better not find any of those extendable ears in the hallway either. The kids began to protest, why can't we stay? After all we have done. We did just fine at the ministry last year. Absolutely not. You are too young and have plenty already with school. Actually, Molly, I feel that they should stay. Bill dropped his plates he was carrying as everyone turned to see Dumbledore interrupt Mrs. Weasley with this surprising announcement. Excuse me? Albus, surely you don't mean that. They're just kids. I have my reasons, Molly. You will have to trust me. With this, Harry got a very bad feeling in the pit of his stomach. What was the old codger up to now? If you think it is best, who am I to argue? Are we ready to begin? Harry stood up with Ron, Hermione, and Ginny. Not yet. There are some things I need to give each of you. The four made their way over to the bags beside the kitchen door and began to pass out his gifts. Smiles were on the faces of every order member except Dumbledore and Snape. Walking over to Harry, Dumbledore spoke quietly. Thank you for replacing mine, Harry. Does this mean that all is forgiven?
No.
It means I broke yours and I am sorry. Plus a way for me to thank everyone that helped me last year. As for you and I, who knows? I am still mad about a lot of things you have done even if you thought it was right. Time will tell. He broke eye contact and stepped towards Snape. The lady at the bookstore said it was worthless, but being a muggle I doubted she would know they were actual potions. I thought maybe you could find something useful before you threw it away. And why would I do that, Potter? Because you hate me. Obviously you do not know what you just handed me. I have to say I am stunned since you supposedly made such a high potion score. He taunted Harry in his usual manner and tone before he walked off towards Dumbledore. Harry just rolled his eyes and sighed. Why did I even bother? Are we ready now? As Albus started the meeting, Remus leaned over to whisper to Harry, I have a bad feeling about this. I think he may tell the order about the prophecy. You okay with that?
No.
Can you stop him? I'll try. Just promise to try and stay calm. He placed his arm on Harry's shoulder to lean on, hoping to keep Harry close in case his temper broke loose. Thank you, Harry, for the delightful presents. I am sure we all appreciate your generosity. Now I have asked the children to stay for several reasons. Molly, you will be most disappointed that, as of this morning, Fred and George Weasley are official Order members. How dare you? You had no right, Albus. None whatsoever to do that. They are not at Hogwarts anymore, and they are not your children. Molly, dear, Arthur broke in timidly, they have their own business and homes now. We do not have a say anymore either, but the boys did come to me for my blessing and I gave it to them. You did what? How could you? Taking Molly by the arm, he led her out of the kitchen. I think this is more of a private conversation, if you will excuse us. The twins spoke up. Haven't seen Mum. This upset since she found out about the swamp we left behind at school. Quiet chuckles could be heard. Everyone knew how overprotective Molly could be. Ginny, Ron, Hermione, and Harry all gave each other cautious looks. Several people gave welcome shouts to the twins, who beamed with pride. Some might wonder what changed my mind. I have to admit that they were terrors during their school years on us, smiling as his eyes twinkled, but they have certainly changed my mind when they approached me with some ideas. I will be talking with a few of you later about this. Mad Eye, you may have to recruit them. Their ideas for weapons disguised as common joke shop articles are simply brilliant. No one would suspect their business being a cover operation at all. Moody nodded. Now for the other reason we are here. It is time you all knew something. The night of the Ministry incident. Hold on, Albus. If you are about to tell what I think you are, it is not your place. Several members turned, confused by Remus's hostility towards the professor. This is something only one person has the right to tell. If he does not agree to it, I will not let this meeting continue. At this, several mouths gaped open. Whispers seemed to be heard throughout the room. I feel they have a right to know. After all, they did put themselves in danger to protect this secret. They didn't mind before when we were routinely guarding it last year. The original members did not know. Why now? I felt it was time to get rid of the secrets I have held on my shoulders for years. Do not try that with me, Albus. I am not one of your students any more that you can manipulate around. They didn't know it before, and they won't now unless he decides to tell them. You aren't going to use this against him. You have tried to control everything in his life. Not this. This is his decision, and I will do whatever it takes to make sure it stays that way. Harry stood looking at Remus with an awestruck expression. He had only just started to understand the power that radiated off of a powerful wizard, but with Remus being a werewolf, his eyes got a red tint to them as he fought to keep control of his temper. He seemed to be surrounded in a red glow of power. It was now that Harry understood why Remus worked so hard to always remain calm. He had only seen two other wizards look this powerful. Professor Dumbledore the night of the Triwizard Tournament, and Professor McGonagall during her battle last year against Umbridge and her petty minions. It truly was a sight to be frightened of if on the receiving end. Do we have an understanding on this? Remus, why don't we just ask him? The crowd by now was really confused, and somehow every set of eyes landed on Harry. He felt his face go warm and looked down to avoid their stares. Why does this always happen? Might as well hang a sign around my neck saying, "Look at me." He glared at Dumbledore. Once again the old man was pulling the strings. Harry, obviously this is about you. What is your opinion? Harry crossed his arms in front of his chest, tilted his head in the slightest manner, never taking his cold stare off of his headmaster. Now, Albus, if you really had any concern for my welfare, you wouldn't have made such a show about all of this. You knew what my answer would be and have now, once again, put me in a very compromising position. Good job. Tell me, does everyone in this room know how you use them? His voice was so cold and disrespectful. The room sat quiet, amazed that Harry, a child, would be so bold. Remus tried to stop Harry from walking forwards with the hand on his shoulder, but Harry just shrugged him off. What would they do if they knew? What would the wizarding world do if they knew the great almighty Albus Dumbledore's version of keeping the boy who lived? He rolled his eyes sarcastically. Safe was to put him into an abusive home for 15 years while living in a cupboard? The Order members who did not know gasped. The women covered their mouths and to keep from crying. They don't look too happy, do they? Standing Hermione cut in coming next to him. Are you sure you really want to be doing this, Harry? Here in front of everyone? Still not removing his stare from Dumbledore. I think if Albus wants me to air my secrets, then I will give the order, all of them. Only question is where to begin. I see you have no answer, Albus, so let's start. I know how about the fact I was beaten on a daily basis by my cousin. He had so much fun doing it, he even went as far as letting his friends help too. You could have heard a feather fall to the floor. Yet Harry still continued. How about the fact I watched every year as Dudley? For those who don't know, that's my cousin. Open no less than 20 birthday presents from my aunt and uncle plus a party with friends, while every year I tried a different way to kill myself. Oh, silly me. I forgot I usually got a wire hanger, lint fuzz, or something along those lines as a gift. I do have to admit though that my all-time favorite birthday was the year I discovered sleeping pills. So much easier than drinking some awful-tasting poison. The room was in tears as several tried to stop him. Hey mate, come on, let's just go talk in the other room. Harry, please, this is enough. Come on, leave it be. The attempts were endless. Mrs. Weasley was blaming herself. Mrs. Granger was trying to calm Harry down along with Hermione. Remus tried to hold him back as he slowly continued towards Dumbledore. Ginny was in uncontrollable tears and ran from the room, and for once even the twins were serious. McGonagall shook her head and kept blaming herself for being so hard on him. Everyone had a reaction except Dumbledore. Well, it appears, Harry, you have a lot to get off your chest. Maybe we should take this to the other room. Sod off. You wanted to hear my opinion. I'm giving it to you. He had a strange laugh. At first I thought this was just going to be humiliating, but it seems to be getting easier the more I talk. Now where was I? Oh yes, Christmas was about the same as the birthdays. Any awards in school that were higher than Dudley's got me a beating. Although to be honest, if I was lucky, I just got locked in the cupboard for a week without food. Gee, there's so much. How about we just skip to Hogwarts? There I have been so safe that I wrestled a mountain troll, fought a teacher sharing a body with Voldemort, battled a memory of Voldemort and a basilisk. Second year. Third year I took on an escaped prisoner and discovered Peter Pettigrew was still around. Fourth year you forced me to enter a tournament I was not qualified for, leaving me to battle dragons, merepeople, numerous other creatures in a maze, only to end up in a graveyard helping Voldemort get his body back by having my arm sliced open. And if you think that is a story, then you should know upon escaping, he handed me straight to Barty Crouch Jr., who was Voldemort's favorite little minion. Ah, the stories we can tell. I guess that brings me to fifth year. Let's see, there was a quill that cut me to fill itself with my blood for ink. Umbridge, at this he shuddered visibly. She was quite creepy. Centaurs that could have killed me. A clumsy with Snape of all people was complete terror. Visions, Death Eaters, blah blah blah. You would think that was enough, wouldn't you? Nope, not for this man here. Remus was really trying to hold him back now as he advanced on the older gentleman. He decided, after I had just lost the one person to take me away from it all, to tell me the prophecy. He was nose to nose with Dumbledore. He paused, gathering his strength to continue. Turning to face the horrified faces in the room, he began another tirade. Listen up, folks. It's what you have been waiting for all night long. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power that the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. The room was still. Harry was drained from all the emotion and anger he had just gone through. Ron sat horrified, shaking his head, in disbelief. Remus and Hermione were now by Harry's side, comforting him. The Grangers now realized the significance of everything these children had been through and now knew why they had grown up so quickly. They didn't have a choice. Harry, do you want to leave now? No, his voice was almost at a whisper as he realized what all had happened and what all he had told. All of his secrets, his deepest fears, now the prophecy, his destiny. Standing, he decided to make things easier. I'm sorry for those of you who had to sit through that. I didn't mean harm to any of you, but I am not sorry that Albus has been called on his concerns. I guess after all that I should at least answer you if you have questions. They just stared at him. How could someone go through all of that and still be logical about it all? Most would have run away a long time ago. Kingsley was the first to come out of his reverie. Can you do it? Can you kill him? Wow, they didn't hold back in any punches. Honestly, I don't know. Never had to think about it. Maybe if I can get some real training in, I promise to do what I can. He hung his head, afraid to see the disappointment in their eyes. Suddenly he felt a heavy hand hit his shoulders. He looked up to face Kingsley. Then I will help you, Harry. Every way I can. Thanks, especially after how rude I was to you. I could use all the help I could get. Others began to offer their help too. Then it happened. Smack. Chapter 5. The hits just keep coming. Gaping mouths were everywhere you looked as the room turned towards the sound that rang in their ears. Dumbledore stood holding his cheek with his head turned after being hit by none other than Molly Weasley. How could you? All the summers we begged to take that boy in, all the times I begged for you to let us go to him. You knew. You knew and never said anything. Right now you are as much to blame for that boy's abuse as those wretched people are. Bloody hell, Albus. What else have you hidden all these years? You should be ashamed of yourself. With this, Molly turned and left. Arthur ran after her along with the twins. Bill gave Dumbledore a look that could kill and went to check on Ginny. Well, I guess this meeting is going to end early. Hope you feel better, Harry. Maybe next time we could do this in private. Dumbledore rubbed his cheek as he went into the office. Are you okay? Reaching for her hand, he replied, I'm fine, me. Just never expected that. I just wanted him to acknowledge that he made a mistake and feel bad about it so he would stop doing it. Remus, noticing Hermione would be the best thing for him, stood carefully trying not to distract them. He and the others began to ease out of the kitchen as the two continued talking. What do I do now? I never meant for this to divide the order, just didn't want him to lie anymore. This is not your fault, Harry. Maybe you just needed to let go of a few secrets of your own. How come you never told Ron and me? Do you really have to ask? My life was humiliating already, and then I enter a world where everyone claims I am a hero. How do you deal with that? It was bad enough wearing those clothes. At least in my uniform I was like everyone else, and the other times I could hide behind robes and cloaks. But what do you say to people that believe you saved them all when you couldn't help yourself? Letting out a breath. Oh, Harry. I'm not sure what to say or do any more than you, but I think you proved tonight that you need to talk to somebody. She pulled him into an embrace. They both felt the comfort wash over them, leaving behind a warm, relaxing feeling. After a while, Hermione pulled apart. You need to talk to someone about all this, especially Professor Dumbledore. He regrets it. You could see it more and more in his eyes with every word you said. Are you sure he didn't know? Are you really sure? He just shook his head no and took a deep breath. You win. I'll go find him if you agree to come too. All right. With this, they stood up holding hands and left the kitchen. As he stood lost in his own thoughts, a knock came from the door. It's open. Albus Minerva McGonagall poked her head in. I came to see if you needed a friend. Do I have any left? He gave a faint chuckle. He succeeded, didn't he? Wanted to show everyone how I get the needed results. Only telling half-truths. He was silent in thought until he turned to face her. Sighing with immense regret, he continued, I didn't know, Minerva. I really didn't know it was that bad. I suspected neglect but never abuse. Emotionally maybe, but never mentally or physically. How do I ever make this better? I don't think you can. Only time can heal Harry's wounds. I do believe he is on his way though. They say the first step is to tell someone. He most certainly did that tonight. Nodding, yes, he did. The real question is whether or not the Order will survive it though. It will, Albus, just give them time. It may help if you start being completely truthful with us. She gave him her best no-nonsense look where her lips formed a tight line, almost becoming invisible. Then a knock sounded. Come in. Hermione walked in, followed by Harry. Albus's head shot up hopefully, and he steeled himself for whatever may come. Lemon drop? Offering a crystal dish of candy towards the two youngsters. No, all right then. What may I do for you? I think I will just take my leave now. You don't have to, Professor, please stay. It would help. The three waited patiently as Harry gathered his thoughts. I'm sorry I unleashed like that during the meeting. I am not sorry that I told, but I know enough to realize the Order cannot be divided at this time. Where we stand is still unknown to me, but it has come to my attention, giving Hermione a wink, that I should have at least asked if you knew. How much did you know? Seeing Dumbledore's silent consideration, he added, "How much truthfully did you know? Deciphering what to and what not to tell me will only make me angrier." Seeing the meaning in his face, Albus decided to hold nothing back. "I knew you lived in the cupboard. I just thought that was a mild price to pay for your safety. I knew of limited proportions of food, but knew it was enough to sustain you. I did not know about the withholding of it. For that I am deeply sorry." He sighed, the years showing on his face, no twinkle left in his eye. "I knew you had no friends. I thought you did well in school, but did not know of the consequences. My dear boy, I hope you can accept my sincerest apologies. An old man's fear for saving you from one harm left me blind to the others. I cannot change that for you. I can only promise to help make it better, to learn how to make amends to you." "You want to make amends? Okay, I know what I want." "Harry, what are you doing?" frantically Hermione asked, knowing how Harry sometimes did not think things through. "Making amends." Turning back to face his headmaster, he squared his shoulders, crossed his arms, and continued, "I want you to use your legilimency skills to see the life you imprisoned me in. That is an unusual request. May I ask what this might prove for you, Harry?" "Simply knowing. For you to see why I resent you so much right now. I don't think you can truly know until you see what you forced upon me. Only then can you truly regret it or understand it. Then you can explain to me why I was never allowed to go with friends even when I begged you. I want to see the pain I have felt in your face. I want you to see that your version of keeping me safe only made me want to kill myself. Then you can explain how you planned on saving me from myself. Then you can explain to the Order why you only told half-truths. But I want you to do it knowing what I went through. All of it, every painful day of wanting to die. Trust me when I say it will make your explanations seem downright stupid and selfish. I see you have given this some thought. I accept your offer. If you like, we may begin next week." "Next week, then. I suggest you get back to your meeting." With this, they proceeded back to the kitchen, finding everyone else waiting. Taking their seats again next to Remus and Tonks, several pairs of concerned eyes followed Harry. "Is everything all right? I saw you going into the office." "It's fine, I just want to finish this and go on my date." Remus smiled and gave him a nudge. "I see you still have your priorities intact." "Shut up, Moony," replying while rolling his eyes. "Well, this has been eventful. Mr. Potter would like us to continue if that is all right." Seeing everyone agree, he began. "Now that you all know the prophecy, you can understand why it is important to keep Harry as safe as possible and why I have never taken care of Voldemort myself. Are there any questions? Why did you wait to tell him? He spent all last summer here and we could have been giving him extra lessons. Because of the underage magic law, I am sure you are familiar with Miss Tonks." "Oh please, Albus, these kids and every other generation has found a loophole to that. These kids did their own rooms using magic. Did you think any of us had that much time to spare?" "Alastor, surely you aren't suggesting—" "You know damn well what I am suggesting, Albus. These kids aren't stupid. You should have let them in the Order last year. What I saw that night at the Ministry was remarkable. Very few Aurors could have done what those kids did. Bloody hell, they aren't even afraid to say his name. Most of the adults in this room can't do that. As for Potter, that boy needs more dueling skills if he is going to go up against Voldemort." "Oh, stop your shuddering, it's nonsense, people. Alastor, are you suggesting Albus initiates these kids?" "That's exactly what I am saying. I am also telling him to turn around when I give my spare wand to Harry for practice." Harry's eyes went wide. "Are you serious, Mad-Eye?" "Of course, boy. Don't you want this to end sooner rather than later?" "You can't do that, Moody. Don't give me that crap, Arthur. You ran around with your father's spare wand every summer causing mayhem." Mr. Weasley turned several shades as an explosion took place among the Weasley children. "How could you never tell us? Why didn't you let us use yours? That's unfair." The room really broke out in laughter as Ginny Simple walked over to her dad and stuck out her hand. "Fine, but you better not get into any trouble with it." His little girl just gave a smirk and walked back to her seat. Fred said, "Man, the girl always gets everything." George finished. "I'll just pretend I didn't see that along with all the Aurors in the room." Now, getting back on track again, Alastor, I have asked the children to stay to do just that. Join the Order if they wish. "We do." Ginny and Ron shouted at the same time. The adults chuckled at their anticipation. Dumbledore, Remus, Tonks, and the Grangers noticed Harry and Hermione looking anxious and talking to each other in hushed voices. "Isn't this what you wanted?" Tonks asked. "I thought you would be more excited," Remus stated. Taking a deep breath, Hermione looked each of them in the eye before speaking. "I'm sorry, but we must decline your invitation at this time." The room sat still. Ron immediately reacted. "What do you mean? We have been wanting this since last year. Have you gone mad?" "No, Ron, we just don't feel that it is right at this time." "What are you talking about, mate?" Hermione, giving him a warning look that this conversation was for another time, replied. "Ron, this isn't the time. What she is trying to say is, I don't think I am in the right frame of mind to pledge loyalty to people I don't trust." Once again the room was shocked and whispering. "Albus and I have some issues to resolve. This does not mean I will not help or would like to know whatever information is given. Matter of fact, earlier today Remus helped me make a transfer into the Order's account at Gringotts. You were just full of surprises lately, boy? Care to give us more details?" grunted Moody. Remus spoke up. "I'll be happy to. Harry was very generous with his inheritance and his desire to help us fight Voldemort by donating 1 million galleons to our cause." The room broke out in excitement as Ron and Ginny's faces fell. The money to buy extra wands, more invisibility cloaks, or whatever might be most useful to us. Maybe this action, and now knowing the prophecy, we could make an exception for Harry. Maybe he could help us and we can share information without him taking the oath, as long as he promises to train harder now knowing what his destiny is. Dumbledore gave this great consideration. "Harry, did you make this donation to help or to buy your way into the Order?" "To help. Otherwise I wouldn't have declined your membership offer." Smiling, the twinkle returned to his eyes. "You understand I had to ask. Just to be safe and clear any wrong ideas some may have." "Yes, sir, I figured you would, or that some may think that. Shall we continue, Mr. Weasley's and Miss Weasley? That is, if you still wish to join, would you come up here, please?" The 4 redheads nodded and walked towards the front. "If you would be so kind as to pull out your wands. Arthur, Molly, would you like to help with the honors?" They nodded and came to the front. Arthur looking very proud and Molly with sadness on her face at the eagerness her children showed to join a deadly war. "Remus, since you were their teacher, would you join us?" Remus walked to Hermione and Harry instead. "Are you sure about your decisions?" "I think I have enough of a role in this war without taking an oath." "Thanks," Harry replied, giving a small smile. "Hermione can choose to take it if she wants." Turning to look at her again, "I am okay if you do, don't feel you shouldn't because of me." Smiling at Remus, Hermione turned her eyes to Harry. "No thanks, Remus. I have enough to do without an oath as well. I will be helping Harry learn everything he can as well as school work too. Besides, I don't think I am in the correct frame of mind to pledge loyalty when I have so many negative feelings. Although, I wouldn't mind the exception being extended to include me as well. I do care about each of you and want to help." She paused and looked Remus in the eyes. "I don't need an oath or the Order to help fight Voldemort. I have been doing it beside Harry for almost 6 years now. My loyalty is to him." Remus smiled and placed a hand on her arm. "You always were wise beyond your years." With this, Remus joined the group at the front. "Now if you 4 will each grab the other end of one of the children's wands. And if you kids would repeat after me." As the 4 youngest Weasleys pledged their loyalties to the Order of the Phoenix by repeating the oath after it was said by each Order member, a golden glow began to surround their hands connected to the wands. Fascinated by this, Hermione and Harry watched their closest friends pledge to fight Voldemort. Hermione squeezed his hand, assuring him he had made the right decision when she saw doubt appear in his eyes. "Second-guessing yourself isn't good for you." Slightly winking, "I know, can't help it though, a lot of my good ideas have been very wrong. I'll be fine." Leaning over closer to her ear, he added, "To be honest, I didn't really think Ron would do it. He usually talks real big. But sometimes you never know. He was amazing our first year when he sacrificed himself during that chess match. Things like that he's really good at, but other times, like when the Order does stakeouts or something, I just don't know. I hope he realizes how serious this is. It's so much more than our little adventures around school. This is life or death stuff every time he is called. He'll be okay, he has to be." As the wands stopped glowing, the members let go and told the 4 younger ones to look at their wands. It was magnificent. On the bottom tip of their wands was a minute phoenix engraved in gold, barely visible. Dumbledore explained, "This will allow us to reach you when you are needed. Barely noticeable vibrations will alert you to our desire to reach you. Do not worry about what happens if your wand is not nearby. I have here bracelets that are in tune with your wands to alert you at all times. As soon as the clasp is latched, it will become invisible and unbreakable. Congratulations and welcome to the Order. We will discuss the arrangements later to work around school. This meeting is adjourned." Everyone crowded around to welcome the newest members. Harry and Hermione waited in the back of the kitchen patiently. As the crowd cleared, Hermione rushed over, hugging all four each in turn. "We're so proud of you. I know how much you wanted this. I am amazed your mom didn't argue anymore." Turning to the twins, she added, "How did you get your dad to agree this afternoon?" Grinning ear to ear, they answered, "We showed him exactly how useful our inventions could be, and that our store was a good cover for them to enter and exit Diagon Alley without much suspicion." Ending with high fives to each other, they joined Bill in the corner. "So what do you guys want to do now? We have to do something to celebrate." "Bloody hell, mate. I never thought I would be joining and you wouldn't. Feels different. Weird in a way. How come you never told us?" He looked down, afraid of Harry's temper. He knew this was coming. He was just hoping to put it off longer. "I didn't want anyone to know. I was so grateful when you and the twins saved me in our second year. But I was extremely embarrassed by it too. I don't want your pity any more than you would want it for not having a lot of money. I hope you understand, mate." Placing a hand on his arm, Ginny asked, "Why would you think we wouldn't understand? Besides, we care about you, Harry. You're like family. I just hope you aren't as jealous as Bozo here." She punched Ron in the arm and smiled. "So it's true, you're the one to finish it." "Guess you were right, Hermione." "Wait a minute. You two talked about this?" "Duh. After what happened first year, Hermione suspected it. Then I told her I could hear you and Tom talking in the chamber. I knew you were the target and just confirmed it for her. Every year after that was just more and more proof. I hope you're not mad that I never told you that. You know, about hearing and stuff." She looked down at her shoes while her cheeks turned red. "So what are we doing to celebrate?" Bill interrupted the foursome. "Mom and Dad said they want to take you two out to eat ice cream. Charlie is going to meet us. Harry, Hermione, y'all are welcome to come as well." "Thanks, but I think I just want to hang out here." "Harry's free to go though." "Thanks, but this has been a really long week, so I think I am going to hang here as well. Maybe some other time."
Ok, suis yourself.
"Let's go. Everyone is waiting." With this, Bill led Ron and Ginny to the fireplace. After the last Weasley left, Hermione turned to Harry with her eyebrow raised and mischievous grin. "So, Mr. Potter, where are you taking me on our date?" Barreling through the door around 2 in the morning, Remus tried to quiet the group. "People sleeping. Hate to wake them." "Moony, it doesn't work when you are laughing just as hard." "Bugger, I stubbed my toe." Unfortunately, this set the others off again as she stumbled. "Shameful, all of you are just shameful," she claimed, trying to keep a straight face. "Who's hungry? I am headed to the kitchen for a snack. I think I'll join you, love." With this, the Grangers headed off. "Hey Tonks, how about we grab that bottle of fire whiskey and all join them for another drink?" "Gur." Tonks headed up the stairs as the remaining 3 headed towards the kitchen. "You.
So groß.
Must you two do that in front of me?" Hermione had just caught her parents at another serious round of snogging. First in the club and now here too. She threw her hands in their air in the sat down with a thump. "Look who's talking. I have caught you and Harry twice already. I swear you two are just like your parents." Remus fell off the bench laughing. "What did I miss?" Tonks asked as she placed the bottle on the table and summoned glasses over to her. "Everyone up? Come on. How about a toast?" "Hold up, have to add another one." Tonks filled the glasses again. "2. Come on, lift your glasses. We know you do this at school, trying to act all innocent." Where was I? "Oh yes, to Harry and Hermione. Might their new relationship be happy and prosperous. But if you touch her in any manner that is unbecoming of a gentleman, I will have to hurt you. Cheers." The adults laughed at seeing the terrified expressions on the 2 teens' faces. "Calm down, he's only joking. That's just what a father does. Now I believe I have had more than enough and need to go sleep. Good night." She hit the floor as soon as she stood tripping again. Bloody hell. Trying to control the laughter. Come on, Nymphadora. I'll help you. He ducked as she took a swing for using her first name. Going to have to be quicker than that. He teased. I think we are going to bed too. Take this away, dear, they have had enough. Don't stay up till late. Night. With this, only Harry and Hermione remained. Having watched her parents leave, she turned around to find emerald eyes locked on hers. Did you want to head up too? No, I've got too much energy left, besides, I'm not too sure about those stairs. She giggled. I had fun tonight. Thanks. Me. He held out his hand to help her up, trying to balance the both of them. Leading her up the stairs. Want to sit up in your room and talk? I don't think I could sleep yet. Entering his room, he took a seat on the couch, pulling her into his lap. So, care to tell me where you learned those moves, me? He lifted an eyebrow in curiosity as he twirled her hair around his fingers. How come you call me that? You never did before. I'm sorry. I can stop if you want. To be honest, I don't really know. But I think you are avoiding my question. Alright, my favorite movie was Dirty Dancing. I also took a lot of classes before Hogwarts. My parents won a salsa contest one time. I guess I get it from them. You surprised me tonight by dancing as much as you did. You're good. Maybe I just had a good teacher. Besides, dancing like that with you was enough to make anyone want to dance all night. He kissed her soundly and thoroughly, leaving both of them gasping for air. Wow, I still haven't gotten used to that. Hell, I still haven't gotten used to you letting me do that. They laughed. Dance with me? The softness in her eyes would have made him say yes to do anything. He could stare at them forever. He still couldn't believe that he had never noticed them before. Me, there's no music. You have a wireless over on your shelf, Harry, giving him that look she always had when she stated what should have been obvious. We're sure to find something. Do you know how Tonks even knew about that underground club? I hear they constantly move. No idea, but it was really cool. Here, how about this? He had it tuned to a popular dance station. May I have this dance, me lady? But of course. Bloody hell. This must be a hangover. He drifted into a deep sleep. Where is she? She should be in her room? Did you check every room? Yes, we checked every room. We even tried to ask Tonks, but we couldn't find her either. Did you ask Harry? He'd know. He isn't up yet. Where did they go last night anyway? All of them are asleep, even the Grangers. He thought he heard footsteps. Or was it a dream? He wasn't sure, but his head was splitting. I'll just stay here, I am comfortable. Suddenly remembering Hermione was with him, he pulled her closer. Me, you have to get up. Come on. Gently shaking her. Me, hey sleeping beauty, wake up. Maybe my prince should try a kiss, works better. She said groggily, placing her chin on his chest to kiss him. It was a sweet, gentle kiss that grew to ravishing. Until she pulled away instantly. Oh Merlin, we're in your bed. Together. Silently laughing. Glad you noticed. I was beginning to wonder if this was new for you since you were acting so calm about it. She playfully slapped his chest. Please. What time is it anyway? According to the clock. Almost noon. Does your head usually hurt this much afterwards? No, Mom and Dad usually stop me after 1 or 2. But since they were a bit sloshed, they didn't seem to care. Or they just didn't. Aren't you worried about getting caught here? Granted, I could get used to this, but after your dad caught us in your room. Sighing, maybe you're right, but I think I like this a lot. It's like your shoulder was made just for me. Very comfort. Able. She yawned. Besides, your arms have become my favorite place. Could you do me a favor? Feeling larger than life at that comment, he asked, what? Hold me like you don't want me to leave. This request he was glad to accommodate as he tightened his embrace. Hermione Jane Granger, what the hell are you doing? Both teens shot up as the door slammed open, apparently having fallen back asleep. Hearing shouting, half the house came running into his room as Mrs. Weasley stood in his doorway. Madder than ever. Good morning, Mrs. Weasley. Don't give me that. Your parents will be furious when they hear about this. Mrs. Weasley, I promise. If I were you, Harry, I would keep my mouth shut. You'll be in enough trouble as well. From the hallway, Harry heard Remus trying to get through as the room became crowded, causing Hermione to throw the covers up over her head. What the hell is going on, Molly? Oh. Good morning, Harry. Sleep well? Moony was trying hard to keep a stern expression on his face. Mornin', Moony. Nice sheet. Sleep well? Remus, realizing he was wrapped only in a sheet, grinned wickedly. What sleep? As most of the house broke out in laughter and began to disperse, Molly did not seem pleased. Remus, this is not appropriate for these two. You are incorrigible. Molly, calm down. I know they shouldn't have, but seeing Harry is fully clothed, I doubt much happened. Besides, don't you think this is a little out of your place since I am his guardian? Thanks for being concerned, though. I'll take it from here. With this, Mrs. Weasley turned around and stormed out. The safe to come out now. Hermione. Very timidly, Hermione's head slowly appeared. Good morning, Remus. Her voice was shaky after seeing his anger last night. How much trouble are we in? Finding this amusing, he laughed softly. Not too bad. But would somebody explain to me how this came to be? That's the kind of foggy now that you mention it. Not sure myself either. Bloody hell, my head hurts. Harry nodded gently in agreement. Drink much, you two? Here, let me help. Guess I don't have my wand on me. Remus realized, amused at himself. Guess me being dressed like this is more incriminating than you two in bed. Probably should leave now. He was gradually backing towards the door. I do suggest you return to your room, Hermione, and please get to your parents before Molly does. I should probably go smooth things over with her. Is she always this overexcited? Yes, they said simultaneously. Their eyes widened as Remus bumped into something. Make that someone. Nice attire, Lupin. Get any sleep? By the way, Molly already beat you to it. Mrs. Granger peered around from behind. Good morning, Harry. Hermione, raising an eyebrow and crossing her arms across her chest, she asked. Care to explain? Not what it looks like. Hermione answered wearily. I did hope to have at least one more year before I heard that line. Remus laughed as he crossed the hall. Seeing how you are both still wearing clothes from last night, I would assume you stayed up talking and fell asleep. If I am wrong, please don't tell me. Getting out from under the covers. No, Mum, you're not wrong. I just wish everyone would lower their voices. Yes, I guess that could be your father's and my fault. We did not realize we gave you that much. What is that stuff made of? Potent. Tonks assures me her and Remus can cure our hangovers with some spell. Although I should let you suffer through it like most of us do when we get sloshed for the first time. Seeing their terrified faces, she giggled. But I won't. Just don't let this happen again. Need to go wake your father, seeing that we have already slept through the day. Harry, I like you, but if something unexpected did ever occur, I trust you are responsible enough. I am too young to be a grandmother. She turned and exited gracefully, laughing as she heard. Muum. As Hermione dived back under the blankets. Harry laughed, trying to coax her out from the covers again. Me, come on. It could have been worse. How? This is so humiliating. How could it be worse? As if on cue, the door swung open to reveal a very mad Ron. Like, what the bloody hell do you think you are doing, mate? How could you? What the hell happened that set my mother off in a right state? Well, are you going to answer me? If you would just stop yelling long enough, I would. Hermione, don't you think you should get out of his bed now? He glared, barely holding his temper intact. This just added to her anger. First of all, Ronald, I am not your sister and you need to get over this tantrum. And soon, you're just jealous. Harry and I are together and you need to accept that. We can do as we please. With this, she turned and ravishly kissed Harry. Pulling away, Harry tried to smooth things over between his best friends. Hermione, I don't think that helps. So, he is just acting childish. I am not. You are too. You are still sore about me turning you down in our 4th year. It infuriated you that I still wrote to Victor, and now you are mad because I chose Harry. Get over it. Enough already. He put both hands on his forehead, trying to ease the pain. Can't you two stop this bickering all the time? She is in your bed, mate. I think that says a lot. You are making more out of this than it seems. Stop jumping to conclusions. It was all innocent, if you want to know. What I would like to know is where you were. You turn a celebratory dinner down with us saying you're tired, having sworn all day nothing was going to change, and then you aren't even here when we get back, only to find you waking up in the middle of the day, in the same bed. Hi guys, sorry, he can be a little uptight sometimes. They waved at Ginny. Ron, I think you should leave it alone. Turning to glare at her, you can't be serious? This doesn't bother you? They lied to us. We didn't lie to you. Our parents didn't want us sitting alone while you guys were out and offered to take us to some club Tonks said we could go dancing at. He doesn't even like to dance. Wickedly grinning, oh, I can't say that now, mate. Dancing is very nice. Hermione blushed as he winked. Ginny, giving a curious grin, asked, showing Harry some moves. Hermione, maybe we should talk in your room? Meet you there in 5. As she walked by her brother, she placed a hand on his. Bloody hell. If I get my hands on him, Ginny. He turned, running after her. Guess Ginny really saved us there. Yeah, but it doesn't look so good for Dean. He was remembering the wonderful feeling, thinking Ginny had to be right. Turning to embrace her, he leaned back on a pile of pillows. I still had a great time though. Me too, she said, smiling again and cuddling closer to him. Too bad we had to wake up to all of this. They sat there for a few minutes quietly. Maybe we should go get that spell from Remus. He's probably still across the hall getting dressed. Harry stood and helped her up. Never letting go of her hand, they went to find Moony. Oh bugger. They suddenly found the door slammed in their faces after having been screamed at. Hermione gave him a surprised look. Was that Tonks? Trying to stop laughing. I think so. Explains the sheet. Guess we aren't the only ones that had too much to drink. He knocked as he opened the door. Remus was laughing and trying to coax Tonks from out of the covers. So, this is why you weren't too hard on us? Hermione, don't you find this funny? Catching on, she chimed in, I find it ironic myself. Suddenly throwing her hands over her eyes. Don't you dare get up, Moony. Harry and Remus laughed, both already knowing Remus had found some of his clothes and was already dressed. It's all right to look. I already showered and got something on. Hermione, blushing, oh sorry. Now, would you mind letting me know what you came in here for? We came to get the cure for our splitting headaches. Please, we're begging. They do look a bit green. What do you say, Nymph, should we? She popped out of the covers, glaring at Remus as if a single look could kill. The two teens laughed uncontrollably at this pet name. Sure, Wolfie. With this, Moony attacked, full force tickling her. One look gave Hermione all the encouragement she needed. Jumping on the bed to help him out, a tickling war began. Not fair, is all one could hear from Tonks. Finally, after they were all showered and dressed, Tonks having removed their hangovers, Ginny and Hermione's chat, Remus smoothing over things with Molly, the teens sat in the parlor. Ron and Harry playing chess, Ginny and Hermione sitting on the floor talking. Kingsley brought in the owl post. Hogwarts letters arrived this morning. Thanks, Kingsley. The teens gathered around him, ripping open their letters. What classes did you take, mate? This is going to be an easy 2 years. I have divination, care of magical creatures, and dada. Lots of time for Quidditch. 3 classes, that's it. It was all I could take, Gin. Besides, I'm going to go work with Charlie afterwards, or maybe the twins. What do you have, Harry? Do we have any classes together? Let's see. She stuck hers next to his. Ancient runes, arithmancy, astronomy, care of magical creatures, charms, defense against the dark arts, herbology, potions, and transfiguration. Just 3 classes different, but you will have Quidditch. I am sure Dumbledore will reinstate you. I can't believe you took all those advanced classes. Yeah, Harry, were you drunk then too? Very funny, Ron. Keep laughing. Just remember you have to deal with my bad moods after potions with Snape. I don't think so. That's your girlfriend's job, is not. Speak for yourself, Ron. I have more classes than both of you together. Hey, Gin, if you want all my notes you can borrow them. You have a rough year ahead. Hey guys, aren't you overlooking something? Seeing the famous trio's confused expressions, she smiled. School supplies? Diagon Alley? Excitedly they went to find the adults. The Leaky Cauldron was full of patrons as the group entered from Muggle London. Remus kept Harry close to him as they walked out into the courtyard, only having spoken to Tom the bartender. Now remember, stay together. You kids don't go off without taking one of us with you. Have your wands? Come on, Moody, they know. They also have the wands we borrowed. We'll all meet up at Fortuna's ice cream parlor. With this, they walked through the archway. Hermione and Tonks went into the pet emporium to buy items for Crookshanks and Hedwig some owl treats. The Weasleys went to Gringotts while Lupin and Harry headed over to the apothecary where they bought his and Hermione's supplies plus some extra for the order. It was a beautiful day as Remus, Tonks, Harry and Hermione sat outside having ice cream and telling stories from the night before. So did you guys have a good date? Have to hand it to you, Harry. You got some moves. Meekly he said thanks. Hermione gets all the credit for that one. Before last night I couldn't dance at all. You better learn quick since your supplies list included dress robes, which usually means a ball. Hermione's face lit up as Harry's looked a little panic. You'll be fine, you already have a date. Realizing this he smiled and took Hermione's hand. Tonks is right. Will you go with me if there is a ball? I would love to. So how exactly did you two end up together anyways? She asked, feeling brave. Smiling like a devil, Remus decided to answer. Oh, she just wanted to see how page 22 was done right. Harry laughed as Tonks hit Moony square in the chest, turning red. Watch it, that hurt nymph. You better be careful, Wolfie. I may have to kill you next time you call me that. You sure didn't mind last night when you were thanking Merlin over and over. With this, Hermione and Harry both almost came out of their seats laughing. What is this about? Molly asked as they approached the table, ice cream in hand. Tonks quickly answered, nothing, absolutely nothing. The other three continued to wipe tears out of their eyes. So how did the trip to the bank go? Fine. Harry gave Remus a cautious look. Ginny, Hermione, Harry and Ron saw several friends from school while they enjoyed their treats. Surprised that Neville and Luna were now a couple, Ginny asked them to pull up a chair and join them. Explicit part is removed for guideline compliance. Visit Patreon for full version. Firebolt isn't good enough for you anymore or what? It was from Sirius and I would hate it if something happened to destroy it. Seeing the guilt rise in his eyes, Remus agreed, remembering what happened to his Nimbus 2000. Upon asking the sales clerk, they discovered it was still the best broom and only had a few additional charms that you could purchase. Harry asked Remus to buy it for him, trying not to get a scene from Ron. He's my best friend, but when it comes to money, he can kind of be embarrassing, especially with the shopping we already did. Not a problem. I'll just say I need to run an errand for the order and need your help, okay? Thanks. Can we go then to get Hermione's birthday present? That would probably be a great time. Do you know what you are going to get her? Not a clue. Moony gave him a pat on the back while grinning, remembering the awkwardness at that age. Harry and Remus met the others at Madame Malkin's, where everyone was busy trying on dress robes. Where were you guys? We had some errands to run. Did you find something to wear? Me? Still looking. I have been helping Ginny more than looking for myself. Do you know what you are getting yet? No, why don't I let you pick it out? Really? I guess I could get Tonks to help me. Did you want to coordinate our robes or just pick whatever? Whatever you want me. Dress me, oh mighty one, I am in your hands. He grabbed her playfully as she squealed, giggling. Chaos filled the house as the group arrived home, sending everyone running into the kitchen. It was then that they learned two of their own were missing, Dung and Kingsley. Surprisingly, Ginny and Ron were immediately sent out on a mission with Amos Diggory and Madame Bones. Hermione and Harry stood against the far wall, trying to be out of the way as they watched their friends leave by flu. Remus had orders to leave with a second group, and Tonks was in turn staying to relay information. As the final group left, Tonks sat at the table with Harry and Hermione. Parents still upstairs? She only received a nod. Yes. Tea, anyone? I'm going to be making some anyway. That sounds nice. Need some help? Ugh, I hate this part, the waiting, not knowing. Can't we come up with something better than just waiting? What else could be done? I don't know, I just hate this. She leaned her head on Harry's shoulder as he placed an arm around her waist. The minutes turned to hours, hours seemed to take years. Still nothing, not even an update report. How did this happen? What were they doing? Tonight? All conversation stopped as the flames turned green. Tonks? Snape? What is it? I thought you were. No time, Kingsley is at Malfoy Manor. Dungeon on the 3rd floor of the basement, he won't last much longer. 6 guards, anti-apparition wards, no portkeys, the air is being watched too but not closely, and 22 Death Eaters in all. Mundungus is dead. With this he was gone. Harry released a crying Hermione to be comforted by her parents as he helped Tonks call everyone back by using the fireplace in the office while she spoke to Dumbledore in the kitchen. Order members began returning instantly to regroup and come up with a plan to rescue Kingsley. He was one of their strongest, Everyone knew, but no one spoke about the well-known fact he would take death before giving up information. Time was of the essence. As Remus exited the flue, Harry immediately started in. I want to go. I want to be in on this, Lupin. Please? Not now, Harry, don't you think that is what they want? I won't let you. I will personally stun you if that is what it takes to keep you here. You can't be serious. With the glare that Remus shot at his direction left little doubt. Anger was beginning to build rapidly as Harry grabbed a vase, smashing it against the opposite wall. In the kitchen, the plan was forming. Portkeys would be used to get to the nearest town and brooms would be used from there. The mission would include 10 members. Bill, Tonks, Remus, Dumbledore, Elphias Doge, Emmeline Vance, Mr. Weasley, the twins, and Ron. Ron looked nervously at Harry and Hermione. He had never fought without them. His face was tight with anxiety. Be careful, mate, was all Harry could say. Hermione, Ginny, and Mrs. Weasley each hugged his neck tightly. Remus, seeing the nervous look on Harry's face, hugged Harry and whispered, I promise to bring him home. Harry could only nod as he exited the kitchen. I should be going with him. He was halfway up the stairs when they left. Silence filled the night sky as 10 brooms flew swiftly to Malfoy Manor. Tension surrounded them as they each prepared for what they were about to face. Seeing the enormous house in the distance, they began to descend. As soon as they touched down, they hid their brooms in the surrounding brush. Ron, whatever you do, stay with me. Ron nodded as Moony joined the others. Dumbledore turned, addressing the group. Meet back here, we'll have maybe 20 minutes before more Death Eaters can show up. Try to stay together. Stunners are our safest bet. Ron, stay close to Remus, you two will be looking for Kingsley. The rest of you give them as much cover as possible. Stay alert, we are going in blind as to what traps might be laid. With this he turned and cast a charm to unlock the door. Hallway fighting Bellatrix. Tonks was throwing curses in every direction trying to cover Dumbledore and Snape without blowing his cover. Remus was battling against one trapped in the hallway, and Ron was being attacked by 2 very burly men that he knew instantly as Goyle and Crabbe Sr. when he heard a voice he knew. Malfoy. Ron began shooting stunners as quickly as he could, trying to get to Malfoy Jr., who was using Crucio on Tonks. My poor cousin. Chose the wrong side, didn't you? You are as worthless as a mud-blood. Tonks was screaming in pain as her body felt like hot knives stabbing her every nerve. Ron charged straight at, yelling, Incendio! The curse was lifted off of Tonks as Draco Malfoy's robe ignited in flames. Grabbing Tonks by the arm, Ron helped her down the hallway where they found Lupin still trapped. Quickly shooting a bat bogey hex off, Ron finally caught him in the shoulder. The 3 continued to run after Dumbledore, finally reaching the 3rd floor dungeons. The guards caught Remus with a stunner. Tonks was immediately engaged in battle, ducking and rolling, shooting off spells faster than Ron could count. A Death Eater managed to apparate behind Ron, placing a dagger in his side. Looky here, another Weasley comes to play. Sod off, Ron yelled as he fought to break free from the Death Eater's grasp. Throwing his weight back, he slammed his capturer into the wall repeatedly before being released, where he turned quickly, firing off a stunning spell. A blast sounded as Dumbledore blew open the cell door. Ron quickly cast the Enervate spell to revive Remus as Tonks held the other guards back. Coming to Dumbledore's aid, Remus threw Kingsley over his shoulder, stunning Snape to cover their tracks. Let's get out of here. The group ran back up to the main floor as quickly as possible, just in time to see the fire ignite in green flames. Doge, being near by having dropped his wand, grabbed a fire poker and swung as soon as the first Death Eater stepped out. Hurry! Everyone ran as fast as they could to their brooms. Before kicking off, Dumbledore silently counted heads to make sure no one was left behind. The flight was silent and cold. Vance continuously threw curses over his shoulder in case of being followed. Ron kept one hand on his broom while he held his side to try and stop the bleeding. Ginny paced. Mrs. Weasley cleaned. Hermione sat curled up, rocking. Harry sat upstairs alone, all waiting for news, for some sign of hope. Nothing came. The fire burned. They still breathed, but the thoughts of those inside wandered to death. These were their friends and family, sons and daughters, brothers and sisters. They were their best friends. So this is how Hermione and Ron felt at the end of the tournament. What do you do when you feel helpless? How do you help someone when you have no idea what they are going through? Come home safe. First Harry, now Ron. How much more waiting and wondering will there be until Voldemort is defeated? Can Harry defeat him? Can Harry live through it? I wish he would let me be with him. He needs time. Time alone. Hurry up, Ron. What is taking you so long? Why couldn't I go? I could have helped. I did just fine at the ministry last year. I could have helped my brothers, my dad. Ugh, how could he have let those two join? How could he put them in this danger? If he comes back. No, when he comes back I have a few things to tell that man. Why did my babies want to join a war? Don't they know this could mean? I won't think about that. I'll just… Bloody hell, why can't I get this clean? The fires still burned lower and lower. The clocks ticking rang in the silence. Then it happened. Yelling erupted as the returning portkey arrived. Doge calling out orders for helping the injured. The girls leaped up to help. Harry ran down the stairs 3 at a time. Kingsley was badly beaten and shaking, having barely lasted through the last rounds of the Cruciatus Curse. Tonks was bruised, weak, but fine. Some not so well. As Ginny ran to her brothers, Mrs. Weasley ran to Arthur and then in turn her children. Hermione ran to Ron, seeing. Hermione sat holding his hand as Harry continued to read Quidditch stats in a hushed whisper. Ginny paced in between the room with Ron and the room where George laid. Both were in a coma, both injured badly. Remus entered Ron's room. You need to eat. Ron would. This gained a small smile from the two friends by his side. This won't help him wake up, you know that, right? Barely heard. A voice spoke. I didn't know this was how awful it felt. All those times he sat by my bed and waited. Just waited. How do you do it? How do you just sit helplessly by and just wait? Hermione and Lupin's eyes met in deep concern. Harry wasn't taking this well, and after Sirius, they didn't know if he could handle another loss. It was usually Harry everyone was praying for, not him alive and well praying for someone else. After all, he had lost his godfather just 2 months ago. Hermione, gathering her strength and tightening her grip on Harry, spoke. You get used to it. Ron does what you do. He talks to you about Quidditch. I worry and try to think of the better memories and pray. Ginny normally paces, cursing worse than a sailor. Mrs. Weasley cleans. We all have a way to handle it. It's all different ways, but it helps us. You are going to hold my hand. You are going to talk to Remus as much as you can. And when Remus isn't by your side, you'll tell Ron Quidditch stats for the cannons. It's the only thing you can do. With this, Harry squeezed the hand he was holding of hers and gave Remus's hand on his shoulder a pat. Then he began with this week cannons game stats. It had been 3 days. George was up and about, although weak. Fred was taking care of him with Angelina's and Alicia's help at their apartment above the store. Ron still slept. Ginny, Hermione, and Harry had all taken to sleeping in the room huddled together for support. Mrs. Weasley sat at Ron's bed brushing his hair out of his face. Tonks would bring meals to them when she could. The attacks had stepped up. Voldemort was attacking openly in Muggle communities all over. Harry had begun his extra training with different order members who had time. Surprisingly, Moody took the time more than anyone. How's he doing, Alastair? The boy has a power I have never seen before, Albus. Where it comes from is hard to tell. You should have been training this boy 6 years ago. We may not have come to this point again. I know. It was foolish on my part to believe I could at least give him his childhood, whatever was left of one. I don't want to lose him, Alastair. I see great things in him. I see myself in him. I do not wish upon his fate what I have been through. He is just 16. Albus, you have to let it go. All those deaths were not your fault. They were so many years ago. Can he win, Albus, is the question. Can he defeat Voldemort and keep his soul? The twinkle no longer showed in his eye. That remains to be the unknown. That is my fear. That is what haunts my dreams. If we lose him, we won't, Albus. The consequences are too great. Ron. Ginny leaped on the bed, hugging her brother as his eyes opened. Hermione was instantly calling downstairs to anyone that could hear. You're awake. We have waited for days. How are you feeling? Like hell. What happened? Don't get up. Your kidneys are still healing. The poison is still in your blood as well. Although not as high as it was, you still have a fever. Mrs. Weasley came in as a blur, hugging Ron tightly to her. As the other Weasleys arrived, Hermione and Harry took their leave. Harry had never felt such relief. Not sure of what to do, he grabbed her by the waist, spinning her around and immobilizing her with a heated kiss. They poured all their feeling of relief, happiness, days of worry, and everything else into that kiss, holding on for life as if the world's hope depended on it. As long as they could always find their way back here, life would still exist. Everyone, including Kingsley, was in full recovery. The house buzzed with laughter and heartache as the attacks continued, but Harry was faced with more agony. Lord Voldemort haunted his dreams. His scar continued to burn. Blood sometimes ran down into his eye. The Order had taken to watching him sleep to help break the connection to Voldemort when needed. The Shakes left him more tired with each new attack, but none watched him as close as Hermione. She could tell by the way he looked who Voldemort taunted his dreams with. She knew the calendar was not on their side. She supported him while trying to get him to tell her. She sat and held his hand every night, refusing to leave. She was worn out and malnourished, her parents offering to watch Harry themselves if she would go get some rest. They finally compromised by watching as she slept next to Harry. It was these times that his night was peaceful. Remus, it is you. You may not want to believe, but I know Harry. I know him as well as I know myself. I watch him look at you. It is you this time. Voldemort knows. You have to believe me. It's not that I don't believe you, Hermione. But what has Harry said to make you think this? I will be in a secure location, watched by a few members of the Order just in case. That is all any of us can do. Unless Harry decides to tell us what he sees. Don't you get it? He can't. If he speaks of it, he will be accepting it. It is what he doesn't want to do. The idea of losing you will be the end of him. Can't you see? Whatever he is seeing happens when you are gone for the full moon, when you are alone. Please, Remus. I can't lose him to his guilt again. He won't survive if he loses you. Tears ran down her face. I'll talk to Dumbledore. That is all I can promise. Chapter 6. The Nights of the Full Moon. Are you sure you don't mind doing this? It's a lot to ask of you. Remus, we'll be fine. It's the least we can do to help. After all, you have let us live here without accepting any compensation. It won't be any different than a few weeks ago. Besides, if we get in over our heads, we're sure our daughter will let us know. This helped ease his tension. Thanks, I'll be back in 3 days. Dumbledore starts legilimency and occlumency with Harry today. You may want to give him plenty of room after that. He can have some severe moods. Hermione would probably handle him best. You can reach Tonks if there is something I need to know during the day, and I will see you soon. I thought you didn't have to leave until sundown? I have been more agitated today than usual. Best to leave a bit earlier. Excuse me. I need to go find Harry. Harry, you have to tell somebody. Why? So they can all tell me how I am being tricked like last year? No, Hermione. He'll be fine, he has to be. Remus saw through the crack in the door that Harry was willing himself with everything in him to be right. His eyes pleaded with hers for reassurance. His hands shook as he wiped a stray hair from her eyes. Remus's heart broke. He understood now the emotions that this child embedded on the hearts of James and Sirius, and now his. He looked crushed, like all hope was lost. Excuse me, don't mean to interrupt. Hi, Moony. I was just leaving. She gave Harry a reassuring nod and smiled as she walked out. I just wanted to see you before I left. Hope this wasn't a bad time? No, do you really have to leave now? Yeah, I do. The effects are really strong today, best to leave early. Listen, Harry, I know everything will be fine. Blah blah blah. Why don't you tell me what is going on? I am worried about you. For days now you haven't slept well. You're growing more agitated. I thought maybe it had to do with me. Harry looked nervous. I see I'm right. Want to tell me, or should we just keep playing games of you're fine? I'm fine. Harry rolled his eyes. No, but I won't tell you what is going on. Promise to be careful. I have a bad feeling about this. Harry, I'm going to be fine. A couple of Aurors are going to make sure that no one tries to reach me while I'm there, and Tonks will be right outside the door. Remus looked nervous about this factor. You really like her, don't you? Yeah, I really do. He was grinning like a schoolboy. Do you mind? After all, it does involve you now. This is so strange. No wonder James was always having to go check with Lily first. Harry smiled, enjoying hearing about his parents. I never had to worry about this before. This is hard. Sorry. Do you wish you hadn't gotten guardianship now? I understand if you do. Stop right there, Harry. It is different, but it is hard for you too. You're not used to having an adult to answer to or check up on you. That's got to feel like I am constantly being nosy, or that I don't trust you. See, I knew that is what you were feeling, especially with all the adults here. I really have to go. Sure you don't want to talk? I'm okay, just be careful. Moony, I'm happy about you and Tonks. I think she's good for you. Not that my opinion counts, but I know my parents and Sirius would want you to be happy. Remus tried to keep a smile on his face as he nodded goodbye to him. Harry would never know how much that meant to hear that from him. 3 days, just 3 days. Staring across the desk from each other, Dumbledore asked, "Are you ready?" "I'm ready. I don't care. How do we do this? Shall I pick a memory, or would you like me to start somewhere in particular? How about from the time they found me on the doorstep? From the very beginning it is. Just relax and allow me access. Before we begin, you do know that this may weaken your mind, leaving you vulnerable to Voldemort? Yes, but no more than what Snape's lessons left me with. Let's get this over with. Mad Eye is waiting for me in the training room. As you wish." Harry looked directly into his eyes as he cast the spell. The memories rushed forward in his mind in a blur, making Harry feel a bit dizzy. It was hard trying not to fight it. Then the images stopped. Harry could see himself wrapped in blankets on the doorstop of Privet Drive as the sun rose. The door opened and a scream echoed in the morning sun. Aunt Petunia was setting out the milk bottles, startled to find a baby sleeping peaceful on the doorstep. She bent down and lifted the baby into her arms, and was surprised to see a note fall from his hands. The baby shifted into her embrace and made a soft sound. She opened the letter and began to read as horror spread across her face. "Vernon, what is it? I am trying to eat my breakfast, Petunia, and you'll wake the... What the devil is that? It says here that this baby is my nephew Harry. My sister and her worthless husband are dead, and we now have to take the boy in. I will not. That boy is a freak, and I will not have him in this house. Vernon, my sister is dead. Where else would he go?" Here read, this. He began to read the letter as his face grew more purple by the minute. "They can't do this. How dare those people threaten me? I won't have it. I tell you. I won't." The memories sped forward a couple of months. 2 boys about a year old sat on the floor playing. One was properly fed and had clean clothes and clean diapers, while the other had a soaking wet diaper and soiled clothes on. One had a pile of toys and was spoken to sweetly every time Petunia or Vernon entered the room, while the other sat off to the side. No toys and never acknowledged. One would receive hugs while the other one was pushed out of the way with their feet so they could get to the door. At night, one was put into a beautiful nursery, rocked to sleep while his mother sang to him. Vernon took the other into a dark cupboard. No nightlight, no singing, a shabby blanket that could cause him harm, and no hugs. There were numerous things in there to cause him harm, oddly they never did. As the boy lay on a mattress shaking from the cold, a faint green light surrounded him. Spiders scurried away, rats stayed in the walls. A few notes of soft music filled his ears. Somehow, someway this boy was being loved and protected. Sucking his thumb and cuddling his little hands under his face, the baby fell asleep. Again, the memories flew in front of him in a blur. It was a birthday party. Everything a child could dream of, and presents piled all around. Neighbors came and went. Laughter filled the air. Singing, with cake and candles, lots of hugs and pictures for the birthday boy. All this as a baby about the same age sat in a cupboard, locked in, forgotten about, without food or drink. The boy cried and cried until he fell asleep trying to comfort himself. Suddenly a light filtered in as the door opened. Smiling and reaching his arms up to be held, the little boy thought he was heard, only to be left in tears again as a sippy cup of water was thrown into the cupboard for him. The man roared, "Will you please do something, T.O. Shut that boy up?" Dumbledore released Harry's mind. Setting his glasses on the desk, he wiped tears from his eyes. Harry stood looking quite shaken. "I am so sorry, Harry. I can only hope you have found comfort in this world." "Dumbledore, don't. It was hard enough for me to see. I don't need your sympathy on top of it. I'll see you tomorrow same time? Yes. Dumbledore nodded hesitantly with sadness. Same time will be fine. You better hurry if Mad Eye is waiting. Harry exited the office and turned to go upstairs. Mad Eye was there waiting for him. Mr. Potter, so glad you could join us. Looking around, he was surprised to see his closest 5 friends sitting against the wall. What are you all doing here? He couldn't believe it. They were all there, Hermione, Ron, Ginny, Neville, and Luna. Did you really think we were going to let you be the only one to get the extra lessons? Last I heard, we all fought together. Neville placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. Remus old my grandmother last night, and Mr. Shacklebolt came to get me this morning along with Luna. Hope you don't mind us being here for the next few weeks until school. We didn't want to miss the chance to learn this. Smiling, he replied, No, it's going to be great. I just never thought any of you would want to spend your summer in lessons all day. Except maybe Hermione. Have you already unpacked? Yeah, mate. Neville is bunking with me and Luna is in Ginny's room. They unpacked while you were in with Dumbledore. Speaking of which, are you okay for today, son? You seem a bit shaken. I'm fine, Moody. Let's just get started. With this, the group began learning every basic spell, hex, and curse in the Aura training manual. Hours later, the group emerged from the training room, bruised, sore, and exhausted. I can't wait to hit the shower. See you at dinner, guys. With this, Harry and Hermione headed down to the 2nd floor. After dinner, the 6 friends gathered in Hermione's room to catch up. Ginny and Luna were fascinated by the fairies that had come out since the sun set. The boys talked about Quidditch and other nonsense. Harry mentioned how tall and filled out Neville seemed due to his workouts, in which he in turn replied he had good motivation, glancing over to Luna, who gave him a small wink. Harry gave them their gifts he had bought as well. Eventually, Hermione could be found on the floor leaning against Harry, who leaned against her bed. Neville and Ron were playing exploding snaps while Ginny and Luna talked about Dean Thomas, Ginny's boyfriend. You know, it's been a good day. It has, hasn't it, Harry? I was surprised when Remus told me his idea about bringing Luna and Neville here. He said Dumbledore is going to extend a membership to them as well. Neville seemed much better today, more confident. I can't wait to see how good he has become with his new wand. Moody said Kingsley and Vance are going to be dueling with us tomorrow. Did everything go all right between you and Dumbledore? He let out a breath. Yeah, it went fine, just hard. He started from the night I was left on the doorstep of the Dursleys. Some of it I would never had been able to remember. I saw it today. How awful. Are you okay? You seemed so shaken when you walked into training today. Harry, I know you don't want to hear this, but I'm scared. Scared? What about you? Seeing his confusion, she moved forward carefully. I'm scared for you, Harry. This is going to really open your mind for Voldemort and cause you more pain. I hate to see you hurt. Can't be easy, especially with everything else. Me, I'm going to be fine. Promise. Besides, I have you, don't I? What more could I need? She wrapped his arms around her tighter. Remus, are you all right? I'd be better if you let me out to shower and get a bite to eat. They smiled at each other as she unlocked the door. Looking into his eyes, she could lose herself forever. They were so soft and warm. Long, thick black eyelashes framed his big brown eyes. Her knees began to melt. He didn't know what had come over him, but he pulled her into a strong embrace. She felt so good in his arms. She was strong but felt small and fragile. Her eyes, her real eyes as they were now, could hold his attention for eternity. The lavender blue depths were endless gateways to her soul. He kissed her slowly, like they had all the time in the world. Lupin, the others can see us. Huskily he stated, I don't care. I'm falling in love with you, nymph. He kissed her again. When neither could move, she eased back to look at his face. Are you sure you want to do that? Fall in love with clumsy Olmi? She took a deep breath and held it in. He simply smiled, yes. Would you rather I didn't? I love that you are clumsy and talk too much. I love how you come bouncing into a room calling out, Watcher. I love how you interact with the kids. The grace you fight with in a battle. And I love the way you make me feel when we are alone together. She had tears building in her eyes. No, we never expected this. I know you said that night after the dance club there were no strings attached, but at my age, with my condition, I don't get to feel these things often. I have learned to hold on to them while I can, and now with Harry, I will have to be even more careful who I fall for. He accepts this. He says you make me better, I have to agree. His thumbs brushed away her tears. His hands cupped the sides of her face. No words could form. Now would be a good time to say something. I don't do this often, and when I do, I tend to be extremely nervous. Nymph, please stop crying. Although you're even cute doing that. This made her laugh slightly. Swallowing, she found her voice, just barely audible. You're the first. You're the first person to ever say that they love me. Smiling widely, he kissed her forehead. After all those beautiful things, how am I supposed to answer? There is so much to think about. Well, let's walk to the kitchen and you can talk on the way. Just tell me what you were thinking when I interrupted your thoughts. She blushed slightly at being caught. I was thinking that we would have to deal with the age difference. Dumbledore might be furious, there's Harry to think about, there's a million other things. But I don't care. I love being around you, Lupin. I hold my breath waiting for the next time. I get nervous waiting like a first date. She giggled. Mostly though, I love the way you make me feel. Sirius would want you happy. He never thought you would fall in love, and here you are telling me it is me you fell in love with. It makes my stomach turn and my knees weak. She took a deep breath, biting her lip. Remus, I am in love with you. I have been since I was a little girl. After Sirius died, tears were flowing freely. You were the only reason I was able to breathe. He kissed her passionately, pulling her into a spare room off of the hallway. Wrapped in a blanket, tired and breathless, Remus held Tonks close to him, her head on his chest, their legs intertwined, her fingers gently trailing up and down his arm. Tonks? She lifted her chin to rest it on his chest so she could look at him. I need to know, placing a finger on his lip. Shoo. I was fine. I would rather know than wonder. I won't lie, it scared me, but not for the reasons you think. I was scared of you hurting yourself. Then my thoughts drifted. I was scared of what would happen to you if you ever did accidentally bite someone. I just don't want to lose you, Remus. This part of you doesn't bother me. It is part of what makes you the amazing man you have become, but only on one condition can we proceed. His eyes waited for the answer, full of curiosity. Harry, he needs you more than he lets on. I see the fear in his eyes every time you leave on a mission. I saw it yesterday as we left to come here. Despite how mature he seems, he is only 16, with a lot of doubt and no self-esteem. I don't know how he does it, how he handles fame and knowing the things he does, having seen the things he has to come first. Remus, if he doesn't want us to be together, you have to accept that. I won't do anything to add to that boy's misery. He kissed her soundly. I think you are exactly what both of us need. He is happy for us. He asked me before I left about you. Man, I love that kid. I remember when he was born. James was so taken away by him that he forgot to give him to Lily. Poor thing had been through hours of labor, waiting to see her child. She finally threw a little shock spell at him to get his attention. I remember it was the first time I had ever seen James cry. For 3 days all he did was stare at him, never left Harry's side. He chuckled. Sad part was that Padfoot, and I couldn't even take the mickey out of him for it because we were right there with him. He leaned his head sideways to look at her. If you ever tell anyone that I will have to hurt you. They laughed, feeling love and hope. Good morning, Harry. Mornin'. Can we start? As you wish. Legimens. He could hear a whistling in his ears as the memories flooded forward. Dumbledore visited his second year, watching as he continued to be neglected. As Dudley pinched, poked, and bit Harry. Right before the toddler's 3rd birthdays, Harry seemed to quit crying altogether. He had learned by now to wait for the scraps from Dudley's plate, to just run quickly away from Dudley when the pinching began, to stay in his cupboard as much as possible. When the family would go out, Harry was dropped off at Mrs. Figg's, who was surprisingly very lovable to the boy. She held him and tended to his scrapes, read him stories, but most of all loved him. She did this until his memory was developed, causing her to stop in fear of him accidentally letting the Dursleys know. She feared that if they knew she liked the boy, he would be unable to return. The memories quickly fled through his 3rd year to his cousin, Dudley's 4th birthday. Harry sat on the kitchen floor watching the party occur from a distance. when a small boy opened the cabinet door under the sink.
No, Pierre, no.
Danger that could hurt you. The mother of the boy quickly took the blue bottle away. Later that evening after dinner, as Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon looked at all of Dudley's presents, Harry walked to the cabinet door. Pulling it open, he found the blue bottle. He worked and worked to get the bottle open. When tears started to form in his eyes, suddenly a glittery light surrounded the bottle, twisting the cap off. The boy squealed in delight. Even with the bottle being almost as big as him, the boy found a way to begin drinking it until it was completely empty. He fell to the floor, unconscious and vomiting uncontrollably. Petunia walked into the smell and sight on the floor. There lay an unconscious 3-year-old lying in his own bodily fluids next to a bottle of hazardous cleaner. Vernon, hurry! At the sight, the man was furious. That stupid child will have the police all over this house. Call for help, woman. Freak. Why I ever took this child in completely baffles me. Nothing but a nuisance. Complete waste of my time. A smile spread on his face. Perhaps if you dial slowly, dear, we may have a chance to be rid of him entirely. Harry screamed as Dumbledore ripped his mind away from Harry's. Dumbledore quickly stood and left the room, heading towards the kitchen. Harry slowly began to climb the stairs when everything began to shake. The chandelier was about to follow. Ginny could be heard screaming something about earthquakes. Hermione was looking for him. Harry, we have to get to a doorway. Come on. I'll help you. They stood in the doorway to the office for 10 minutes when thunder began to roar and rain pounded on the rooftops. What is happening? Suddenly Minerva appeared in the entryway. Harry, did you just finish with Dumbledore? He nodded, beginning to wonder what if it was the weather or something else. Which way did he go, Potter? Quickly, we don't have much time. Harry ran towards the kitchen, followed by Hermione and their professor. The back door was open to reveal a black sky. Lightning streaked across, revealing an older man standing with his head down, radiating anger and sadness. Are telling me he is causing this? Harry and Hermione stood gaping at the sight. Is this because of me? How? Miss Granger, if you could quickly go to the flue and call this address. Bring her immediately, we haven't much time. Professor, what is happening? Your headmaster is a mage, Harry, one of the strongest in history. His emotions, when strong enough, can link to the weather. If this doesn't stop soon, he will cause a natural disaster. I still don't understand. How? Why? He was just looking at my memories. The two soaking wet bodies were interrupted by a lady about Dumbledore's age. Long white hair, tall, small figure, probably striking in her youth. Hermione stood beside her, shivering in the rain. I will need to know the answer myself, young man. Who are you? I am Isabella. Please give me a moment with Albus and I will bring him in. With this she headed over to him. The rain seemed to fall around her as if she had a shield. Professor McGonagall ushered Hermione and Harry inside to find a full room of curious people. Nothing to worry about, help is here already. Everything will be fine. Isabella Ambrogio came as soon as she was called. Ginny spoke through the crowd. The Isabella Ambrogio? I thought she was just a story. I most certainly am not. The crowd turned to see the beautiful lady standing in the door supporting Dumbledore with her hands. If someone would be so kind as to show me where I can lay him. He has used entirely too much emotion in his magic and needs rest. Bill stepped forward. Let me take him for you. That won't be necessary. I'm not physically carrying him. Just levitating him a few inches above my hands. Appearances can be deceiving, my apologies. Bill just nodded and led her through the door. Upon his return, he brought a message to Harry. She would like to see you in the office. Me? Hermione looked at him curiously. Are you coming? She nodded and quickly joined him. Mr. Potter, you do not have to knock in your own home. Harry and Hermione looked suspiciously as they entered the room. Don't be afraid. I can sense your magic and could tell it was you. Although I have to say your friend has an enormous power of her own. You two could be a lethal combination if ever angered. Tell me, child, what is your name? Me? How do you know me? I know you both. I have been watching the two of you since your names appeared in the book. You two sure have surpassed our expectations. I am just waiting to see what other great things the two of you will achieve. Excuse me, but who are you? What happened here? Mr. Potter, we had wished to tell you this much later than now. I am a mage. I helped Albus in his time of need when he was learning to harness his powers. I see from your faces you did not know. Do not feel bad, many don't. Albus never did want too many people to know. I believe his friend Nicholas was his only confidant. Albus grieved greatly at his passing. Now, where do I begin? I never expected to be the one to tell you all this. She took a seat and motioned for the others to as well. Located on the highest mountaintop is a book. This book is a list of every witch or wizard born with special abilities of a mage. We watch and wait until the time is right and then begin to help you control this power and most importantly your emotions. You must understand how important this is. A mage's magic is linked to the 4 elements. Do you mean like air, water, fire, earth kind of elements? Precisely, Miss Granger. A mage is very in tune with the elements like all living things. Unfortunately, this is never good as you saw today. I must stress upon you that a mage does not have some superpower abilities that turn on overnight. A mage simply means that your magic has enough power to do anything if taught. You will not suddenly know everything and be able to do anything. It means your ability to learn is far more powerful. Powerful enough to extend to the unimaginable, which is where this myth of instant power and super abilities comes from. I promise you won't be flying without a broom. Wait, are you saying he did all the shaking, thunder, and pouring rain? That's ridiculous. I assure you it is not. It is one of the hardest things for us to learn, keeping calm. I must ask you, Harry, to tell me what happened. What did he see in your mind? How did you know he was looking in my mind? Because it was I he turned to yesterday. He was so full of guilt and sadness. I begged him to stop this. I feared this might happen. She took a deep breath. He never did listen to anyone else. Now, Harry, if you would indulge an old woman. Harry told of the memories Dumbledore visited. Both ladies had tears flowing freely upon finishing. Hermione held his hand with all her strength, afraid to let go. I am sorry, Harry. Your life has not been easy. How you have become such a loving man is beyond me. He has lived a hard life as well. It hasn't always been easy for him as you believe. Have you known him long? Yes, dear child. He is the love of my life. The 2 teens sat gaping in astonishment. You 2 are in love? Are you married or something? No, we were never able to marry thanks to his destiny and my family. But that is for another time. You were to meet me next year, but it seems as if the time came sooner. You 2 will begin your training with me tomorrow. Both of us? You mean both of us are mages? No, you are not. Now they were really confused. Your names were written in the white section. You are far more powerful than a mage. Only 6 other names have been written there. They were the 4 founders of Hogwarts, Merlin and Morgan Le Fay. Don't look so astonished. You have more power than even them when you are together. Now, please excuse me while I tend to him. I shall see you tomorrow. With this, she turned her back to them as they walked out of the room, silently agreeing to go talk in one of their rooms. Could there possibly be any more surprises this summer? What else? What else could possibly be thrown at us? I don't know. I thought this would be exciting for you. Exciting? Let's see. We just finished OWLS and are starting in our Newt classes. We have to deal with Voldemort, find a way for you to kill him, deal with the prophecy, learn occlumency now too, keep Ginny and Ron safe, and now they tell us we are mages. Please, tell me there is nothing else. Me. He held her close as she cried. The world was beginning to be too much for her. All her bravery was for the rest. With Harry she could cry. Cry and still be brave. She cried until she had no more tears. Feel better? I do believe you officially had your breakdown for the year. She laughed. Stop teasing me, Harry. It's all so new. Everything for us has changed in the last 2 months. It's just overwhelming. Thanks for letting me be emotional. Me, it's alright to need that occasionally. I threw fits all the time last year. Besides, at least this year I get to hold you and kiss you while you do it. She rolled her eyes as he took her hand playfully. Now that I know you have all this talent, let me say I am very disappointed you only scored a 120 on your tests. I will expect much more now. He gave her his best stern look. Oh really, Mr. Potter, that would mean you have a lot more to do. You are extremely behind considering your capabilities. They made wise cracks for a while and then sat silently. So what is the story with Isabella? If she loves him, why aren't they together? I guess we could ask Moody, or Ginny seemed to know who she was. Can we skip lessons? All this is making me exhausted. Training until late in the night is the last thing I need. It must be bad when you begin to skip. She swatted his shoulder. Think we would be in too much trouble if you took a nap in here? I think we would be okay. I missed you the night after I stayed in here. Is that weird? No, I missed it too. Come on. With this, they both grabbed separate throw blankets from the room and curled up together on Harry's bed, falling asleep instantly. Remus stepped out of the shower. Have you heard anything from headquarters yet? Calm down, the other two said they would send word when the next shift of Aurors come. In the meantime, you'll just have to think no news is good news. I'm positive the Grangers have things under control. Now eat your lunch. She gave him a wink as she fixed her plate. Look at them, love. They look so peaceful. Did we do the right thing sending her into this world? She has grown up so much, more than I noticed. She is fighting a war for heaven's sake. Our little girl has seen all the horrors of the world I tried to shield her from. I know, dear. We just have to accept that our daughter was destined for greater things than we ever imagined. We knew when she left for Hogwarts that her life would change drastically. I am surprised by all the things the kids manage to get themselves into. But I also know that my daughter seems to be a force to be reckoned with, personally after watching her the other night. She is one person I would not want to have set against me. Her and Harry together seem to be an indestructible pair. As long as they are together, I think they have a chance. I sometimes get the impression her whole life was meant to be with him as a friend or a boyfriend. I know it worries me. They are so young. As her mother, I am always going to worry. What if someone else is better for her? I see her wrapping herself into his life so much that you can't tell where one begins and the other ends. The way those two look at each other. I would bet she has found her true love. Now, I just have to worry about them holding off until they are older. I remember how I felt when you looked at me that way. She kissed her husband on his cheek. I love you. I love you too. The couple walked out, leaving the two resting peacefully. Bella? His voice was weak and tight. Yes, Albus, I'm here. She took his hand and kissed his cheek. You rest, I will stay. You're right, they look so cute together, said a dreamy voice. They are right. Ron, get over it. You'll get a girlfriend and I'm sure you will figure it out. If you're talking about sleeping with Dean again, I swear I am going to punch him when I get on the train. Ron, there's no need for that. I'm sure she just means sleeping. Like this. Neville gestured towards the two on the bed. Luna and I curl up sometimes like that too. See, Ron, I told you, anyone with a girlfriend or boyfriend knows. You just need to get over yourself and find someone that will take you. Explicit part is removed for guideline compliance. Visit Patreon for full version. You weren't at practice and your parents told us to let you sleep. But dinner is ready, so Mum sent us to wake you. Harry yawned and stretched. Thanks, how was practice today? Good. We dueled against Kingsley and Emmy and then we learned to apparate. Both of them shot up. What? The other four laughed triumphantly. For once they knew more than Hermione or Harry. During dinner the four friends told them all about their apparition lessons. Ginny and Luna had succeeded on their first try. Neville was just happy to not have gotten splinched. Ron had gotten angry after he kept ending up in the wrong room. They all seemed to have a good day. The Aurors that had watched Remus the previous night sent a message to Harry from him letting him know he was all right and they needed to talk when he returned. So what are we doing tonight? Anyone have a suggestion? I do. Everyone turned to see Hermione grinning mischievously. Anyone want to go flying? Excitement erupted from the group as they all went to gather their brooms. I thought you hated flying, me. I don't hate it. I just never got to do it much. We had lessons in first year, but after that you rarely have time to fly at school unless you are on a team, and since I'm not, I thought it would be a waste of money to buy a broom, leaving a very slim chance at ever flying. I was hoping I might be able to ride with you. She looked at him without lifting her head up. Really? Can I still do dives? I was hoping you would. He looked as if a pink elephant had just walked by. Why, Miss Granger? You are full of surprises. I have one better though. I'll let you use my spare broom. You don't have a spare broom. I do. I was afraid of something happening to the firebolt that Sirius gave me. So Remus let me buy another one the other day when you went to the pet emporium. You want me to fly your firebolt? Are you insane? I'm not any good, Harry. I think I'll just ride with you. No, you can use the new one and I will ride the other. You'll never get better if you don't. Besides, who's to say you won't need one during this fight? His voice was almost a whisper as he finished. You're right. Now would be better than in front of everyone at school. Let's go. They grabbed Harry's brooms and met everyone in the backyard. Ron was the first to notice. Bloody hell. Merlin, Hermione, when did you get a firebolt? I didn't, I borrowed it from Harry. How? Then whose does he have?
Mine.
Since when do you have two of them? After seeing his face, Ron's mouth gaped open along with the rest of them. Merlin, when did you get a second? Why? I didn't want something happening to the one from Sirius, so Remus agreed to get me another one the other day at the Quidditch shop. Don't look at me that way, Ron. Sorry, mate, but that had to. Don't finish that sentence, Ronald. Leave Harry alone. Let's go. I'm ready to fly. Ginny took off into the air in a squeal of delight. The others needed no encouragement as they pushed off the ground. Hermione was a bit nervous, but surprisingly not bad at all. Harry flew beside her, giving her tips. Then she took off, shocking all of them with the speed she was flying at. Her giggles were music to his ears. He loved making her happy. Who would have guessed she liked to fly? The kids rolled and dived. No pressures, no worries, just fun. Hermione actually gave Harry a run for his money. She kept right up with him, almost outpassing him due to her smaller frame. With more experience, Ginny thought Hermione would make a good seeker. Most couldn't keep up with Harry but matched on the same broom. Hermione nearly beat him twice. The group was taking the mickey out of Harry for it when they heard a shout. Thought you kids may want some more company? At the bottom of the pitch stood the twins, Bill, Emmeline Vance, Fleur and her sister Gabrielle, and Charlie. Ginny was the first to descend, running towards Charlie. She jumped in his arms. You're home. I can't believe it. They both fell to the ground, dizzy from twirling around like children. Good to see you too, Gin. He gave her a kiss on the cheek. What are we, chopped liver? I have to agree with Gred and Forge on this one. We never receive hugs like that. All the brothers decided to attack their sister, tickling her as she squealed and pleaded for help. Harry walked over, saying hello to the Delacours. What are you doing here, Fleur? Hello, Harry. You remember my sister Gabrielle? Course, how are you? The girl blushed upon him, greeting her. Ave been, how do you say, dating Bill? Welcome. Let's fly. The friends flew for hours into the night. Each in turn gradually saying farewell until only Hermione and Harry remained. Sitting on the pitch, wrapped in his arms. I had so much fun. Thank you for letting me borrow your broom. I never guessed they went that fast. It felt incredible. I can see why you love it so much. You were amazing me. You gave me a better challenge than Malfoy ever has. She beamed happily. We have to get you a broom. We need all the fun we can get this year. It was good to see Charlie. She nodded her head, looking up at the stars. What are you thinking about? How much fun I had. I didn't expect to have such a great time. There's only one thing that could make this night even better. What is that? To fly with you? She looked up at him with such love he had no choice but to stand up and offer his hand to her. She accepted as they climbed on his broom. He wrapped his arms tightly around her and pushed off. The air was cool as she leaned against his chest with complete trust, enjoying the ride. He hovered in the air as she pointed out the dog star for him. See right there, between, what are you looking at? You, he said huskily. You are so beautiful. Your eyes sparkle when you talk about something that is important to you. The red on your cheeks from the cool air is captivating. It's like you're enchanted. You have this way about you that I can't resist. With this he kissed her. Slowly he flew down as the kiss deepened, taking care not to let her fall. When his feet reached the ground, he dropped the broom, reaching his hand across her chest to cup the opposite side of her face as he turned her to face him. A moan escaped her throat, sending shockwaves through his body. She licked his lips so gently it, gathering the last of his will, he broke loose, rising up on his hands. Me, if I don't stop now, I can't promise I would. She bit her lip, grinning like the devil. I don't remember asking you to. Bloody hell me, I can only take so much. I think we should stop here. Besides, it's not as if we are alone. Your parents and at least half a dozen other adults are just right through that door. Harry, look. They were surrounded by what looked like falling stars. Isn't it beautiful? She smiled, looking into his eyes. Is this what she was talking about? Did we do this? She laughed at the magic of it all. This is the most amazing thing I have ever seen. It's like stardust twinkling all around. Tenderly he kissed her. As she sought entrance to his mouth, he pulled away. I meant it, I wouldn't be able to stop. Come on, I'll help you up. Standing, he realized his shirt was fully unbuttoned as her eyes wandered up and down over his chest marked by red bites from her, and then to his abs that were surprisingly a very well-toned six-pack. She linked her index finger behind the button of his jeans and pulled him forward, kissing him soundly. Smiling wickedly, she bit her lip. If you really want to, we can stop. Who said I wanted to? I said it would be better to. When did you get my shirt unbuttoned anyway? She winked at him seductively. Any more hidden talents I should know about? Walking into the kitchen laughing quietly, they were greeted by Mrs. Weasley. Hermione dear, this letter came for you. Thanks, Mrs. Weasley. Has everyone else gone up to bed? A little while ago. Ginny is in her room talking to Charlie though. I haven't seen her smile that much in a long time. I never will understand the connection those two have. Any time she was little and upset, only Charlie could get her to talk about it. If it wasn't for him after her first year. Well, anyways, I am turning in. Good night. Good night. They both replied, each giving her a kiss on the cheek. So who's it from? Me, my cousin. She said, oh, never mind. What? Some secret I don't know about? Actually, it is. Only because it never came up. It's just about something I sent her a few months ago. Are you going to tell me, or do I not get to know about it? You'll laugh. Then you'll tell the others and they'll laugh. No, don't give me that face, Harry. That's not fair. Stop it. Stop. She was trying not to laugh as he gave her puppy dog eyes, looking silly and adorable. Okay, then I'll have to tickle it out of you. Seeing the seriousness of his face, she yelped and took off, running out of the kitchen and down the hall. He was gaining closely on her as she ran up the stairs and into her parents' room, flying onto the bed. Help! What the hell? Harry threw open the door, sorry to interrupt. Seeing the grin on his face, her father looked at her. Don't worry, Hermione. I'll handle this. Looking at her mum, they both threw the covers off and yelled, She's all yours, Harry. He leaped on the bed, pinning her beneath him as her parents held her legs and arms, tickling her until she gasped for air. Not fair. Betrayed by own parents. Turncoats. They just kissed her forehead and said, we love you too, dear. That night Harry fell asleep restless, sweating as he tossed and turned, images filling his dreams. Stun them. Flashes of light flew as they threw curses back and forth. One of the Aurors was down, lying in a pool of blood. A howling sounded in the background. Fire blazed as the fight continued. Two people stood in front of a door, guarding it with everything they had. They were tired and worn out, outnumbered. They fought back to back, dodging and moving as one. A high-pitched laugh filled the air. A curse struck the man, and he now had a gash across his chest. He fell as she screamed in horror. A stunner went flying straight at her, catching her square in the stomach. Open the door, bring them, both. The robed figure opened the door and moved aside as a snarling werewolf took a defensive position. A leash was placed around his neck as he was pulled out of the room and portkeyed away. A menacing laugh filled his ears. "No!" Harry woke up screaming as he tried to catch his breath. Hermione and the Grangers came running in. Seeing his condition, Hermione knew at once something had happened. He was throwing up violently into a trash bin and he was drenched in sweat, shaking uncontrollably. "What happened? What did you see?" Ron ran into the room, followed closely by Ginny and the rest of the Weasleys. He grabbed a washcloth out of the bathroom and wet it to place on Harry's forehead. "Come on, mate, walking always helps, I got you, easy." With Ron on one side and Hermione on the other, the trio began to walk. "Talk to me, mate. Tell us what you saw." Order members waited outside, trying not to crowd the room and making Harry uncomfortable. They knew they needed to find out what he saw. As Harry began to tell them what he saw, members quickly disappeared downstairs to arrange a rescue mission. Dumbledore was awoken in his office and helped to the kitchen by Isabella. He was downstairs by the time he finished telling the story. Hermione gave Ron a terrified glance. "Can't lose him. Not like earlier this summer, I just can't. Ron's look told her he understood. Harry was still shaking. He had slipped into a chant again. The people he loved feared for him. He just sat rocking back and forth. No, please no, and not again. Was lost in himself. Having just seen the last marauder taken hostage by Voldemort. Please everyone settle down. Dr. and Mrs. Granger, if you would please see to Harry, that would help greatly. Now if the rest of you will be quite long enough, I have been trying to tell you we were prepared for this. Tonks and Remus were both implanted with a homing device. They are not precise but can give an approximate area. When Harry began having dreams earlier this week, Hermione brought it to the attention of Remus that it may have to do with him. We then proceeded to take the necessary precautions in case she was correct. I, however, should have known better considering she has never been wrong. He smiled at her weakly. So we will have to sit tight until the device is activated. It was set to automatically happen stunned or killed. Tension could be cut with a knife, it was so thick. Silence as they watched the clock tick. A scream erupted from the parlor. Hermione ran in the direction of the scream. It was her mum. Harry was nowhere to be found. Where is he? He just disappeared. Like when they pop, but he didn't. I'm sorry, Hermione. It's fine, I just have to go. Running back down the hall, she burst into the kitchen. He's gone. Harry's gone. What do you mean? Just that. He just disappeared. My parents said it was like when you apparate. He just vanished but without a sound. Hermione, calm down, breathe. I knew this might happen. So earlier when we were walking Harry downstairs, I placed a beacon on him too. You what? How could you do something so underhanded? And not tell me? Hermione, I only wanted... Shut up, Ron. You knew he would feel betrayed by that, and right now if it wasn't for me being so worried and grateful, I would slap you. Get out of my face. Find him. The Order was shocked to see her outrage. They too knew Harry would think that was underhanded despite how much it would help. Ron backed into the corner feeling guilty, having just betrayed his best friend. I thought I was helping. I was just trying to keep him safe. He watched as Hermione left the room, tears flowing down her face. He briefly heard the plan for a rescue. He heard enough to know he would not be going this time. He didn't care. He was lost in Hermione's accusations. He snapped out of it when he heard Ginny yelling, I want to go. I will be fine. He is my friend and I want to go. Charlie, move or I will hex you. Just try it, little sister. You heard Dumbledore, you aren't going. Part of your job as a member is to listen and follow orders as to what is best for everyone. This time it is for you to stay here. If I have to, I will stun you. Don't push it. You wanted to play grown up? Then act like it. Sit there and do what you were told. As of now, you are only causing us time. With this, Ginny sat stunned, looking at Charlie's back as he disappeared. Hermione sat in her mother's arms crying. Mrs. Weasley tried to comfort her children the best she could. 20 Order members plus every available Auror had been called in. Several people in the ministry also volunteered to go, hearing that Harry was in danger. They all wanted to help keep the boy who lived safe. Without him, no one felt safe. Altogether, the rescue included 53 people to search an area of 100 kilometers. Luna was sitting with Ginny as Neville went to check on Hermione. Mrs. Weasley made some lunch. How about a bite to eat? I brought enough for you and your parents. He'll be fine, you know, Harry, he has more luck than any of us. He always manages somehow to come back. He always comes back to you. He's right, you know. Heads turned to see Isabella leaning in the archway. You have the power to reach him if you wanted to try. What? You have the power to reach him? We can try in the office if you like. She didn't have to finish as realization spread across Hermione's face, causing her to flee from the parlor into the office. Tonks, wake up. He shook her lightly. Please, Tonks, you have to help me. Wake up.
Harare.
Yes. It's me. Where is Remus? What did they do with him? I don't know. We'll find him, but how did you get here, wherever here is, and how long have I been out? I don't know, he shrugged, looking down at the floor. Well, you are here now. I hope you have a wand. Smiling. Never leave home without it. Lucky for you, I also have the spare that was loaned to me for practice. She threw her arms around his neck, giving his cheek a peck. Gur. I knew, always liked you. No, you just like that. I have 2 wands. Yes, but you are going to use yours only after being attacked. The first spell you cast is a shielding charm, so there are no questions of defense, understand? Last year you were lucky this would be harder. He nodded his head, gripping his wand tighter. Did you see anything when you came in? No, I was just wishing to find you or Lupin, and then I was here. Harry, can you hear me? Hermione sat on the floor with her legs crossed in front of the fire. Breathe slowly, listen to the air, feel the wind. The air can carry you across the earth, above the waters, and through the fires. Use the elements to carry you to him. Use how you feel about him to link to that element. Ugh, bugger. This is pointless, I can't do it. I have been trying all afternoon. She stomped her foot in despair and defeat. You can and you must. You are the smartest, which you have the ability to do this, and if the way you look at that boy is any indication of how you feel about him, then you cannot fail. Hermione, knowing how she felt about Harry, braced herself for another try. Taking her seat on the floor, she pulled a pillow onto her lap. I don't know how to link to the air. It's what I don't know how to do. Try this, think of a memory that has to do with the element air and Harry. Hermione smiled as she remembered flying with Harry last night. She thought of his smile, his laughter. She felt the wind on her face, her locks of curls blowing all around her as they flew. She thought of his face. She jumped as an image flashed in front of her of Harry and Tonks. She knew she had done it. She concentrated harder, trying to make the flash a permanent image. The image continued to flicker until it was real in her mind. She felt like she was in the room. Harry, can you hear me? Hermione, Merlin, you can really hear me. Are you okay? Do you know where you are? Where is Remus? The air blew around her, tearing the office apart as she gained strength. Harry, answer me, I can't hold this for much longer. I'm okay. I'm with Tonks, I don't know where Remus is. Where we are or how I got here, I don't know. How are you doing this? Isabella told me I could link to the air to find you. I am worried about you, stay safe. Her voice was failing. The wind blew in the chamber and she was gone. As her mind pulled away, she could see things around her. Her eyes opened instantly. I saw something. I saw Harry and Tonks. We have to tell someone. As she went to stand quickly, her knees gave way, causing her to catch herself on the chair. Dear child, that took more out of you than you may expect. Please, continue to breathe slowly or you will get a wretched headache. I will find someone for you to tell. With this, Isabella left the room. Isabella entered a few minutes later with Dumbledore. Miss Granger, Bella tells me you saw where they were taken. Is that true? I see it also took a lot of magic. Please do not get up. Yes, sir. I'm not sure of where the place is, but I can describe it. It was like I was flying over it. Bella and Dumbledore gave each other a knowing smile. Would you describe it for me? It was on a snowy mountain top. The valley was not covered in snow though. A castle, old-fashioned, like in a fairy tale. It was surrounded by a brick wall. The room Harry and Tonks were in was done in blues, maybe on the first or second floor, but not underground. Horses roamed the grounds freely, and I saw a strange bird, but I can't describe it. That doesn't help much, does it? She looked down at her feet in disappointment. You did just fine, Hermione. More than we could have hoped for. Wait, there was also a car, a ministry car out front in a circular driveway. Are you sure of this last piece of information? Yes, sir. He patted her hand. Thank you. You have just helped locate our missing friends. Hermione sat with her mouth gaping. Didn't think you had told me enough now, did you? Well, you have, dear child. You might have just saved all three of them. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must hurry. His cloak billowed behind him as he swept out of the office and into the kitchen. This way, she hissed, motioning for him to hurry. How do you know? We all have homing devices on us. I am following his signal. We have what? How did I get one? I don't know, but you do, and I hope it helps them find us. Now come on, I don't know how much time we have. Tonks? Are you scared? Of losing him? Yes. She looked at him, knowing he felt the same. Come on, we're almost there. As they reached the door, they could see Remus inside, screaming in pain. His arms and legs were chained to the wall, and he was not alone. Wormtail. Harry's could feel the rage rising up. Just as Tonks reached for the door, a voice came out of the shadows. Well, look who finally showed. Do you think I enjoyed waiting here all night? Or were you still trying to unlock the door that was unlocked? What do you want, Snape? He knew that sarcastic tone too well. He didn't even bother to turn around. If you think you can do this without my help, fine. Snape answered, snarling. See if I care. Being rid of the Potters would be a dream come true for me. Stop it. How much time do we have, Snape? I see you have come to rescue your lover. How quaint. You have 10 minutes before the next change comes. You'll have to deal with Rat Boy yourself, though. He's been in a chipper mood all morning. When you get Remus' head straight down this hall, you'll come to a door that leads you outside. It is the only door without wards or charms. On the grounds are horses, use them. The nearest town is about 25 kilometers over the hill. Ride hard and fast. It is your only chance. Since it's daylight, you won't have any cover. Do not use magic. It will set off every alarm in this place. The order is on the way. They should be able to see you from the air. Watch out for that ridiculous hand. It absorbs spells and hexes. Use curses and charms only if you have to. What are you standing here for? Move. With this, Harry smirked and punched him, knocking him out. I've always wanted to do that. Tonks opened the door and began charging at Wormtail as Harry began to work on freeing Lupin. Can you walk? I have you. We're getting you out of here, Moony. Stay with me. Please stay with me. Lupin fell over Harry's shoulder, completely passed out. Harry dodged as another Death Eater came into the room. Pulling out his wand, he began to fight. Spells flying all around as they worked their way towards the door. He was sweating and tiring quickly from the extra weight. They were ambushed as more Death Eaters waded in the hallway as they exited the room. Stupefy Harry ran behind a wall as he cast the spell as quickly as possible. Tonks was working behind him, watching his back as he continued to curse anything that moved. He threw 3 Death Eaters against the wall and had one surrounded by fire. A spell hit him in the arm, causing his sleeve to be soaked by blood. Enraged and in pain, Harry fought with everything in him. As a flash of green light passed over his shoulder, he turned to push Tonks out of the way. The light hit the Death Eater at the end of the hall. Thanks, no problem. He screamed Expelliarmus as a Death Eater pulled out a knife. Forgetting he didn't have a free hand, he turned to avoid being hit, pulling Tonks with him. Under the extra weight, he lost his balance and the 3 went flying out a second-story window. He quickly levitated Tonks to the ground while casting a cushioning charm. He hit the ground hard with his leg bent beneath him. Rolling Remus off of him, Tonks was at his side trying to help. You have to get up. Come on. She grabbed Lupin's arm, throwing him over her shoulder. Harry tried to run as pain shot through his leg and back. Keep running. They ran as fast as they could while Death Eaters could be heard throwing curses and running after them. There they are. Tonks pointed to the right as a herd of horses were grazing in the field. Don't look back. It will only slow you down. Slowing down to approach the horses, she held out her hand for them to sniff. Running her hand down the horse's nose, she quietly told Harry to get on. Once he was on, she conjured ropes for him to hold on to and passed Remus's limp body to lay in front of him. Approaching a second horse to mount for herself, she heeled the side of the horse and headed in the direction of the hill. Harry copied her, nearly falling off at the speed in which the horse took off with. He stayed at her side as she continued throwing curses over her shoulder, knowing the alarms had been set off the moment the window was broken. As they reached the hilltop, Death Eaters stood waiting. She continued running straight at them as the horse trampled one and she banished another one. Harry sent a slicing charm at one only for it to bounce off their shield and come back towards him. He yanked on the reins to steer the horse out of the way as an arrow shot from his wand, this time piercing the shield. They continued to ride hard and fast. Harry worried about Remus's body bouncing around, having been thrown over horizontally. He was thankful that he had not come to yet. Seeing a wall made of shrubs, he yelled, "Incendio!" The horses pressed on through the fire, gaining speed. Tonks bent low on her horse to allow a faster pace as Harry held on for dear life. He saw a hex finally hit Tonks on the shoulder as a blade struck in his side. Were beaming down from above. He could hear Tonks begin to laugh as he saw the order flying to them, casting curses with vengeance. He had never been more relieved to see that many redheads in his life. Tonks and Harry slowed the horses as their rescuers began to triumph over the small number of Death Eaters that had followed. The twins landed next to Harry's horse, taking Remus's body from him. "Quickly, we have you a port key. Put Remus between you two and take hold. You have about 15 seconds. Just as they grabbed on, Harry felt that familiar pull behind his stomach. They were headed home. Chapter 7. Readers, please review. It keeps writers wanting to write. Enjoy. The underdogs. Landing in the entryway, all three fell from exhaustion and the added weight. Madame Pomfrey was on hand to begin healing the injured. She quickly fed Remus a potion for pain and healed his cuts, while Mrs. Weasley healed Tonks' cuts and bruises. She had a broken wrist and would have to wait for Madame Pomfrey. "Stop fidgeting like a schoolgirl. Really, he'll be fine. Quit telling me he'll be fine. I don't need to be treated, just have her help Harry. Especially since he has a knife sticking out of his side." "What?" Everyone whirled around to see Harry standing there holding his side as he vaguely hid a knife handle poking out between his fingers. "Oh Merlin, why didn't someone tell us sooner?" Ginny stepped to Tonks as her mother left to tend to Harry. "Here, I can heal your wrist if you want. Are they going to be okay?" "I hope so, Gin. I hope so. There, that should do it." Madame Pomfrey used a calming charm on her. "She's up in his room waiting." Wincing, he tried to breathe. The pain on his side was almost more than he could take. The knife had punctured his lung. His neck was sore from however he laid. "What is that sound?" He lifted his head to find his bed surrounded with, for others who were snoring. He grinned to himself. "They are loyal. Where is me?" He turned his head to see what he had laid on. His eyes met Cinnamon one's. "Merlin. She's beautiful." His head was on her lap as she leaned up against the headboard of his bed reading a book. High, barely in a whisper, was all he could manage. He gasped for another breath. "You really should stop doing these things to me, Harry. It's rather impolite." Her face was serious as her fingers stroked his hair. He couldn't help but laugh to himself, wincing in pain and gasping for more air. "Don't laugh at me, Harry James Potter. I was worried, scared out of my mind. In all fairness, though, congratulations, you can apparate." "Oh me." He found it hard to talk through the difficulty of trying to breathe.
"I'm sorry."
"If it helps, I missed you." Fighting to hold off her tears, she lowered her head and kissed him. "Move over, my back is killing me." She lay down next to him as he pulled her back close against his chest. "Get some more rest, Harry. You have a lot of explaining to do in the morning." When she heard his slow breathing and realized he was asleep, her tears finally fell. She knew, from that night she had entered his mind in his first week here, she was in love with him, her best friend. "Shoo. You'll wake everyone up," whispering in her ear, "so it is my bedroom after all. Stop doing that, it tickles. I can't help it if this is how we are laying. Your ear is right by my mouth, of course that does, let me." He tugged at her ear with his mouth, slowly moving to kiss the back of her neck. "Stop it." With this, she turned around in his arms to face him, foreheads together, arms around each other's waist and legs tangled together. "There now, it won't tickle my ear when you whisper. That won't be a problem, seeing as this has its advantages." Kissing her slowly, pouring all their concerns of the past evening into it. Her kisses were tantalizing. He fought the urge to moan as to not wake the others. He just wanted time with her. Slowly releasing her lips, he smiled. "Are you going to tell me how you pulled off that little trick of yours the other night?" "There's not much to tell. I was freaking out when you disappeared. Isabella came and told me I could talk to you. Took me all day to do it. She walked me through it though, and she finally found a way to make it work. We have that nice little broom ride to thank for it." He grinned, remembering how she unbuttoned his shirt like a pro. "It was so strange, it was like I was in the room with you, but I could only talk to you. I could feel you though. I tried to touch your hand. It felt like I was holding it, but I wasn't. Does that make sense?" She told me I had to link to the air element to do so, and that the air would carry me over the water, earth, and fire. Strangely, it did. It was like I was flying. Apparently it causes a lot of that element though. The office looked like a tornado had hit. There was a breeze around me as well. It felt weird, but never in my life had I been so happy to hear your voice as I was then. I didn't know what to do when I suddenly ended up in a locked room. I didn't get Tonks up until late morning. She had been hit by at least 3 stunners. Feeling him tense, "It's okay, you're safe now. You did it again, you survived and brought everyone back safely with you." "I wouldn't use safely me," hearing him scream. "Don't do this, Harry. Don't think just because he was injured you didn't save him. He's going to be fine. I just can't believe Snape didn't help more. I wish I could have seen you punch him." Smiling ear to ear, "Potions is going to be so horrible. While he's yelling at me, I have a wonderful thought to live on." She buried her head in his shoulder, trying to muffle her laughter. "Shumi, you'll wake the others." He loved waking up to her. He loved having these moments. Felt weird at the same time though. He knew the others would be told, but for now it was their secret. He couldn't believe they had all fought to stay in here with him. Their friendship and dedication still astounded him, since he didn't feel he deserved it. Now he had this beautiful girl lying in his arms, having a private conversation about a connection he would have to no one else. He remembered how he was at the beginning of summer. All this is because of her. How do you thank someone who has done so much for you? He wasn't sure, but he would spend a lot of time trying. He smiled, caressing her mouth with his. "A Canute for your thoughts? I don't know. I guess everything that happened. I can't believe they are mages. My mind is full of so many different things. I was scared to death when I saw Harry pull me out of those chains. I still can't believe he was there. Don't think about that. I don't want to think about that. I was so scared I had lost Yo." She broke down, crying on his shoulders as he whispered reassurances in her hair, kissing the top of her head occasionally, rubbing her back as she shook. Thoughts ran through his mind of the first morning after his transformation. He was in love, and for once in his life it was returned after knowing of his circumstances. So much happened in such a short time. He had to talk to Harry. He knew that he approved of them seeing each other, but things had been said that changed all of it. He was in love and she loved him. Now what the hell do I do? "I am sorry. I don't usually break down like this." "Stop. A lot has happened in the past 4 days. Besides, isn't this what you do when you are in love with someone?" She looked at him in surprise. She knew they had told each other how they felt, but hearing it like that made it more real. "I thought maybe you might have had second thoughts." "Second thoughts? The only thought I have had is telling Harry. Honestly, I'm not sure where to go from here. This is new for me and I can't get the information from books. Normally I would talk. I miss him too." Her voice quivered at serious memory. She missed her cousin terribly. She held him tighter. "If you don't mind me asking, what are you going to tell him?" Chuckling, "I have no idea. If you say no, I will understand. But I thought you may want to tell him together? Are you sure? I thought you might one time alone." "I sure, if it is what you want, it is. I guess we should get up and get another talk over with." She laughed as he rolled his eyes sarcastically. There had been a lot of serious discussions lately. Should we wake them? No, let them get some sleep. Besides, if Ron is still here, we have a better chance at getting some food. She stifled a laugh by turning into his shoulder as he put an arm around her neck. Breakfast was cheery. Mrs. Weasley and Mrs. Granger were cooking pancakes and bacon. Isabella was nagging Dumbledore as he tried to help when he needed rest. Harry was so relieved that Remus was safe, he even said hello to Dumbledore willingly. Tonks had just come down and said Remus was getting cleaned up. Harry smiled as he poured syrup on his pancakes. "Are you doing okay?" "I'm fine, thanks to you. A rumor is floating around that you are starting a special training today. Any truth to that?" Blushing, Hermione answered for them, "Some. Well, you'll just have to dish with me later." She leaned over to Hermione's ear and whispered, "What is up with Dumbledore and his lady friend?" Hermione laughed at the use of her words. "I'm not sure. But you know me. I plan to find out." With this, the girls filled their plates, giggling and carrying on as everyone visited. After they ate, Isabella asked Hermione to follow her as Dumbledore motioned for Harry. "See you soon." He kissed her cheek and stepped into the office. "Are you feeling well enough for this today, Harry?" "Yes, sir. Are you sure we should do this? I heard about what happened." "I'm sorry. If I had known. I agreed to this, Harry. I was not angry with you, but at myself. This barmy old codger felt enormous guilt for the ramifications my decisions caused you. I only hope one day you will forgive me." It disturbed Harry to see so much sadness in his eyes. No sign of his trademark twinkle. He looked tired and worn out. You know, sir, I'm not sure this was such a good idea after all. In all honesty, I had no memory of that incident. I'm not sure of what else I may have blocked out of my mind. I'm not sure if I want to learn anymore. What memories I did have were bad enough, but now I know more and I'm not sure if that is good. He looked at his hands in his lap, taking a deep breath. His fingers combed through his hair. What are you saying, you would like to stop? I think so. I think you have a good enough idea. I remember enough to know it wasn't the only time I tried. That it only got worse, but I hate thinking about it. You know, this is your decision. That's a first, he mumbled under his breath. Dumbledore just nodded. Are there any other ideas you might have or wish to speak of? Thinking for a moment, actually there is. He took a deep breath. Maybe we can work another deal out instead. What do you have in mind? The prophecy. Dumbledore steepled his fingers under his chin, bracing himself. I want to take a bigger role, train harder, maybe take more of an offensive stance in this war. I'm tired of the people I love dying or being punished for being close to me. Remus was the last straw. I want Voldemort to pay. Albus raised his eyebrows at the hate blaring in his eyes. I know you are thinking of something. Please, haven't you learned from your mistakes about keeping things from me? I have been fighting in this since I was 11. I want it to stop. I want to be normal. Bugger. He threw another vase at the wall. Will you grant me time to consider the options? You must know that whatever decisions are made, I will need to have Remus's approval. He raised his eyebrow. You'll think about it? I will give it great care and consideration. First, you must understand that you have a lot to learn before you can fight him properly. You have a little over a week until the train leaves for Hogwarts. Until that time, you must promise me to train and study hard. Harry nodded yes slowly. I also expect you to agree to stay out of the fight until a decision is made between Remus and me. Do we have an agreement?